So I would like to call the State Board meeting for today, March 14th, to order. I just have one announcement quickly. We would like to introduce Arlene Shurchan, who's interning with the State Board of Education. She's a student at UC Berkeley, wants to be a teacher, which is wonderful, and she is supporting the early math work done here at the State Board of Education. So welcome. We're so glad to have you. We would love to see you become a teacher, so stay with us. This is wonderful. So at this time, I would like to ask the State Superintendent, Tony Thurmond, to swear in Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond.
And until we get our technology together. Testing one. Microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing one. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me?
I need a constitution, right? Can you balance this too? There we go.
She can balance many things, as you can see. I, and please state your name,
I, Linda Darling-Hammond,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you for
Congratulations. Alan, would you please join us? And we'd like to have a moment, take some photos, and welcome you now. Your family has grown by 6 million students and many, many educators and supporters.
I can put paperwork and Mike, paperwork. Would you like to pass the
Sure. Great reading.
All right. Thank you.
Get out of the way. So we take your,
Oh, yeah. Makes a nicer file. You can tell you've been in the California Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about one with the superintendent?
Oh.
Sure.
So I'm going to reopen item 15 that we started yesterday on the State Board projects and priorities, including our State Board officer elections, our appointments, review, policy, minutes. So at this time, we're going to take up the officer elections. We will now hold an election for the office of President and Vice President for 2019. The bylaws require that the State Superintendent preside over the election of the President and other such business the State Board may direct, so I'm turning the gavel over to Superintendent Thurman.
This may be the only time that I even get to hold the gavel.
Oh, careful what you ask for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. In keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I would like to call for nominations for the office of President. No member may nominate or second the nomination for himself or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until his or her successor is elected. I will now open the floor for nominations for the office of President. Are there nominations?
So I would like to nominate Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond as President.
Is there a second to this nomination?
I will second.
We have a nomination and a second. We will now have a vote. We should make this a roll call vote. It's the pleasure of the board if you'd like to do roll call or have a vote by acclamation. We will have a roll call vote. This just in, we'll have a roll call vote. Can we please call the roll?
Hema.
Yes.
Nikki. Aye. Ping.
Aye.
Eileen.
Aye.
Sue.
Aye.
Elisa.
Aye.
Patricia.
Aye.
And Linda.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
It is unanimous. Congratulations. This is a historic moment, a groundbreaking moment, and it is an honor to turn over the gavel to our new president. Congratulations.
Well, I'm honored and I'm privileged to join State Superintendent Tony Thurman and this state board in an ongoing and renewed effort to build a world-class and equitable education system in California. This board and the Department of Education and the previous governor and legislature have already accomplished a tremendous amount, and I think it's really important to take stock of that and to build on what's been accomplished in the years ahead. Every state or nation that I've ever studied that has really made a strong upward trajectory in education has had a 15 or 20-year window in which to do that work. And I think we have that opportunity now to really continue the work and then refine what's been going on. I probably don't need to remind most of you that a decade ago, John Merrow did a film called From First to Worst, describing what had happened in California over several decades of cuts in funding and a process of sort of testing without investing, really narrowing the curriculum. You know that by 2010 we were 48th in funding, 50th in teachers, administrators, counselors, librarians, and on and on. And in these last really 5 or 6 years, I mean, it began 8 years ago, but we now have a new funding system, which is much more equitable, one of the most progressive funding systems in the country. We have more resources in education, although I think we would all agree there's not quite yet enough. New standards that are focused on higher order thinking and critical problem solving, new assessments that are really groundbreaking in that way as well. We have a new accountability system with multiple measures that actually informed what happened on the federal level because California did it first. And then other states began to say, let's look at the whole child, the whole education system, and build that kind of a system. We've created social, emotional, and academic development guidelines and initiatives. We've improved outcomes in significant ways. So I hope you'll take a moment and just take some credit for all of that good work that has gone on. We are now at a place where about 10 years ago, we were 48th in 8th grade reading. This past year, California had some of the largest gains of any state in the nation, and our 8th graders in reading are almost at the national average. Just in that few years, we've closed the gap with the national average in math by half. We have a lot more work to do there. Graduation rates have gone up by 10 percentage points. Suspension rates have gone down. And California schools are significantly safer than they were a decade ago as we've focused on helping kids have a community. So I think it's a really exciting moment. And so I'm happy to be part of this moment with all of you. And it's a key moment for a state like California, which is a science and technology leader in the world. Many of you know I've been a Stanford professor for about 20 years. I don't like to quote people from Berkeley, but sometimes I have to do it because they occasionally have a good thought. I know Cal is in the room. I always have to. It's a great school. My son is there right now getting his PhD. But there are a couple of professors at Berkeley who've been sort of plotting the growth of knowledge in the world. And they found out that between 1999 and 2003, there was more new knowledge created in the world than in the entire history of the world preceding. So we're on an exponential growth in knowledge. It's exploding. Technology knowledge is doubling every 11 months. And so when we think about what our kids have to be prepared for, they have to be prepared to work with knowledge that hasn't been discovered yet, using technologies that haven't been invented yet, solving big problems that we have not yet managed to solve. And that's the challenge that we have in front of us, to build on the gains that have been made and to really carry ourselves into that kind of a future. This new governor's commitment to equity and to a rich, empowering form of education is that nurtures the whole child is one that I really believe in and endorse. I think Gavin Newsom is going to help continue this trajectory and take us into that next level. We have a lot of work to do. We have to figure out how to actually support continuous improvement in all the ways that we'd like to. We've got to figure out how to build a system of support for schools and for professional learners. We've got to figure out how to continue our focus on more equitable learning opportunities, both in terms of the funding that's made available to kids, but also that kind of education that prepares them for this future. We can't have two-tier system where some kids are getting rote learning and other kids are getting the kind of thinking curriculum that they need. We've got to figure out how to redesign schools that fit in this 21st century. And there's a lot of curriculum work to continue to do as we think about how we know people really learn. One of the things we know about how people learn is that people actually develop more neural connections and get smarter when they speak multiple languages, when they have access to art and to music, when they're engaged in inquiry-based projects and investigations. And so all of those things are part of the curriculum that California needs to have front and center, not as frills, not on the sidelines as we move forward. We have the opportunity now, I think, to take those efforts where they can go. And I hope in this next few years we will be on the path to turn California from worst to first. So with that, let's get busy. Thank you. Now, do I have to do the next thing? Yes. Okay. In keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I would like to call for nominations for the office of Vice President. No member may nominate or second the nomination for himself or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until his or her successor is elected. I'll now open the floor for nominations for the office of Vice President. Are there nominations?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Eileen Strauss as Vice President.
I would like to second that nomination.
Wonderful. All in favor, please say aye. I'm not even going to ask if any are opposed because I saw everyone say aye. It is my pleasure to announce that your Vice President for 2019 has been elected by acclamation. Congratulations, Eileen. All right, the board will be adjourning to closed session. Oh, before we adjourn, okay. The board will be continuing the meeting and meeting in closed session today at 8:30 to no, it says tomorrow, but you mean today, right?
Yeah, right
We're not meeting again tomorrow.
Right now. Right now.
To discuss and/or take action on the following litigation as noticed on the meeting agenda: Emma C. and Ella T. et al. Versus State. And so I will adjourn us to closed session. Okay. I think we're going to reconvene. I have this gavel, but I don't dare bang it. It's so heavy. I need like a little gavel banger thing. It's gone. I don't want to break the table on my first day. All right. So we're going to reconvene and report from the closed session. In closed session, the board took action on the following cases: MSC v. State and Ella T v. State. And now I'm going to ask Superintendent Thurman to provide the state superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations again, Madam President and Madam Vice President, on your elections today. We at the department are excited to work with you and your vision. We think it's a tremendous opportunity, and the timing is incredible, to work with a very talented board and a very talented leader of the board to set an educational vision for all 6 million students in our state. We have been busy in rolling out what we call transition work groups that help us do, as you said, Madam President, build off of gains and then set a trajectory for how we can improve and solve big problems, as you said in your opening remarks. Our staff is very focused on what more can we do, and we've established some work groups that speak to many of the issues that the board has spoken to already today. How do we do more around early education? How do we provide more professional development for our educators? How do we do more to make our ongoing focus closing the opportunity gap? In that respect, we have already launched a series of various roundtables that bring together folks to talk about best practices that have worked. And during Black History Month, we launched a series on closing the opportunity gap with a focus on how we support African American students and all students in our state. We've also recognized that many of our districts are now finding that part of the normal course of working in education is dealing with disasters. And so we provided a professional development just last week in this very room to support districts around how we prepare for disasters, how we respond, how we take care of educational needs around facilities, around lost ADA, and supporting the human needs of students and families who are deeply impacted by disasters and emergencies. We have been busy, and there are some new faces who've joined the team at CDE to join those existing faces who've already been doing the hard work. We've brought a few new folks on board to help in doing so, and I'm pleased to introduce and reintroduce some of the members of our executive staff. You met her in this very room, our new Chief Deputy Superintendent, who's not new to CDE, who we are glad to welcome back as our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Lupita Cortez Alcala, who is here. You've probably seen her running around the room all morning, helping us to announce this great day and election of a new president. Our Director of Communications, Kendra Britt, who's probably doing communications. Oh, she's here. Very pleased to announce a new Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, who comes to us with many years of experience working at a county office of education and moving the needle in the right direction for students. That would be our Deputy Superintendent, Catalina Cifuentes, who is here. She'll be working very closely with Tom Adams, who we are honored to have, who is continuing to help us in the transition as we experience the retirement of Carrick Ashley, and as he's announced his own retirement in July. And we are honored that he has committed to staying with us through that time to help us shoulder the load of the work and manage the transition, support teams in his former division and the division where he'll be lending support. Tom Adams, we all know him, but I would like to acknowledge him. And one heck of a school board member at that. Also pleased to announce our new Deputy Superintendent for Government Affairs. This year, the department is sponsoring 20 bills, and he also oversees the Charter Division, Mr. Kaim Jackson, who is here. My former Chief of Staff in the legislature has agreed to continue. Sorry, Mary. She is coming on board, has come on board as our Senior Policy Advisor, and that's Mary Nicely. And as our new Chief Counsel, who many of you know from his work in education at a number of agencies, I'm pleased to introduce to you Keith Yamanaka, who will be responsible for our chief legal issues and for audits. All of our team is committed to supporting the vision of this board. We look forward to our work together. More to come, and we accept your theme of building on gains and solving big problems that we have to solve. We're ready, as you say, to get busy and get to work.
All right.
This concludes my report.
Excellent. Thank you. We're going to move to, yes. Could I just say 2 minutes more? Sure.
In my excitement to get to the work, I failed to acknowledge someone who's very important to us. He's not a new person here, but his contributions here are really hard to replace. As you all have noted, Carrick Ashley has announced his retirement, and his retirement is imminent. And we would be remiss to not really show our appreciation to Carrick, who has served 5 superintendents at the Department of Education.
Whoa.
In only 2 months, I can tell you this is not an easy job. And the success that any superintendent has depends largely on the team that he or she is able to build. And it speaks volumes that 5 superintendents have asked Carrick to be one of the anchors in what the Department of Education has done. In 25 plus years, he has brought great contributions to this department. And in the short time that we've had to work together, he's provided important guidance and counsel on how we improve what we do to serve the students here in California. As you know, he was a teacher and a principal, and served abroad at the Department of Defense schools. He is largely credited with helping to launch our CalPAD system. And we want him to stick around to consult on how we make it even better. He's known to share his knowledge on education policy and his witty humor. While I've not witnessed it, I understand he can do. No, you all are getting ahead of me. I've not witnessed it, but I'm told he does a mean Hamilton impersonation. Oh. I have certainly witnessed his humor, especially after he announced his retirement. He hasn't stopped smiling since. And I leave it to you to decide if you want to share with us any of your karaoke experiences, the Carrick top 10 list, or your Hamilton impersonation. We leave that to you to decide. As I'm told, he met his wife here at the Department of Education. And we just want to say congratulations to you and your family. And we thank your family for your sacrifice and your commitment. We wish you the best and hope that you will not be a stranger. We welcome you here every moment of any time. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please show our appreciation for Carrick Ashley. And now he will perform for Hamilton.
Right.
Oh, is that not in the script? Oh, okay. He has signaled that will be for another time. Thank you, sir.
I was going to fold that into item 17.
Can't tell the president no, okay?
Right. Maybe just a little touch of it. Okay, item 17, update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. We could turn that into a wrap, you know. Update and recommended action regarding local indicators, and update on the continuing development work and revisions under consideration for the 2019 California School Dashboard. Thank you very much, Cindy Kazanis, and I guess you'll be joined at some point by Jeff Brashears also to present that item. Thank you.
Correct. Congratulations, President Darling-Hammond. Welcome to the State Board of Education and to Superintendent Thurman for your kind words about our great boss and for being here today. Carrick yesterday mentioned that he couldn't have gotten as far as he had without great mentors, and I am pleased to call him one of my great mentors. So I have followed him in my last several positions. He seems to go into positions I'm really interested in as well, and have been successful, I think, in large part due to his wise counsel, and it's an honor to call him not only a mentor but a friend and a colleague. So with that, again, Cindy Kazanis with the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. We are going to start today with taking a hint from Michelle Center and assessments, and recognizing the work that we've done together over the last couple of years and showing off the new dashboard. And so we wanted to take a walk through the dashboard. I know you have some things later on this morning that you're going to be looking at the dashboard on with a different eye, and so just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. So of course, the dashboard was redesigned this past year in large part due to some additional funding from the legislature, but also due to a collaboration between the department and the State Board of Education. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank publicly Sarah Petrowski and Janet Weeks of the State Board staff. Sarah served as a project manager for the redesign. I got to go to Greece during that time. It was really grateful to have it in her hands, and Janet really helped us with the communication side and also making sure that what we were saying was friendlier and simpler. Sometimes we get too involved in edge speak, and she was great at grounding us in something that was parent friendly. So these are really the features of the site. I'm also wanted to focus your attention on that last bullet. We are getting high usage to this site. This is actually one of our top most frequent sites for the department behind our public school directory and data quest. So 425,000 hits in the last 2 months with 150 unique users on the site, which is a very good story to tell. So let's jump into the dashboard, and we're going to take a tour. I'm going to use a school I used yesterday, which was Twin Rivers. I think I'm going to have to exit out of here to get onto. Ooh, sorry. So we are the first. We're going to jump into the dashboard through the department's website, and we're going to go into Twin Rivers, which is, of course, a local, not Twin School, Twin Rivers. And for Twin Rivers Unified, what we can see at a glance is how they're doing. At the summary level, we see that they've completed at standard met all of their local indicators. That was something that the stakeholders felt really strongly about, is to have the state indicators and local indicators at the same level to show that both of them were equal in weight. And of course, as we mentioned in January, there were 11 districts that were identified solely because of the local indicators. We also get at a glance a bit of their student population, and of course the concentration pieces for LCFF are highlighted here with the socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, and foster youth. I'm able to show this off now. We've shown you a lot of screenshots of this in the past, but this is how we're trying to keep users on the site. We're doing these flip the card things, and so for foster youth, we've also not used the education code definition, which would probably be 3 or 4 sentences long, but really just simplified what a foster youth is in terms of education. You can also see at a glance a little bit about the enrollment of this district by student group, but also by race and ethnicity. So this is, again, one of our larger districts in the area. And then we can go into our baseball cards. So we can see, overall, they are yellow, for example, on English language arts, same on college career. But then the equity report is up front and center. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the English learner progress later on in the item, but this is where it is shown how well they did on the LPAC this past year. You can also delve into the standard for implementation of standards for the local indicator. But let's show the chronic absenteeism piece to highlight really how this card works. So first, to learn more about it, this is the definition. You're flipping the card. You can also do the comparison with the state. So again, remember we added the state feature, the state comparison, which is new for 2018. So at the indicator level, at the student group level, at the all-student level, we can toggle back and forth between how the state is doing on the indicator versus that school or district or student group. So overall, this district does have a higher rate of chronic absenteeism than the state. But really what I think is the key that we've talked about many times is the equity report. So of their student groups, they do have 3 in the red, 4 in the orange, 4 in the yellow, 2 in the green, and none in the blue for chronic absenteeism. And of course, you want to have a blue, but you don't want to have a high rate, right? This is reverse psychology when we think about how we rate indicators. But for chronic absenteeism, you want a low rate of absenteeism. I also wanted to show off a feature for the site before I move on. At any step in the way, I can turn over to Spanish. So the entire site is translated into Spanish, along with several videos that we were able to produce with funding from the CDE Foundation with Spanish actors, and they're very engaging. So we've been really pleased with that partnership, but we can switch at any point to Spanish. We can also generate a PDF report, and it gives you the option to generate it in Spanish or in English. So for to go back to chronic absenteeism, let's get into the data for how well each of the student groups do. So first of all, we see at a glance how many students are in this group. So it's almost 19,000 students. Again, against the state, it is a higher population of percentage of students that are chronically absent. Of the 13 student groups, they have enough numbers for each of the student groups to receive a color. You get to see, again, at a glance, how each of these student groups are performing or attending school. When we move into explore groups by performance, we get into really the raw numbers. So you can see of the, for example, Pacific Islanders, there's almost 300 Pacific Islanders. There's a 20% chronic absenteeism rate. Now, what does that mean in comparison to the state? The state is high as well at 16%, but they're in orange. So just provides some context, but it also is, appropriate to begin the conversation of there's obviously challenging populations. There are places where this district needs to spend their activities and start looking at how they're going to address this in their LCAP moving forward. But this is what we've been using to take out to the field. Last week, Jenny and I were in San Bernardino talking to school counselors. And while for chronic absenteeism, we only show K through 8, there are additional reports that we're showing through DataQuest to marry the two. So that was really, it's really helpful to be able to show both reporting pieces. We did start off on the department's webpage. I did want to show you that there is a link. You can also get this off of the View Additional Reports to go into a couple of reports that the field has really been very vocal about having and keeping. They're a little too dense for the actual website, so we've moved them over to the departments. But the one report that I think has been especially valuable for those that are reviewing LCAPs is the student group report. So you can see at a glance each of the indicators by the student groups. So we see chronic absenteeism at a glance all the way down to the student groups. So this is the full breadth of all of the indicators. So this is something, again, that the department supports off of its webpage. Of course, the dashboard itself is contracted through San Joaquin County Office of Education. But we've been getting out. It's been a lot of interest. Carrick, I know, has to leave or has left to go over and talk to the Senate subcommittee one on how we are doing on accountability and the dashboard redesign. So there's interest even from the legislature on moving this forward. So just a couple of highlights that we also wanted to just walk through. We walked through the additional reports. We have, in release again, in anticipation of the release in December, we did a series of webinars. We continue to go to conferences. We'll be at CABE next week along with Link Learning and Access. So we are getting out to the field to make sure that there's an understanding that we're providing enough resources and taking, again, following Michelle's lead with assessments, we've learned that it's really important to support the field with not only videos, but parent guides, flyers that are translated into our top 6 languages. And then we do provide the raw data. So the data is available. We've seen the data used in different ways. I know that Riverside County has put out a tool that's been of interest to the field. Alameda has put out a tool as well. But there is a great deal of information also on the department's web pages for this. So that's what I wanted to start off with, and then I wanted to transition over to Jonathan, to Jeff Brashears. But if you had any questions about the functionality, I'd be happy to take them now.
Okay.
So Cindy, I just want to thank you and your team for continuing to make this better. And I think it's really a commitment that we want to get this right. I just have a couple questions. I really appreciated that full state report. Hadn't seen that whole spread of, that was really helpful to look at. Is there a video explanation on the CD website that would help people if parents wanted to have that link to understand it?
Yes, so I neglected to show you that this is where our videos are housed, right on the homepage of the dashboard. Right after Let the Conversations Begin, there is one about my dad that walks them through why it's relevant on a parent perspective, and the CD Foundation is putting together 2 additional videos. So we'll have a total of 4 videos, but those are what we would direct parents in.
Thank you. And then the second thing is, I was really fortunate to spend several hours with the Access Accountability Task Force group, which are practitioners who live with a lot of this data and then try to unpack it for the implications for their own LCAP and issues. And so, as we know, many continuation high schools, alternative high schools were identified as low performing, and they're really kind of looking at the data. My question is, we know what our intent was for these indicators, and so I know we have a regular process for reviewing and checking just to make sure that we're not getting unintended consequences, that we're actually identifying what we really intend, and if something's happening that isn't, like kids transfer from a high school to continuation high schools, they're in credit trouble. Then they actually catch back up, so they go back to the high school. So the high school gets credit because they graduated, but the continuation high school didn't get the graduation credit because the kid's not there anymore. That kind of example. So is the TDG, the Technical Design Group, where we review to, our indicators and data and making sure that it's doing what we intended to do? That's my question, is what's the process for periodically checking to make sure the system is doing what we want it to?
Sure, and thank you for the question. We have met with representatives from AXA ourselves on several occasions. I would say the TDG is only one of many. So we hear from practitioners, and we look into issues that may be raised. That's how you're going to hear about a couple of things later on in the item about how some of the suggestions for our work plan this year came to be. But it would actually, for the most part, start with our policy groups. So they're observing something that is not quite working as they thought. They would say, can you look into this a little bit more? What does that mean? It means Jenny Singh and her team will go through a series of data simulations. For the example you used about transferring students from traditional high school to alternative school and maybe back to a traditional high school, or maybe not back to a traditional high school, we are looking at partnering with a couple of counties to look at that very issue, because we knew that came up last summer when you all approved the dashboard alternative school status and the 1-year metric. So there are some deeper dives into data. Some of these things may take a policy change or a different collection field in CalPads, and for those, we have an 18-month outlook on those kinds of things. So there are a couple of things that I'm aware of that we'll be focusing on. We may not raise them specifically in the item, but I can generally talk through the ones that we have on our work plan. So,
great. Others, yes, Lisa.
Thank you. I think we've come a really long way with this. I know that my organization, Unidos US, will be doing a demo with community members in Stockton. So it'll be interesting to see what they think about our new dashboard. I want to ask about the dashboard. I know that for some of the conversations that Board Member Strauss brought up about some of our indicators and unintended consequences, I think the suspension indicator is one of those. I think that's a harder conversation to have. I think we fixed the number, but not the problem. So that's a conversation we'll need to have because I'm hearing a lot of concerns from the field. But in terms of this dashboard, for the additional reports, I wanted to see my kids' new school and the one they left, but there's no way to pull both of them up simultaneously. So where we could select, there is. So you could select indicators and then school sites.
Is Long Beach Unified?
Yes, do we want to put on? Dare we?
We're gonna do it. So
It is public.
So there's the View All Schools. The View All Schools button allows you to go into that that piece. And what changed from 2017 to this version is we now have filtering. So we can and we've asked for. I think we're going to head towards a grade span piece as well because of the issues that you raised. But we can see at a glance for we use chronic absenteeism. So again, these will only be our elementary schools that will show, but we can see these put together. And of course, Long Beach has a lot of schools, so we're going to be scrolling, but we can also, so that we are exploring more ways to expand the filter reports to make this, especially for the larger school districts, much more digestible. So I don't know if I've gotten to any of the schools that you're interested in.
My kids is Patrick Henry. I don't want to shame the other school.
So they won't.
Because it's a school that I attended as a little girl, and let's say it's neglected.
So let me clarify. You're not going to be able to see them side by side, but you'd be able to see them in a report. We also can bring them up in a 5x5 grid. So if we were to go into the overview and look at our additional reports, we could look at chronic absenteeism for this district, and it would show it by school. So this has really been, again, these reports have been valuable for educators. For parents, I think this takes a little bit longer to walk through because you have to describe what a 5x5 grid is and how you get to a color. But this is really where, a lot of the wealth of data comes into play, and how districts can use this data to write goals in their LCAP, like how many percentage points you need to get from yellow to get to green, for example. So I don't know if you see those schools that you were interested in. Okay, we'll leave it there.
I think you found it, yeah.
Okay.
Again, I also want to add my congratulations and my appreciation for the work that you're doing. I'm going to return back to Twin Rivers Unified as an example on this dashboard. Mm-hmm. And I'm in particular interested in the elementary schools that would be in the feeder pattern for Grant High School. Is there a way to use the filters, or are you looking at ways to use the filters to cluster schools inside of a school district to do that kind of research or study?
So I think that we would look from feedback from you. We have just, now that we've gotten over the hump of actually launching this, mm-hmm. and there's a couple more things we've committed to getting out this year that we need to work on. But the filtering piece is something that we I think we'll need some more massaging. So is it a grade span interest? Because depending on what kind of data we have, I'm not sure that we have who actually feeds into that exact high school. What would be of interest to you is to be able to select certain schools to compare.
Yes, I'd be interested in looking at that, but also as a residual impact from the days of No Child Left Behind. One of the oldest elementary schools in that neighborhood, North Avenue School, was actually closed. Mm-hmm. And so I'm interested in knowing what happened to the student. And North Avenue School is about 3 blocks away from the Grant High School campus. I'm interested in knowing not only where those students went, but what was the impact for the other elementary schools in that neighborhood with receiving those students, mm-hmm. and how that changed the trajectory of the performance of those students. So I know that's a very sophisticated research that would have to be looked at, but I'm very interested in understanding, because this is a neighborhood that had a specific impact, mm-hmm. on the ways that we were sanctioning schools because of No Child Left Behind. With the closure of North Avenue School, I would want to understand What happened to those students when they went to Del Paso Elementary or to Fairbanks or to Garden Valley? And then what happened with those schools and their performance trajectory as a result? And then seeing what happens as they move as a cohort through the district and matriculate through the middle school and up to Grant. That's what I'd be interested in trying to follow and understand.
Be a job for the Stanford student that we have coming in this summer. It's not something that you can see from the dashboard because you're looking at school and of course district level. You're looking at aggregate data. We're not using student level data specifically in the dashboard. That's something that of course we have at the department. But you bring up a research study that I think has great potential.
And the reason I'm particularly interested in that, because we have made the shift from the test and punish regime of NCLB to this statewide focus that we're calling the California way and focusing on continuous improvement, here is a microcosm of a very specific example of a very serious impact that caused a lot of pain in that neighborhood when that decision was made. We need to take a look at and understand what is the sustained effect of the change that we've decided to make, a culture change that we decide to make as a state. How is that actually trickling down at having impact in the neighborhood? That was the conversation we had yesterday about our system of support. We want to make sure that we're not just talking at the 5,000-foot level, but that we're actually seeing sustained implementation and real attention in the way we think is purposefully happening. So right now the dashboard is, while it's doing more than just giving us a snapshot, there are some more, there's a deeper dive of conversation that I want to try to understand how the dashboard is facilitating or providing the data for us to have that conversation, because I don't want us to continue having data-free discussions or having only faith-based optimism about what it is we're doing and whether or not it's really working. I don't want it to be, oh, I hope it's working, or I believe it's working, or here's how it should work. We should be able to pinpoint in the dashboard as these cohorts of students move through the longitude, since the dashboard gives us that longitudinal information, we should be able to see the impact on that cohort of students as they move through the information that are shown in the dashboard.
That you have, even if it's not dashboard, usable. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, we can definitely do a deep dive on a particular site. But I also hear you saying, and I want to make sure I understand, is the dashboard is meant to stimulate a conversation. It doesn't tell you, it tells you you have a problem. It doesn't tell you what created the problem or how a particular school got to a point where they have 20% of their population isn't attending for a particular student group. That's really where the conversation happens at the local level when they develop their local control and accountability plan and revisit it on an annual basis. Is they have to do that root cause analysis. The dashboard's only going to start to tell you you really have to start focusing on this, and the district is likely in differentiated assistance as a result of not seeing these student groups move in performance on various indicators. But
yeah, so the reason I'm asking this is because Twin Rivers catches my interest because I used to work in one area of that district before it was unified. But in listening to the presentation that was made yesterday by district leadership, there were a lot of statements made about the work they were doing as a district and the concerted conversations that they were working on collaboratively that really isn't being reflected in what's written in their LCAP. And so I want to try to understand, what was the basis for the decisions and the work that they announced they were doing yesterday and that they showcased that wasn't really reflected or showing at all in what they have written in their LCAP. So I'm still concerned that the LCAPs really do not reflect what's going on in the district, and some of the statements they made about their students and about the performance of their students also doesn't show up in what they had written in their LCAP. So that's the reason why I'm trying to figure out where all of this is going and how all of these things fit together.
Good point. Sue?
Well, first, I also wanted to add my appreciation, Cindy, to you and especially to Jenny and her team, because boy, have we come a long way, baby. compared to where we started. And also just to reiterate what you said about Sarah and Janet, because they did a lot of work to get this to where it is. So very appreciative. And we've heard from stakeholders the same thing. Member Rucker raises a good point about ways in which the data can be used, maybe not necessarily the dashboard, but I just wanted to suggest, if you haven't already, make sure that you are engaging the leads, the geographic leads, the SELPA leads, et cetera, through the county system, because it seems to me many counties have very sophisticated data analysis systems. We heard about San Diego yesterday around Title III that we all went, wow, that's fantastic. And so I think if they're aware of what's available and they also have these kind of research issues in their head, they're much better equipped to know the feeder patterns and all of that at the local level, but they just might not know the power that's out there yet. So I encourage you to make sure that we're really tying this tightly into the system of support, because the data analysis piece, as we talked about yesterday, is such a critical element.
Is there comments?
Great.
All right.
Move on to Mr. Bashir's. Oh, sorry. So we do have 4 attachments, and Jeff will walk through attachments 1 and 2, and then I'll close out the item with attachments 3 and 4. This is a recommendation before you to take action on the proposed revision to the self-reflection tool for priority 3. Parental involvement and family engagement. And then we are asking for guidance on recommended changes to our work plan, and that you take additional action as deemed necessary and appropriate to that plan. So without further ado, I'll turn over to Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff Brashears, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. So before I begin, I'd just like to thank the staff of our Local Agency Support Office, so the LASO office, and specifically Lydia Renteria. She is a consultant in my office, and she, along with Margaret Burge from the California Comprehensive Center, really directed the work with the thoughtful participation and hard work of the members of the ad hoc work group to change this. So just kudos to her and thanks to them. So just as an overview of the local indicators, at the September 2016 meeting, the State Board adopted the standards for local indicators and the reporting process. And again, just the local indicators are indicators for which the state does not collect statewide data and stays there at the local level. You can see here that the local indicators are for priorities 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and then 9 and 10. 9 and 10 are local indicators just for the county offices of education. So the intent of the self-reflection tools and the local indicators is to use the information is to inform the development of the LCAP, along with specific goals, actions, and services to address the priorities. Here are the standards that met to collect the data at a local level, report those results to the local governing board at a regularly scheduled meeting, and then report those results to the stakeholders and the public through the dashboard. And again, if the LEA has done the work to fulfill the standards set by you, as we discussed in the previous slide, then the process is reflected as met or not met from 2 or more years within the dashboard. So AB 2878 amended Ed Code 52060 D3, which is priority 3, and 66, which is the list of priorities for the County Office of Education. And the amended language in these references Ed Code included research-based practices to really enhance and further family engagement at the local level. So before I continue, I'd like to acknowledge that we have some members of the ad hoc work group in the audience, and I'm grateful for them for their hard work, their thoughtful participation. We didn't always agree. They were great. We wanted the world. We came together and really fine-tuned and had the work to do. So if it would, any members of the work group that participated, if they just stand for a second just to be recognized, I'd appreciate it. We had, thank you very much. We had 14 organizations, which included 3 school districts and 1 county office of education. And again, moving forward, on a personal note, of the 13 years that I was in the classroom, 12 of which were in middle school, 1 was in high school, couldn't handle high school, had to go back to middle school. I learned a lot through this process because when I was teaching, we were not given the capacity, we were not given the tools to interact with parents. Parents scared me. You know, they just scared me. I did not know how to use the parents as a resource that they are. And so I think this tool, along moving forward with parent engagement, is really a step in the right direction. And again, I learned a lot as an educator looking and working through this, excuse me. So here's kind of a little bit of the process what we looked at to get to the revising the tool is to look at some of the research of family engagement, knowing that research and family engagement has a positive and a direct influence on student outcomes. Look at challenges of engaging families, look at some of the roadblocks, look at some of the promising practices. Looked at the current self-reflection tool, which is attachment 1, and then identified some recommendations to improve the tool, which is the recommendation that would be in attachment 2. Now I'm lost, sorry. So here again, just looking at emphasizing the importance of building the relationships. That's a foundation for effective and family engagement. Again, student outcomes is a part of and directly related to family engagement. Part again is to seek, and that's part of the statute, is to seek input and for decision making at the LEA level and also at the school level, and then using language that's accessible to the community and not just ed jargon. And then using the tool as a continuous improvement, looking at where can we do, and the intent again is to have this information inform the development of the LCAP, either in specific goals or actions and services within the goal to further the family engagement. So we had descriptions that serve as reminders to families within the tool that what effective family engagement looks like, again building from AB 2878, and then asking LEAs to provide a brief narrative, which I'll talk about in a little bit here. So we got some feedback. We presented this both to the LCFF stakeholder group, and also presented this to the California Practitioners Advisory Group. They appreciated, they expressed support. I think it's a step in the right direction. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's certainly, we believe, better than the current tool. You'll see that in the current tool, when we talk about integrating the support of engagement of underrepresented families, is we left underrepresented families undefined on purpose because I think that will differ for each of the communities at the local level. So the tool is based on, again, current research. We're building from, as you can see, dual capacity, building framework, the family engagement toolkit. And then we came up with some statements of which the LEA will rate themselves using this rating of 1 to 5. This is consistent with the ratings that was adopted by you folks for priority 2. These metrics, these Likert scales, these are undefined, again, consistent with priority 2 and letting those to be defined at the local level. So the tool is broken up into 3 sections. You can see here building relationships, and each section has four statements in which the LEA would rate themselves. Again, seeking input. The intent is to seek input from the schools and through the community, not just sitting in an office at the LEA level saying, oh yeah, we're doing fine here, and defining it. And then after each of the 3 sections, there's this narrative prompt that you can see specific to that section of building relationship. What are the current strengths? What are our progress? And then also a focus for improvement and how the LEA will improve the engagement, again, of the underrepresented families, again, hoping and expecting this to be folded into and inform the development of the LCAP. So if this self-reflection tool is adopted, the CDE will be providing support to the field, not only just technical assistance. We have a Tuesday at 2 webinar on Tuesday, in fact, March 26th. That's going to cover not only just the technical aspects, but also some promising practices of how an LEA would collect this data from school site councils, from school level, again, to inform, not just to say, where are we doing well? Where is the LEA doing well in this process? And then where can we build upon the strengths and also identified weaknesses? So our recommendation is to approve the proposed revision to the self-reflection tool for priority 3, the parent involvement and family engagement. And I'd be glad to answer any questions before I go back to Cindy.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And also thank you to the work group who spent so much time and really being very, very thoughtful in redesigning this particular tool. And so just a couple of different, couple comments and observations I had. You know, balance, first of all, I think the additional questions in the rating system is very helpful in providing some guidance and direction of items and things to look at for each LEA and school that's going to be completing the LCAP. I am also a little bit trying to balance also the length of the LCAP, and by adding this, does add more length to it, even if it's just the additional lines there. So on the actual narrative of each of the spaces, I just wanted to see if there might be like word limitations or all that, because as you said, Jeff, what I find in this type of narrative, and what I think we want to encourage our LEAs to do, is provide analytical writing. And it could turn into a box of just educational jargon, as you said. It's just a listing of a lot of things that doesn't really address how the description and how you came to the conclusion that you rated those in the manner that you did. So there is, I think, a training aspect on, or maybe models of what analytical writing might be. And if we were to be able to provide that kind of modeling, then it doesn't have to be very, very long. And then again, you know, parents having to read through this and then getting lost in all the jargon is just, let's make it clean, concise, and to the point as to why the ratings were the way they were. So there might be ways that the prompt can help to do that by adding something like, and substantiate why, you know, you rated the way that you did, et cetera. But also, you know, I also want to just overall just an observation of making sure that we're also balancing that, the length of the comments as well. Okay.
Okay, Patricia.
I agree with what Board Member Sun said, and my comments and questions were along that line. I think it's important that in the section where they get to the narrative, that the prompt for the narrative needs to point them to citing evidence and addressing specifically the criteria that's related to each of the elements in the self-reflection tool, so that their conversations are focused on the criteria and focused on and being aligned to the evidence that they have collected from their own needs assessment. My question, the actual question I have, so that's the advice, but the actual question I have is related to what we have learned up to this point from the LEAs who have been using the self-reflection tool, and it is, what is the human capital that's required for doing this work? And in changing the self-reflection tool in the direction that this is going, and I agree with the direction that we're trying to take it, is that likely to increase both the time and the human capital, both at the district level and at the site level, because of the probable role of school site councils in contributing to this data, particularly the evidence that districts would need to consider? How is that changing, or how is that going to look different?
So a couple things I appreciate it is one is the practices that we're encouraging is currently the reporting window for the self-reflection tool are between about mid-August after we reset the dashboard to about mid-November. And really that, with that reporting window, it almost lends to a compliance type exercise rather than incorporated into the LCAP. Really, this is not, should not be more work. This is reflective of the work that we hope that they're doing and encouraging to do. And so part of it is a discussion that we may come back and have a discussion with you is, do we change the timing, just the reporting timing of the self-reflection tools to incorporate, and what we encourage the LEAs to do now is to incorporate this work into the development and into the cycle of their LCAP rather than waiting. Because if you wait, then it's like, I got to sit down, I got to fill out the self-reflection tool and report. That's not the intent. And so if it's incorporated into the process of the LCAP, I think it actually will minimize the work. And again, it is the work that they're doing. They're just reflecting to do part of the discussion then with the community of where we are and how can we get better with it.
Thank you, and I also want to thank the work group for putting a lot of work into this. It shows. I really like the structure. You said that we use the scale for priority 2, and I'm wondering how consistent are we with the structure and the scale with our local priorities? Because I think it's important for us to have a similar structure throughout. I think that would minimize the time that is used. I do think that if done correctly, it should increase the time. Just thinking of the school site council, and I'll let you know, my husband sits on our kids' school site council. I'll let you know if it actually trickles down. But if done correctly, I think that it would require a lot more time because you're including more stakeholders than you would just through the LCAP process. So again, kudos, but I do think we need to have a similar feel because once you get the hang of it and you know this is what's expected and it's across the local priorities and you're not changing constantly between templates. I do have a question about the template though when it comes to, it's question number 8, and it talks about legal rights. Rate the LEA's progress in supporting families to understand and exercise their legal rights and advocate for their own students and all students. What exactly are we talking about? Because I saw that there were several prompts around advocacy. Totally agree. With the legal rights, are we specifically focusing on IEPs, for instance? I was trying to figure that out, and I would wonder, like, as a parent, how would I contribute to that question?
I'll ask Lydia if she has more input on that. But not necessarily IEP, just the ability, the parents' rights to be at the school and participation, right, is to know that they're not excluded from schools, and some schools, could have that type of approach, so do that.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Lidia Renteria, consultant with the Local Agency System Support Office. I appreciate that question, especially as an English learner and as a staff member who has worked with diverse groups, including Native American students. I think that statement was purposefully left a little broader because that could differ at each community. As Jeff said earlier, for some families, such as my own, at a time that I came into school, it could be the basic right to an education and being in the classroom. In my own experience, it meant being allowed to sit with other students when I was the only English learner in that classroom. And I was not allowed to sit with the other students because I didn't speak English. So this, I think, is a it's a broad area, but it acknowledges that it could vary from area to area. We have areas that apply to students with special needs. It could be an accessibility thing. It could be broader. And it just really acknowledges that students have a right to a free and a public education, and that the purpose of family engagement is to work together as a team in partnership so that our students can get the very best education that they can. And if there is an issue somewhere, that there be a process locally where they are working to meet that goal and to make that happen. So that's one of the ways in which we can think of it.
Okay, and I think that it's important for us to clarify that during the webinar because you're right. I think that some time ago, I think they found templates where they were asking for student social security numbers. And for somebody who's undocumented, that is very threatening, right? And it's not something that the school should have collected. So it is important to have that context in mind, but I do think that that could be so broad that if not properly facilitated, you may get some answers that nada que ver, may not be relevant.
We appreciate that comment, and I will note too that there is some progress on a national level in that route. I participated recently in a webinar that was done by the Office of English Learners, I believe, OELA, and they've developed a family engagement toolkit for families of English learners as an example, and it does go into things like that. What are the rights and what are things that couldn't, that should be happening? So there's a lot out there that's already supporting that and that could be brought in easily as a support in the training piece if that is the way the board and the department wants to go.
I wanted to thank you and the work group for all the good work and the good thinking. I like the way that the prompts are drafted in a broad sense, because our local contexts are so unique throughout the state. And I also appreciate the appendix, the resources, because this is going to be stimulating conversations and dialogue between people, and we're going to be asking good questions through that process, and to have resources available so that we can explore more deeply and fully what this means is very important. People need a place to go when questions come up. So thank you. I'm very supportive of the tool. I do think it's an improvement and more useful.
Great, thank you.
I think, thank you very much.
You bet, my brother, thanks.
Great. So to conclude the item, we have attachment 3 and 4. And attachment 3 is the items under consideration for the 2019 dashboard. We're entering our 3rd operational year of the dashboard. It's hard to believe. There was a lot of changes this last year. So we're hoping for a little bit of a quieter year, not so much extreme. We're not going to send you so many things in November that it's going to take us, that makes us nervous as well about getting out the dashboard in December. But I'm going to walk through each of these individually, but first I wanted to just review what our process is. So many of these pieces on the work plan you've known about because you've told us that we needed to look at them, or we've committed to them through our Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. We've also, some of these have come into play because we've had stakeholder feedback, as we talked about earlier. So our process, and you'll hear on each of these, is that first, once we have done the appropriate staff work, we would take it to our policy committee that exists for the relevant indicator or topic. And then we would take it to our technical design group to make sure it's technically valid and sound. And then we always bring it to the California Petitioners Advisory Group. So they are meeting a couple more times this year, and they are in conjunction with meeting prior to coming to the State Board of Education. So there is several different opportunities for vetting. We do meet with stakeholder groups and membership organizations on a regular basis. And in fact, I just remembered that we had a presentation to CTA members in January on the dashboard. So we try to get to folks at their level, but we also at the state level do host several different webinars prior to coming to you for a recommendation. So we'll continue that process. So these are the 5 items that we are looking at specifically. This is something that we will put together in a memo as far as, just to give you a heads up, I'll give you a refreshed timeline. The last time we gave you a timeline of our work plan was in October of last year, but March has always been the time when we come before you in a formal presentation to ask for your guidance and make sure that we're headed in the right direction. Some of these things take months, if not years, to put together. So one of the items that you do not see here that I wanted to mention is a memo you received in February about the work on the growth model. We have partnered with the Comprehensive Center with Deb Sigmund and Eric Crane, helping us to pull together a very targeted work group to think thoughtfully about how we approach this moving forward. So we didn't want to presuppose that we would have this work done in 2019, which is why it is not here today, but it is definitely something that we continue to work on, and we will continue to update you throughout the process on that work. So to begin with, this is the assessment for the assessment indicator. We are required to bring in our California alternate assessment scores, and because we do have some alignment issues, we know this has been on our radar for several years, actually, since the development of the academic indicator. So we are putting together those simulations now about how the academic indicator will reflect not only our Smarter Balance scores, but the California alternate assessment scores for schools and districts. So this is a very technical issue, but we will take it to our technical design group. We have talked about this publicly for the last several months as far as the work plan goes. So stakeholder groups have been aware of this discussion, but we will engage, as I mentioned, through our various groups. And on this particular one, we will bring it back to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. So that is a group that has been very helpful with anything related to students with disabilities and very opinionated, actually, on these kinds of topics. So we are anticipating that we will have a recommended methodology to bring to you in September for this item.
For the 5-year graduation rate, we all had this discussion last September, and it was very apparent that we had a lot more work to do. One of the things that we are going to be reporting out on the dashboard very shortly, we're working on the visualization of this data, is the 5-year graduation rate for the class of 2017, right? So that data will be on the dashboard soon. That is what we had committed to doing. It looks a little different than everything else because there's only, of course, 1 year of data because we had to change the calculation for the graduation rate due to an audit from the Office of Inspector General from the U.S. Department of Education. So how and whether or not the board wants to actually incorporate the 5-year graduation rate into the calculation of the graduation rate is what we will bring before you. So we have done a bit of work on this already, but we do have some more work to do and with the technical design group, but also with our stakeholders to make sure that they realize that you know, there are things in the federal law that require us to treat this a little differently than we would for other pieces. So you know, the pros and cons of it is what we need to work through. So we are anticipating this to be a summer item. So in July of this year, we will bring this back to you for action. And then the 3x5 color table, I think it's best if I actually show you what this looks like. And this methodology came about actually from the grassroots level. We had small schools and districts that felt that they were being penalized for having small student populations. And we brought together a work group, I think it's been 2 years now, actually probably longer, and had one of our summer students from Stanford actually do a series of simulations in 2017. You took action on that in September of 2017. So there are a couple of the indicators that this already applies to: graduation rate, suspension rate, and chronic absenteeism. And what it does is it removes the extreme columns. So declines significantly on the left-hand side of the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen increase significantly, so that we are not harming, again, those small student populations. And what the simulations, where we got to and where the board approved was to limit it to 150 students. We had started at 250, but it's 150 students in the student group. So we are looking at applying this methodology to the college career indicator, and we will bring that back with our simulations for your consideration in July as well. So you'll have the high school indicators picked up in July. So for the status for English, the English Learner Progress Indicator, which has received, of course, a lot of attention over the last couple of years. We have, of course, transitioned our assessments from the California English Language Development Test, the CELT, to the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, the LPAC, this past year. So we have walked through on various occasions what our work plan is, but I'm just going to show you what you all approved back in July of the transition plan. So we are showing the display for LPAC, and that's, I believe, on my, it's 2 slides away, so we'll get there. We are prepared to have the status ready for this fall for the dashboard, and you would take up the cut scores for that in November, and then with the adoption of the change cut scores a year later, November of 2020, and producing a color in 2020. Now, of course, the action also required that we bring forward options for using LP to use in our eligibility list for differentiated assistance and for the lowest performing students, so for the requirements under ESSA. So those amendments were put forward. The Department of Education is reviewing the amendments. So what your action put forward in November was the submission of those amendments to the U.S. Department of Education. So beginning in 2019, again, status would be used to determine whether or not districts and schools will be eligible using the LP. So this is what the image looks like. We saw that on Twin Rivers, that the scores that our English learners are achieving from this past year on this new assessment. This is what it looks like. And then, of course, this next year, that'll be status, so there'll actually be other data behind it, as well as the student group information. So the action that we will bring forward, we're looking at September. If we can get it done earlier, we'll bring it in July. But this is, again, how the methodology could be used to identify schools and districts. The cut scores for status we would bring forward in November after we received that second data file of the assessment scores for this past test administration. And then I think this is almost there. The inclusion of additional measures in the college career indicator for students with disabilities. I know that we had preliminary scheduled a work session around the college career indicator in March, which has been moved to May. So we'll have lots of conversations in May around the college career indicator. But this is one piece that we are spending a bit of time on, is how do we make sure that our students with disabilities show up and are able to demonstrate that they have met measurements that are appropriate for them. So we are beginning the collection of information on the completion of workability program, transitional services, which are transitional services offered through the Department of Rehabilitation, and work-based learning. And that is being collected through CASEMIS, which is the student level data system for our special education students. As you heard yesterday from Kristen Wright, that system is being transitioned into CalPads this next school year. So we're really excited about having these systems aligned. But for this first administration, they've been able to do this collection through CASEMIS. The field is very, very excited about this. When we've brought it to the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and we also met with a cross-agency work group that was hosted by the Department of Rehabilitation, this has been of strong interest to them. So we will look at the data and see whether or not it's, it meets the measures and is technically valid and reliable, and bring it back to you in September as well. So with that, I just wanted to finish out the pieces for our last attachment, and I can open up to questions after that if that's okay with the chair. So we are getting out to the field. We talked about that a little bit. You can see the breadth of the presentations that we're giving in the attachment. We've reached about 6,000 people over the last couple of months. So we've been busy, but we're looking for guidance from you to make sure that the dashboard we release come December of this year is on track for your priorities as well. So with that, I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Clarify one thing as we went through the several items that are before us. It looked to me like the one that has multiple options to be considered is the 5-year graduation rate.
Yes.
And all the others have a specific recommendation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Open for questions. Lisa.
Thank you, Cindy. I do have a question about the LPI because I know that we are looking to use 2 years worth of data for identification. It's a little unclear to folks because of the way the item was written. It said under ESSA, but we're really talking about ESSA and LCFF.
That's correct.
So district and schools.
That's correct.
For the 5-year graduation rate, so ESSA calls, because we're referencing ESSA calls for more rigorous criteria. Mm-hmm. And so the options that we have are not based necessarily on a rigorous criteria, but what other states have done that have allowed them to get approval. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be great for you to come back with some data so we could see what that means. I'm leaning towards weighted because we're not necessarily establishing more rigor for the 5-year than we are for the 4. And also because, as we mentioned, or I mentioned before, for the CCI, we're only considering the students that are graduating in a 4-year cohort, not 5-year. Is that going to change as well? The CCI is based on 4-year graduation rate.
I'm going to call a friend, and I'm going to ask Jenny Singh to come up and answer the question. I don't actually know the answer to that question.
So a lot of it depends on how we decide to adopt the 5-year grad rate. If it's for information only, mm-hmm. On the dashboard, then of course we wouldn't go back and revisit the CCI. If you decide as a board to go ahead and incorporate it into an indicator, then we would probably have to go back and look at the CCI.
Okay, so there could be some changes there as well. I think it would be great for us to see that data. Again, we're not upping the rigor. We're just trying to figure out how we could use a methodology that has already been approved by other state plans.
Right.
And so for me, that doesn't sit well.
Right. Well, the U.S. Department of Education actually, the SS states that if you have a standalone 5-year grad rate, you have to have a higher goal than the 4-year grad rate. But by They have passed plans by other states who have actually combined the 4 and 5 year rate, and therefore the requirement to have a higher goal was not required to get that passed.
So we would keep it at 90% standard for 4 and 5, but then we would have to see how that plays into the CCI, right?
If we have a standalone 5 year grad rate, which I get the impression from the state board that that's not the direction you want to go in, we would have to have a higher goal. If we combine it, then we would keep with the 90% goal.
And the requirement for the flagging of schools who do not have an adequate grad rate at 67% for 4 year, we would need to set a target above that for flagging schools if we also had a 5 year grad rate counted there, right?
Not that I'm aware of. We would still keep the target at 67%.
I think you have to have a higher target if you
Well,
take.
I will certainly check that.
Yeah. Ting? I thought you were, okay, Emma, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the work. I know you want to talk about the dashboard with the English language learners and students with disabilities in September, but I'm not going to be here in September, so I'm going to put my 2 cents in. And so I want to make sure I get it. I think from like families I've heard and, meetings I sit down with, a lot of families who have students with disabilities, they want to see on the dashboard how many students are being reclassified in ELL. I mean, the conversations we were having yesterday is about intersectionality, and that is something families are going to want to have access to in the dashboard. And on a separate note, I really appreciate how you guys did a work group for parent engagement, and I was wondering if CDE can put a work group together to talk about student engagement and talking about an indicator for that, and really like tools to tell districts and LEAs like, hey, this is what student engagement looks like, because a lot of times they'll just have a student in the room and they be like, students are engaged, and they just end up tokenizing a student. And so I feel like putting in a work group to talk about what student engagement is can be very helpful, and just do it. I know it takes a while, but it's better late than never. So please think about that, appreciate it.
We will. I want to make a comment about the 5 year grad rate, but I also want to see if others have questions or comments before. Yeah,
I just think we need to consider the 5 year grad rate and take a look at how we combine that, because we try to get kids graduated by the summer of their senior year, but it doesn't always happen. And I think schools are working really hard to try to help kids catch up and meet that requirement. And so I'd really like, I think we've said all along that was really important to us, and I just like to continue to pursue how we show
and
that.
were you identifying a combined grad rate as
Well,
a
it's
preference?
yeah, I think, yes.
The option 2 that's here. Yeah. I do think it's important for us to have a 5 year grad rate, because in part it gives that incentive for schools to keep at it with students. And one of the challenges that California has is the way that alternative schools operate here. It is very different than other states, in part because we don't have incentives for schools to keep kids after the 4 year. If you're not going to graduate a child in 4 years, if they come in with very little formal education at the high school level, if they, for any reason have had to step out of high school and can't graduate in 4 years, if you don't have a 5 year option, then they are going to count as a dropout, and you're actually better off pushing them out sooner. And then that's what leads to the alternative school in and out that we have in California. So I think the 5 year graduation rate is essential for us to bring that incentive to bear. I've seen in schools in California, as well as New York and other high immigration states, that when you have a 5 or even 6 year grad rate, you get much higher graduation rates for new immigrant students who come to the country during high school, in that additional time that they can make up for often not having had any formal or very little formal education before they get here. So the question for me is, what are the different ways to calculate it? And I think these are really important ones. I could imagine the simple average as one option. If we reported both the 4 and 5 year cohort graduation rates on the dashboard, and if we were talking about the same cohort beginning in 9th grade, it says assign the performance level color to the higher of the 2 rates. Wouldn't that always have to be the 5 year rate? If it's starting, if it's the same starting cohort, you can't ungraduate someone, as far as I know.
Of course, that would always, the 5-year rate would always be higher for those schools that actually have students who graduate in 5 years.
Okay.
So a
then-
lot of schools don't have 5-year graduates.
Okay. Certainly they don't now, and maybe-
Certainly they don't now, but they may in the future.
Yeah. Okay, so that clarifies that. And then if we were to add the number of students who graduated in 5 years to the numerator and the denominator of the 4-year cohort rate, again, I'm confused about that because if it's the same starting cohort, how would you expand the denominator?
So that would be, that's a little bit different. So if we were to add the graduates into the 4-year cohort rate, we would take, for example, all the students who graduated in 2018. So that would be the 4-year cohort plus those students who actually graduated in 5 years in 2018. Gotcha. And they would be
so
added to the
they would not be the same
numerator.
starting cohort, they would be the same ending cohort, so
Yes.
to speak. Gotcha. I would love to see some, like, just modeling of that so that we would
Right.
know
We
what
have-
that looks like.
As we talked about this in September, we did not have the data file ready yet. We do now, and we have started the simulations. So we will be bringing that back to you when we come back in July with that information, and we'll probably have it in a memo for June.
Great, terrific. What would you like as we get comments from the board members in terms of guidance around this at this point? Just to hear our questions that you'll come back with data on primarily, or?
I think just to make sure that these are really the areas of focus, if we haven't missed something that you thought was going to be coming forward in 2019. As I mentioned in the beginning, we had a lot of changes in 2018. So we put forward 2 new indicators. We switched up the academic indicator. We've had a lot of questions about why did certain districts drop out of differentiated assistance from 2017 to 2018, and we really can't make those comparisons because they're 2 different dashboards. So I know that the field, there's some people in the field that don't want a lot of change. I would say this is not a lot of change. This is hopefully good change, good noise in the system. So I think a lot of these are things that we're just trying to check off our to-do list that we've been talking about for a couple of years now, and we just needed more time to and data to do some of the technical work behind it. So that would be my, if we've missed anything, by all means, this is the time to tell us. And if we're on the right track, just an affirmation that we're on the right track.
It sounds like we, would like to see some simulations for the grad rate questions, and that would come in.
That would come in July, but we'd always do a memo before that to give you a time to let it sink in. For those of you that like looking at the technical work, we'll give you a lot of tables. They're really good. Jenny and her staff are really good about
We can geek out.
Getting deep into that.
Are there other desires that people have for evidence on this? Yes, Sue.
Not specifically, I appreciate, and have seen the simulations in the past, so I think that would be helpful. One thing I would wonder about, because I know we're trying to do a workshop on CCI, whether some of this could be incorporated in the workshop notion, because it's possible we will have additional new members, and I think I just want to give a shout out to your information memo for February that did a really nice job of describing how we got to where we are with the accountability system and the funding system. And I think sometimes people don't always look at those memos, but I really want to call that one out for people's attention. But it might be that kind of, it's almost like an orientation in some ways to start out with, to lay the groundwork, because this is a lot to come into and go, oh, what about this and what about that? And it's like, ooh, how did we get to this place? So just a consideration of that. And also just to underline what you said about the growth model, again, calling out that memo, because we get a lot of letters. People, every time we get the letters, we get the growth model conversation. So I really appreciate you saying what's happening with that. I appreciate Deb working on it from the Comprehensive Center. And just so people know, it's not, we haven't forgotten it. We're still exploring it. We're trying to figure out what we would do with it. So just my recommendation would be, if we have time, to try to fold some of this into a workshop model.
I think that's a great idea. Because the college career indicator and the graduation rates are already intersected. Considering them together would be great. Tink, did you have another comment?
I just wanted, actually, a board member Sue just said exactly what I want to say about the growth model. Keep going on the growth model.
Any other? Yes. Lisa?
And I think I would also be interested in the research on 5-year, because I understand for newcomers that could be a great model for students with disabilities. But I'm also wondering what it means for students that have been in our system since the beginning. Is that encouraging or discouraging? Is it creating a tracking system? I've seen it done very well when we've had students, in particular undocumented students who have taken dual credit courses and have that 5th year has allowed them to transition into a institution of higher education and only have to cover expenses for 2 years because they're considered out-of-state tuition. And so it has really provided some great opportunities for some, but it's either at the high end or at the end where they need that additional year. But I've also seen it used to track some students. So I think research on what it means, understanding that it means something different for different student populations. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this?
So I'll bring up the item recommendation. I know that you need to take public comment, but there is action on this item that you'll need to take at some point.
Is there any public comment?
Would the following people please line up? Tom Nelson, Sandy Mendoza, Deanna Nieburn, Roberta Fonseca, Maria Rosales, Joyce Watts, April Ibarra, Miranda Martin, Carolina Perez, Araceli Simon, Robin Kien, Dean Drescher, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, Liz Guillen, Wes Smith, Martha Alvarez, and Brian Rivas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yes, please do. State your name and organization for the record, please.
Tom Nelson, San Juan Unified School District. Good day, esteemed members of the State Board of Education. Oh, hello? Oh, okay. Good day, esteemed members of the State Board of Education. My name is Tom Nelson. I am Assistant Chair of our Parent Advisory Committee for LCAP of the San Juan Unified School District. Thank you for this is important work on parent engagement. Previously, our Superintendent, Board President, and Teachers Association spoke before this board in November. I appreciated Member Rucker's comments regarding the value of school site councils, and also appreciated comments on how simply meeting compliance requirements may be an incomplete view of the situation. Similar to the importance of a child having social emotional security in relationship with their teacher, it is important for parents to have relationships with staff at their school. Parent engagement with our educational systems happens at school sites. In addition to parent engagement being a more useful indicator on LEA dashboards, an indicator of parent engagement on school dashboards would be very meaningful. And thank you.
President Darling-Hammond, State Board members, Superintendent Thurmond, and CD staff, thank you for your service. In particular, on behalf of ACTS's 18,000 members, I, Wes Smith, would like to welcome President Linda Darling-Hammond and Tony Thurmond. I know you were at the meeting in January. California students will benefit because of your participation, so thank you. I want to reconfirm that we're your allies. We've convened a task force for over a year on this subject. We've polled thousands of our members. We'll bring forward in the next 30 days some recommendations you've considered today and others. So thank you, and count ACTS in.
So it's before noon, so good morning. My name is Sandy Mendoza, and I'm with Families in Schools. And our mission is to involve parents and communities in the education of their children for lifelong success. And on behalf of the Ad Hoc Family Parent Engagement Work Group, we would really like to express our thanks and appreciation to the CDE team who led us in this discussion, facilitated this discussion, and were very patient with us. And no, we were never upset with you, Jeff. and we really do appreciate all their efforts. So we want to say as Families in Schools that we do support the adoption of the tool. The reflection tool is meant to encourage a robust conversation and hopefully change the conversation to include diverse stakeholders to meaningfully examine family engagement practices in the spirit of continuous school improvement. The tool, however, should be considered a work in progress. As such, the ad hoc committee is, sorry. Well, again, we appreciate this effort, but we hope that the work group will continue to stay because we are committed to continue this discussion and work. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deanna Niebuhr with the Opportunity Institute and the California Community Schools Network. As a participant in the ad hoc work group, I'd just like to make a couple of quick points to add to your understanding about how we developed the tool. First, we started with much more robust and detailed tools from other states. We held these tools up to the research on effective family engagement, as well as our collective expertise, and then distilled them down to the 12 key reflection questions you see in the tool you're considering today. So I'll just say quickly that I think the tool is simple but comprehensive. The second point I'd like to make is in refining the tool, we used reflection tools from the other LCFF priority areas as a kind of standard to get to parallel construction in terms of both method and length of the tool. And finally, I'd just like to highlight that we pushed ourselves to use plain language in the tool itself so that it would be equally user-friendly to school staff, families, and students. We encourage you to adopt the tool as well as the work group's recommendations to continue the work. And thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Robin Clow. I'm here representing the California State PTA. We wanted to, as members of the ad hoc committee, we wanted to discuss the proposed self-reflection tool and how it is in alignment with existing family engagement laws. ESSA requires input from families for family engagement plans and policies for Title I schools. The LCFF laws require that districts seek input from parents. And then our co-sponsored bill that went through last year, AB 2878, expands what family engagement may look like to include research-based practices such as welcoming all families into school communities, engaging in effective two-way communication, supporting public success, and empowering families to advocate for equity and access. Families as partners to inform, influence, and create practices and programs that support pupil success and collaboration. Thank you.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing CABE, a member of the Parent Engagement Ad Hoc Group. I thank the department staff for its work on the development of the self-reflection tool as shown in attachment 2. It is an improvement over the current one. However, we believe the proposed tool could be strengthened by explicitly stating a school district can use surveys and other types of data in order to support the conversations they will be facilitating on family engagement. Surveys would provide additional information on topics the tool may not address. Lastly, I would like to refer you to Californians Together letter on March 12th in your binder, specifically requesting the board to return in May with options for computing status and change using the 2 years of LPAC data and our support of inclusion of a 5-year cohort for graduation in light of the fact that ELs enter in all grade levels and they may require an additional year of instruction. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent. My name is Roberto Fonseca. I am an independent parent advocate, okay? I'm here speaking in support of the self-reflection tool because I believe this tool will support districts in aligning family engagement with current research focused on dual capacity building of a school staff and families as real partners. In fact, the family engagement research of the 80s and the 90s was focused primarily on identifying the various activities and levels of engagement parents may go through. In addition to that, this promoted programming for parents, but not for staff. This model concentrated on parents alone and left staff unattended. Despite the fact that the dual capacity framework has been out for a few years now, this particular field has not been receptive in prioritizing professional development for staff on family engagement. Hence, the urgency to make this tool an integral part of the current education reform in order to initiate substantial connections between parents, students, the staff, and the community. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board.
Superintendent. My name is April Ibarra, part of parent-teacher home visits and also participated in the ad hoc working group. And I just want to touch on the benefits of shifting to relationship-based engagement because it does lead to improved student outcomes. Parent-teacher home visits supports the adoption of this new tool because it does advocate for the effectiveness of practices that help build those positive relationships between parents and school staff to support student success. And although the PTHV practice was grown here in Sacramento, it seems to be more popular outside of California, so we believe that the adoption of this tool can better help LEAs identify the effectiveness of their current family engagement strategies and start looking to shift towards those high-impact family engagement strategies that we hear about in that dual capacity framework. Relationships based on mutual trust between educators and families is the foundation on which so many positive outcomes can be built. And as a parent and beneficiary of home visits of this evidence-based practice, this is why I support this. PTHV research does also support that as well. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Miranda Martin. I am the Policy Director at Parents for Public Schools in San Francisco. I'm also a part of the ad hoc work group. And I'm really excited to be able to have this tool introduced today. I think it's a step in the right direction. It puts the focus on deep reflection, and it also gives a framework for districts and schools to work with their stakeholders to really understand together what the dual capacity building framework looks and feels like, to look at data together, and to assess what's working and where there's room for improvement. In short, it really keeps moving us from a compliance to a continuous improvement model. We do think that there is one area where we could improve along that journey, and that is in looking at the met, not met framework. And we think that this doesn't really lead to deep reflection. It doesn't allow us to differentiate between schools or districts that are just barely meeting the requirement and those that are really far along the path.
Good morning, honorable board members, honorable superintendent. I'm Joyce Germain Watts, representing the Parent Organization Network. That's part of the work group. And I'm speaking really quickly to support for the field in implementing the new tool. Two basics to start are the need for educators and families to understand the research behind the tool and practical aspects in terms of technical assistance in using it effectively. Three critical support factors are, number one, that staff and consultants need to be engaged to have a track record facilitating dual capacity building for cross-cultural proficiency. We know that in California, educators are predominantly white, and families are persons of color, many parents themselves having experienced marginalization and voicelessness when they were students. And sometimes the conflicts may exist between families, for example, in communities, most notably where there are African American and Latino populations. So rather than dodge diversity, we would suggest that there is a shifting from trying the colorblind approach to trying the color-brave approach, to quote Melody Hobson. Also, we need time, sufficient time to build these relationships, and to thirdly, to make certain that we are actually advancing student achievement. Thank you.
Buenos días, honorables miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación de California, superintendente y asistentes.
Good morning, honorable members of the California State Board of Education, superintendent and assistants.
Mi nombre es María Rosales y soy madre de 3 hijos varones, producto de la educación pública de California, lo cual me siento muy orgullosa.
My name is Maria Rosales, and I'm the mother of 3 sons, a product of the public education of California, and I'm really proud of that.
Soy miembro de PON, Parent Organization Network, y dirijo ProEdu y represento algunos grupos de padres de las ciudades de Whittier, Norwalk y Santa Fe Springs.
I am a PON member, the Parent Organization Network, and I manage ProEdu, representing the parent groups of Whittier, Norwalk, and Santa Fe Springs.
Esta mañana vengo ante ustedes para abogar por la prioridad 3 de LCFF, los indicadores locales para la participación de las familias.
This morning, I come to advocate for LCFF, Priority 3, the local indicators for family engagement.
Y especialmente quiero abogar por las condiciones para lograr un cambio. Se necesita tiempo para construir una relación y tiempo para prepararse para facilitar o participar en discusiones productivas basadas en datos.
and specifically I want to advocate about the conditions to achieve change, the needed time to build relationships and prepare to facilitate or engage in productive discussions based on data.
El CFF y California Way se basan en el principio de participación de los grupos de interés y en el trabajo con las personas más cercanas a los estudiantes para identificar problemas y encontrar soluciones.
El CFF and the California Way are grounded in the principle of engagement with stakeholders and working with those closest to students and together identifying problems and finding solutions.
Por estos motivos, yo quiero recomendar que los distritos continúen utilizando encuestas anuales y otros tipos de datos para apoyar las conversaciones que faciliten la participación familiar. Idealmente, esto se diría específicamente en la herramienta.
For these reasons, we recommend for districts to continue using annual surveys and other types of data to support the conversations they'll be facilitating on family engagement. Ideally, this would be said explicitly on the tool.
Y que los distritos inviertan tiempo desde el principio para establecer robustas y significativas relaciones entre las familias y el personal de la escuela y el distrito. Esto al final hará que la jornada sea más gratificante para todos.
And for districts to invest time from the beginning to build robust and meaningful relationships between families and school and district staff. It at the end will make the journey more rewarding for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Carolina Perez. I'm from the San Fernando Valley, LAUSD parent for many years now, helping parents. I just want to emphasize the accountability for results in families. Engagement is a core principle of LCAF and the California Way to achieve continuous improvement and equity, but they are not held accountable for it. At the school site level, parents do not see changes in theories, benefits, practice. We don't see family engagement be prioritized as the strategy, nor field treating as equal partners. We want a standard for the local indicators that will help schools measure progress, improve practice, and take responsibility for the results instead of, fighting each other and making negative environment for the students. We want to work with educators and parents together. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Araceli Simeon, and I'm a parent in the Walnut Valley area, but also I'm project director for PON and a CPAC member. And so to conclude all the various presentations that you just heard, my comment is that even though the reflection tool is not perfect, as mentioned, it's a work in progress. We definitely advocate for its adoption because we believe it's ready to get started, to get the field started on a continuous improvement cycle. We can continue talking about it. We have to get in the field and start collecting some data that will help the state also develop a system of support for family engagement. And I think identifying what practices are being used in the field is a step in the right direction to accomplish that. And to reiterate, we also want to clarify, who's responsible for family engagement. We don't have a division within CDE. And the community engagement initiative it's only implied, so clarification would be beneficial to the field and to advocacy. Thank you.
Superintendent Thurmond, President Darling-Hammond, members of the board, I'm Dean Drescher here on behalf of EdVoice. Congratulations to President Darling-Hammond and welcome. As noted by fellow members of the Equity Coalition, we believe the dashboard could be improved by including an indication of the schools that have been identified under ESSA. That includes CSI, TSI, and ATSI schools. We believe this is necessary and helpful to align with the stated goals of transparency and continuous improvement. And this information would also be useful to parents and students and community members. Additionally, we continue to encourage the state's adoption of a student growth model and its incorporation into the dashboard. So we're with you, board member Sun, keep going on the growth model. And with this board, we really hope and encourage you to seize the opportunity to make meaningful change for students and to act with a sense of urgency. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm Brian Rivas speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. We believe the dashboard is improved, so we thank you for that. But as my colleague from EdVoice just mentioned, we think the next highest priority as far as additions to the dashboard should be a growth indicator or a measure of student growth. It's good to hear that you haven't forgotten about it. It's one of the most important things when it comes to equity work because it tells us whether or not we're getting accelerated achievement for students who are lagging behind. 40 other states have found a way to do it, including the core, or also the core districts here in California. So we would ask that you place a high priority on making a growth measure an indicator on the dashboard. I agree with my colleague from EdVoice about the need for greater transparency around low-performing schools and districts identified for differentiated assistance. We'd like to see that noted so that communities know when their district and school has been identified and take up opportunities to participate in improvement. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Lillis on behalf of Teach Plus. We work with classroom teachers from around the state who are invested in systems change at all levels in California, not just to influence it, but actually to lead it. And just associating myself with my colleagues from the LCFF Equity Coalition, we're excited for this moment. It's March, right? It's when the board sets priorities for how we're going to update and add to the dashboard. So we hope that there's a continued conversation about really where you want the department to focus. A few things. Growth models, yes, growth model. We're all very interested in a growth model. A few other issues that we wanted to raise up. First was this issue of looking at teacher misassignment. Board Member Strauss mentioned the data agreement we now have between CDE and CTC that allows us to have more meaningful analysis around misassignment and workforce data, and I think it's a real opportunity to look at distributional issues about students having access to appropriately assigned and effective educators, and I think that's critically important and something to look at. As well as, again, sort of going back to the issue of English learners, we feel like the current measure of an average yellow, doesn't really reflect the diversity of experience and outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ephraim Mercado from Children Now. We want to congratulate Dr. Darling-Hammond on your appointment and the state board. I took the picture from this morning about the all-female board and sent it to my mom and sister who are teachers and my daughter who's 14, and they're all really excited about it. My son is not interested in education. I don't know why. He says my job is boring, but anyway. Want to say congratulations on the dashboard. It is evolving really well. We're really excited. The functionality that Cindy showed this morning is great. I think we're going the right direction. Obviously, in our letter, we highlight student growth. We think it's an important indicator because of the behaviors that it really encourages, and echo Brian Rivas' comments about equity. We also really want to focus on the LP. We think that we should also be able to use that for the LCFF identification if we can do it for ESSA, and it was unclear if we are doing that or not, so if we can clarify that. And also wanted to echo the priority 3 comments from the ad hoc work group and our friends from Families and Schools in Pond. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. First of all, we want to congratulate you, President Darling-Hammond, on your new position, and congratulate all of us in California as a result of that. I want to echo the comments made by our partners in the Equity Coalition and reinforce 2 points. We agree that there should be state indicators for teacher credentialing and misassignment. If you recall, the local indicators definition of not having statewide data no longer applies to these elements. And so we think it's time for that, and we think it should be put on the work plan for one of the next indicators to flesh out. The second point is that we want to reinforce the recommendations made by our Equity Coalition partners around the new reflection tool for parent engagement. While it's definitely a step in the right direction, we know that there will be some implementation issues, so we appreciate the call for more guidance and training. Thank you.
That closes our public comment, and now we're really in a position to consider the motion that has been recommended by the department. Sue?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make the motion around the self-reflection tool. I just wanted to, before I do that, say a couple things. First, I want to say how much I honor and respect the work of the work group and all the folks who came to talk about it today. But I'm also cognizant of, I think, the comments, especially of Board Member Sun, that I worry a little bit about the length of it. I worry a little bit about what might be an unintended consequence where it's intended to be a very thoughtful, reflective activity. It looks like it could be a compliance document and become more of sort of a checklist. So I want to, and I appreciate what Araceli said, I think we want to see how this works in the field. So I really want to move it along. But I also want to be purposeful about saying, let's come back in a year and look at it and say, how did it go? Did it work the way we thought it was going to? And also just to clarify that there's nothing that prevents LEAs from continuing to do surveys if that's what they would like to do. I felt like there was a little bit of a tension about that. But so with that said, I would like to move the department's recommendation that we approve the proposed revision to the self-reflection tool for priority 3.
All right, is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Ting. Any further discussion? Hearing none, and we're close to lunch, I will call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes. Woo. Nice to get something done. And the other part of the recommendation is really that we can, we provide guidance, which we've been doing on changes to the work plan. I'd like to just pick up on one comment that was made in the public comment about the utility of having indicators of teacher credentialing and misassignment, which are sort of part of our equity plan for educator equity. And of course, those are for reporting purposes, not for accountability purposes, and would be a good thing to include in the work plan. Any other advice or counsel to the staff as we're moving the work plan along? Yes, Eileen?
So I know we've been talking about the growth plan with a growth model and a commitment to move forward. So Cindy, do you just want to highlight again, because we heard it in several of the comments, of what the plan is to go forward and when the timing is of us to have some of the updated reporting?
Sure. So we have brought together, as I mentioned, a work group. Actually, the Comprehensive Center has brought together a work group with guidance from the State Board of Education staff and the California Department of Education. We will be meeting again in April, and I believe we have something set in May, or one of the two. So we are trying to figure out what everybody means by a growth model, because it means different things to different people. So we're trying to get on the same page. And so as we meet, after we meet, we will be providing you memos on the progress of that definition. And from there, we will need to re-engage and do simulations on the most latest data that we have. So there is, the policy work is ahead of us, but there's also going to be some technical work ahead of us, which is why, again, you do not see it on the work plan for 2019. It is ongoing work. I don't have, I can't presuppose that we're going to have it done in time to release with, or you will have a decision in time to release for the December dashboard, but we are working towards that.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And I think it would be great to see what other states have done. I know that has been referenced here. There's 30 other states, and here in California, we have the core districts. So, they've already invested a lot of time into that student growth indicator. It would be great for us to learn from them.
We have.
And see, yes. Okay.
They are on the work group.
I want to learn from them too.
We are.
So we could bring them. It would be great to see how they actually use it. I'm in a core district as a parent, and I haven't quite used that indicator. So it would be great to see how it could be applied from a stakeholder and user perspective.
Great.
Can I ask one more question on that, since it's on our table? I will go back and read that wonderful document that Sue has reminded us about. Is there in there or somewhere else available sort of a listing of the ways in which growth modeling is being done in the other 40-some states that are doing it?
Yes, we definitely did a survey as we looked at this over the last 18 months or the last 10 years, since it's definitely been a topic of discussion in the state for a long time. So we definitely have done a survey and we are engaged with national experts on this, so we can.
So that's something you can make available.
We can definitely
for
provide
anybody
that
who wants to
too.
geek out on this. We have a lot of documents. Thank you.
Well, and we are, just since you are the newest member of the board, we are working in strong collaboration with our testing contractor, who has done some of this work on our behalf. So ETS has done several papers that we have provided that are very technical, and I'm sure you would.
I've read a couple of them, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think we have given you all the advice that we have to give at this moment. I'm told that our lunch is outside the door, and so we'll invite those of you who are here for the first part of the meeting to depart as we go grab our food over the next 15 minutes or so. In the afternoon, we will be having public hearings on 2 charter renewal requests, and we'll be back here to take those up around noon. All right, thank you.
So this is item 18, the renewal petition of the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education, considering Magnolia Science Academy from Santa Ana. This was denied by Santa Ana Unified. So first we're going to hear from Lisa Costancio, our Director of the Charter Schools Division, and then we'll hold a public hearing. Lisa, thank you.
Sound like you can't. Hello, is that better? Okay. I added a few slides in here just as some general overview of the type of appeals that come before the state board. It won't take too long, but I thought just to give a general overview for President Darling-Hammond and see if there's any general questions about our processes and oversight and the role of the Charter Schools Division in this process. So thank you again. My name is Lisa Constancio. I'm the Director of the Charter Schools Division here at CDE. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the charter school authorization process, the appeals that come before the State Board of Education, a little bit of the overview of the type of appeals that we get and what we've seen, a summary of the current State Board authorized charter schools, and then the role of the department and CDE in this process as staff to the State Board of Education. So the types of appeals that we typically get are those for an establishment of a school under State Board authorization after local denial, renewal of an existing State Board authorized charter school like we have on the agenda today, renewal of existing charter schools denied by the local authorizers, and a material revision for existing State Board authorized charter schools like the one we was on the agenda yesterday. For an establishment, the Education Code 47605 defines that, in this case, the State Board shall not deny a petition unless it makes written findings. And the written findings are described here, and you typically will hear me say why we've made a recommendation one way or another, whether it's a sound educational program, whether it's likely to successfully implement, whether it has a required number of signatures, the affirmations, and then if it meets the reasonable comprehensive description of the charter elements. But this is the section in Education Code that we use when we're reviewing and analyzing an establishment of a charter school. You also have copies of these presentations in your boxes too, just because I know that that some of the charts will get a little small, so you have some of the copies of these as well. In terms of renewals, charter school petition for renewal of their charter school, they come before us every 5 years or prior to the end of the charter term. We have seen some that have come to us after, say, a 3-year term, so it depends on the end of the charter term. Renewals are granted by the authorizer for a period not to exceed 5 years. We consider increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served as the most important factor in renewal criteria. We consider past performance of a school's academic, finances, operation, and future plans for improvement as part of that process. And charter schools authorized by the State Board are required to submit a renewal petition to the authority that originally denied the charter first. So they have to go back to that local entity, that school district, before they can come back before the State Board of Education. So the renewal criteria under 47607, so before renewal consideration, a charter school that has been in operation for 4 years shall meet at least one of the 4 criteria. So 3 of these criterias, and I'm just going to move to the other slide. still talk about API. So due to the suspension of API, and because the API ranking of schools is no longer required, the 1 through 3 is not applicable to charter renewals at this time. But requirement 4 is still applicable. So the entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise be required to attend. So you'll see this as part of our comparison as we talk about each of these schools and their renewal criteria, what their performance is in comparison to the other schools where the students would otherwise attend. And then it goes on to say, as well as the academic performance of the schools in the school district in which the charter school is located, taking into account the composition of the pupil population that is served at the charter school. So additionally, since API has not been calculated as of 2013-14, the Ed Code section allows for alternative measures to show increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils school-wide and among numerical significant pupil subgroups. CDE uses CASP scores. We use CASP, and then we also use the dashboard as our alternative measures. So you'll see in the comparison charts that we'll talk about in the items today that we have done our comparisons based on CASP scores. So you'll see that, and then we'll talk a little bit also about the dashboard. I've included that, those slides in this as well, and Cindy's helped me interpret those, so we'll talk a little bit about those as we kind of go through them today. So material revisions during the term of the charter, the school may request an amendment of its current approved charter. May only be with the approval of the authority that initially granted the charter. Material revisions are governed by the standards in 47605. And additionally, the MOU between the state board and each of its authorized charter schools does address this process as well. So we do talk about the process for material revision. And like yesterday's, we considered that change in admission preferences material. So that's why we did have them come back in for a material revision before the state board yesterday. Oops. Appeal timelines. Petitioners submit to the local school district review and approval first. If they're denied there, they may elect to appeal to the County Board of Education within 120 days. If denied by the county, the petitioner may elect to appeal to the state board. Appeals must be received by us, by the state board, no later than 180 calendar days after the denial of at the County Office of Education. We then have 120 days to act on the appeal. And when I typed this next line, I thought of Trish Williams in the back of my head. But the state board conducts a de novo review. So she was always the one to remind us of this at each of our meetings. We do an independent analysis of the petition, and written findings are required for the denial of the petition. Just a quick summary of the current state board authorized charter schools. We have 33 state board authorized charter schools. Another one of those is a state board benefit charter that has 7 sites. So you'll often hear me say 40 because I count all of those sites, makes me feel better. And then we also have 7 all charter districts that are authorized by the state board with oversight conducted by the County Office of Education. So a little bit about the role of CDE. The Charter School Division as staff to the State Board, we thoroughly review and analyze all appeal documents, including educational program, academic performance, fiscal viability, and their prior history. Appeals are first presented to the ACCS, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, a month before the State Board meeting, and then the appeals then are presented to the State Board for action. In our oversight role, CDE provides oversight to the charters, as I mentioned, that are authorized by the state board. We do monthly calls with them, annual site visits. We review all their fiscal reports from their interim reports to their audits each year. And then we provide technical assistance to the schools. CSD, we provide the following annual memos also to the state board. So we do an annual review of each school's academic performance. We're actually having the conversations now of what that will look like as a memo, considering all that we have now with the dashboard. So we're having conversations about what that academic memo will look like to you. And also we do an annual review of each school's fiscal viability. So typically you'll have a memo from us in around June for the academics, and then in August for their fiscal viability. Okay, so I'll stop now in case anyone has any questions for me right now.
Member Burr?
let me get the food out of my mouth. Just if you could go back maybe to the slide that is the timeline, Lisa. I just wanted to clarify a couple things.
This one?
It says if denied, the petitioner may elect to appeal to the county board. I have two questions. Do they have the option to bypass the county? And secondly, if they do go to the county, is the county required to act?
My understanding is they cannot bypass the county unless it was a state board school that was up for renewal. Then they can come directly. Judy, is that correct? Just want to make sure I'm saying that right.
If it's a state board authorized charter school, when they're coming up for renewal, they do not have to go to the county.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just a petition to establish a new school, then yes, they do need to go to the county. Yeah. But the county does not have an obligation to act.
I'd like to say for the record, if people are contemplating changes to the charter law, I think the county should be required to act. Because the original intent of the charter law way back when in 1992, when I was working for Senator Hart, was that the decision should be made at the local level to the extent possible at all. And so allowing the district first, which, and of course that's the preferred option, but then allowing a county, which also knows the community much better than we do here, was the preferred options in terms of appeal. So it surprised me when I first got on the board and would occasionally see charter petitions up here that the county just had refused to act on. So I just don't think that should be an option. And I know that this is kind of for you, Lupita, as we're thinking about ways to improve the charter law. I do think that there should be, if we're going to have an appeal mechanism, a requirement that the county act on the appeals before them.
Lisa, would you go back to the slide where you talked about comparison of the local performance? Yes.
Okay, yes.
So do you want to clarify that? Because you said that our CD division actually helped you with our CASP comparison. So just to remind us, because this is something that I think is important for us to understand as we look at the charter appeals this afternoon.
Okay, so we are required to do a comparison. So you'll hear me, we'll have a chart, you'll each have a chart before you that has the CASP scores from 2015, 16 all the way through for the 4 years for ELA and math, and it'll have it not only for the school that is up for renewal, but it'll have for the comparison schools that CDE has selected. So we take a look for Magnolia, for example, I think we did 5 schools, and then we also included the district CASP scores. So we take 5 schools that are comparable in demographics, in grade level, in students served, and also in the schools that these students would otherwise attend. So both of the schools today are TK through 12. So that there is a challenge in that at times, but I think we do our best to try and align what we think would be those comparable schools and where these schools would, these students would otherwise attend. So we'll get into that a little bit more, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So are we, any more questions from any board members? So are we ready for the public hearing now? Okay.
Not yet. I have to,
Okay,
sorry,
go ahead.
I'm not done talking. Sorry about that. Now we'll get to the item. So item number 18 is Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana, and they are before the board for renewal. So a brief timeline, Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana is currently a state board authorized charter school with a charter term that expires June 30th of this year. Pursuant to the Ed Code section, they submitted a renewal petition to the authority that originally denied the charter, Santa Ana Unified, on August 2nd, 2018. On October 9th, the Santa Ana Unified School District denied the renewal petition by a vote of 4-1. November 19th, the petitioner submitted a petition on appeal to the State Board of Education. The California Department of Education is recommending that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the request to renew Magnolia Santa Ana, a transitional TK through 12 school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. The recommendation is based on the petition being consistent with sound educational practice and does perform overall at least equal to the comparable district schools where the majority of the pupils would otherwise attend. They also are demonstratively likely to implement the programs set forth in the petition, and they are fiscally viable and have a reasonable comprehensive description of the charter elements. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools met on February 5th, 2019. The Advisory Commission moved staff recommendation to approve the petition to the State Board. The motion passed unanimously by a vote of 6-0. 2 commissioners were not in attendance, and there is currently 1 vacancy on the commission. A little bit of background on the school. It is operated by Magnolia Public Schools, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. Magnolia Public Schools has served pupils for over 20 years and currently operates 10 schools, including this one, Magnolia Santa Ana. And the entire 10 schools have about 4,000 pupils in grades TK through 12. The mission and vision of the Magnolia Public Schools is to provide a college preparatory educational program emphasizing STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math, by offering a comprehensive learning experience through site-based instruction, hands-on learning, and foundation skills that are relevant and inspiring. MSA Santa Ana currently serves 670 pupils in TK through grades 12. And if they are renewed, they intend to grow to 895 pupils by 2023-24. Upon approval in 2014, the school operated a temporary facility serving 170 pupils in grades 6 through grade 12. 2016-17, they built a private facility within Santa Ana to serve 1,100 pupils in TK through grade 12. And in doing this, they tripled their enrollment in 1 year. MSA SA Santa Ana TK through grade 12 program is currently located in the Santa Ana Unified School District on a private facility located in Santa Ana. And in terms of the facility as well, we'll talk about this when it comes to their fiscal viability and their reserve, but they did also come through the state bond program to actually to acquire this facility. So they do have state bond Prop 1D funds as part of the facility. So again, just a little bit about the renewal criteria. The entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the pupil schools the charter schools would otherwise have been required to attend, and as well as academic performance in the school district in which the charter school is located, taking into account the composition of the pupil population that is served at the charter school. Renewal criteria under alternative measures. As I mentioned, API has not been calculated since 2013-14. The Ed Code section provides for the following in determining whether a charter is meeting legislative or programmatic requirements. Alternative measures that show increases in pupil academic performance for all groups and among numerically significant subgroups shall be used. Again, CDE uses CASP scores and the dashboard as our alternative measure criteria for purposes of renewal. So to touch base a little bit more about comparable schools, we selected 5 schools where pupils would otherwise be required to attend and are comparable in that they have similar enrollment for similar significant subgroups. So the 5 schools that we selected have a variety of grade spans from grades K through 5, K through 8, grades 6 through 8, and also 9 through 12. CDE has determined that the CASP data demonstrates that MSA Santa Ana does perform at least equal to the schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend for all pupils school-wide and among their subgroups. So here's one of the charts. I know it's a little small here, but you do have it in your handout that does do that comparison that I talked about earlier with the comparison schools and the CASP scores. So on the top is MSA Santa Ana and their scores from 2015 in ELA and in math, and then going across to 2017-18. And then in relation to their comparable schools that we selected below there, and then at the very bottom then in comparison to the district. So we can always come back to that if anyone has questions. The next slide is is always an attachment that's included as part of your item. It's the demographic data for the surrounding schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend, and it's the demographic data of those comparison schools that CDE has selected. So that is included in your packet as well. Okay, this is where I'll channel Cindy or make sure or pull her up if I need her. So we did take a look at the dashboard as well for 2017. And so we pulled up the dashboard indicators for this school. They are, as you can see here, green in suspension rate and orange in ELA and math. So it does also talk about their enrollment, their socioeconomic status, English learners, and then the foster youth percentage. And then we also did the same for 2018. We pulled up the dashboard indicators for 2018 as well. And again, they're still orange in ELA and math, and then here in chronic absenteeism in orange and yellow in the suspension rate. So we dug a little bit more into the dashboard to give you a little bit more information, and particularly in terms of where the EL progress was. So this chart shows 2018 ELA math, English learner progress, and then the college career ready results. So the breakdown again of them being in orange for ELA and math, they're the points below standard, whether they declined in both ELA and math, and in here they did, and also where the English learner progress is. And then as we continue, we also pulled up the chronic absenteeism and then the graduation rate, which at this point doesn't have a color on the dashboard. So then we took a look at the student group data. So in 2018, their overall all students was orange. For the subgroups for English learners, Hispanic, socioeconomic, and students with disability, also orange. And then for homeless youth was yellow. And then continuing along that by performance level of those subgroups, the English learners here, Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and then the students with disabilities. We did the same for math, first pulling up the dashboard results for student group details for 2018, and then continuing along that by performance level for 2018. In terms of alternative measures, the school met the renewal criteria pursuant to 47607. So we did review the additional alternative measures information that they submitted. They did reflect increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils. However, the data presented relies on assessments for which CDE lacks independent confirmation of their reliability, validity, fairness, and alignment. So we did speak, actually, Michelle was the one, Michelle Center kind of helped me with this, but this, because we cannot independently verify some of this information, we can't make an assessment on that, so we use the CASP data as the way to make the assessment for renewal. Excuse me. The school did a comparison on 2016-17 CASP results for their chosen comparable schools, and they've determined that in ELA, 39% of elementary pupils met exceeded standards and outperformed 18 out of 12 comparison schools. They also determined that in math, 29% of elementary pupils met exceeded standards and outperformed 16 out of 20 comparison schools. And that's what the next chart actually displays. The first one is about their elementary schools and the comparisons, the comparison schools that they did. And then the following chart is a comparison of middle schools, since they are TK through 12. So they did a comparison of elementary schools and middle schools in their comparison. The Santa Ana Unified School District report concluded that the MSA petition presented an unsound educational program, and they made their findings based on Ed Code section 47605. They did not consider whether the overall academic performance of the pupils in grades 3 through 8 and 11 is at least equal to the academic performance of the pupils where they would have otherwise attended. And the staff report did not include comparable school data for the last 4 years that the school was in operation. The staff report also did not consider increases in pupil achievement for the groups as the most important factor in determining whether to grant the renewal criteria. Past history with the state board, since they have been one of our schools, they are in compliance with the petition and the MOU between the charter and the state board. We have listed here letters of concerns that we had sent to them over 2015 and 2018, so you have that information. But CDE did determine over that time that their responses to the concerns were sufficient. So we have been sufficient with their responses in each of these areas of concern. In their ability to implement, we have concluded they are fiscally viable with positive ending fund balances, and I'll talk a little bit about why these are in the millions here in a minute. So there's a $7.6 million positive ending fund balance for 18-19 through 2020-21, and a $7.7 million fiscal year ending fund balance for 19-20, 21-22. So out of that, out of those, the millions, the 7.7 million, there is 7 million that is restricted, that is a restricted fund for the Prop 1D facility. So they can't touch that. That is specific to the funds that are going towards building this facility through the state bond program. So they got that money, the 7 million, from the state. They're still due another 1.7 million for the charter school facility grant program, but that is restricted. So even if we pull that out, they still have a 6% reserve for 18-19 through 21-22, excluding the $7 million. Is that, I tried to make that clear, but I'm not sure if that was completely clear. Okay, I'll come back to it. Okay. Fiscal year 18-19, their first interim report projects a positive ending fund balance and reserves. We've reviewed their audited financial data from the 17-18 audit report, and they had an unqualified status and unqualified audit opinion with no significant audit findings. So they had a clear audit report. We also reviewed the charter elements and felt they have a reasonably comprehensive description of those charter elements. So in summary, CDE staff is recommending approval. The petition is consistent with sound educational practice and does perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools where the majority of the pupils would otherwise attend. And then in addition to that, they are demonstratively likely to implement the program, fiscally viable, and we feel that they have a reasonable comprehensive description of the charter elements. So that concludes my presentation for Magnolia. Any technical
Lisa, thank you so much for you and your staff and the thorough presentation and analysis. So we're going to have a public hearing now. And so just for those members of the audience, let me kind of tell you what the procedure will be. First of all, there'll be the petitioners will have 10 minutes. And then after that, we'll hear from the district. They'll also have 10 minutes. And then as part of the public hearing, if you've not presented as part of the presentation, we will have public comment limited to 1 minute, and we'll ask the audience to introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, what you represent, and then our staff, because we have a lot of testimony, our staff will tell you when your 1 minute is up. We'd ask you to respect that so that everybody gets a chance to get their voice heard, and we have lots of people waiting because, as you know, we have more than one hearing today. So. And then once that's done, we will close the public hearing and then the board will discuss and debate it. Okay, so with that, I hereby open the public hearing on Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana. And would the petitioners come forward? You now have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President Linda Darling-Hammond. Congratulations on your appointment. Distinguished board members, my name is Alfredo Rubalcaba. I'm the CEO and Superintendent of Magnolia Public Schools and also a founding teacher of our first ever Magnolia, which opened its doors in 2002. I want to first thank the CDE staff and the Charter School Division for working with us very diligently throughout our authorization and through this process. Has been super helpful. I just want to take the time to acknowledge our families and students and teachers who did travel from Santa Ana on bus today. So, si por favor se pueden poner de pies, padres, familias. Gracias. So we've been working with the our Santa Ana community since 2009, and we've been able to create a great partnership. We've been able to create a magnificent school with a state-of-the-art facility, which has resulted in us graduating over 50 students since our inception, which we're very proud of. And I want to turn it over to the team from Santa Ana so you could hear more about our wonderful school.
Good afternoon, distinguished board members. My name is Varol Gürler. I have been honored to serve Magnolia Science Academy as a principal last 3 years. And during the 2014-2019 charter term, MSA Santa Ana has had many educational program and student achievements and accomplishments, and I would like to highlight some of them. And last year we had 6 years of WESC accreditation with high recommendations. And again, last year we have an MTSS grant, and we're implementing with California SAMS grant. It was a great support for us. Thank you for that. And then we have Title I Achievement Award in 2019. And 2 of our high school students were accepted in U.S. Naval Academy Summer STEM program with full scholarship. Our students received several awards in Orange County Science and Engineering Fair in 2015, and one of our students became a National History Week finalist. MSA Santa Ana is a transitional kindergarten to 12th grade program with a college-going culture. We have 92% college graduation rate in 2017-18 years, and this rate is higher than the state and local school district. Our students have been accepted in several colleges and universities, some of them UC Berkeley, UC Davis, Irvine, San Diego, Sacramento State. We have students in California, Fullerton, Long Beach, East Bay, and Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising. Thank you. Now I'm turning my presentation to my team member about student achievement.
My name is Kobe Luciani, and I am a founding teacher of Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana, where I taught English for 8 years, and now I'm the secondary dean of academics. MSA Santa Ana has historically outperformed local district averages in the English Language Arts, or ELA, section of the SBAC. Our students' proficiency rates jumped from 53% of students meeting or exceeding standards in 2015 to 73% of students meeting or exceeding standards in 2016, which was well above district and state averages. In 2017, even with a significant change in our demographics and numbers, 47% of MSA Santa Ana students met or exceeded the ELA standards, 17% above the local district's rate. In our next slide, MSA Santa Ana students outperformed their peers in the local district in the math section of the SBAC tests. MSA Santa Ana increased its 2015 SBAC proficiency rates from 38% of students meeting or exceeding standards in 2015 to 46% of students meeting or exceeding standards in 2016. In 2017, after the demographic shift in student population, the percentage of MSA Santa Ana students meeting or exceeding the standards was 32%, higher than the local district's rate of 22%. In our next slide, SBAC performance over the years, I would like to emphasize that we are very much a data-driven school, from the admin to the teachers to the college counselor to the paraprofessionals, meaning that we celebrate even the smallest growth in each of our student groups. Now I would like to turn the presentation about student growth over to my team member.
Hello, my name is Maria Rao, and I'm a founding elementary teacher at Magnolia Science Academy in Santa Ana. I've taught 5th and 6th grades for 10 years. For the past 2 years, I serve as the elementary dean of academics. In this slide, MSA Santa Ana uses measures of academic progress, or MAP assessments. This is our internal growth data comparing fall 2017 to fall 2018. We celebrate that our elementary grades are on target and trending to meet our growth projected targets for both ELA and math. We support our middle schoolers with strategic intervention strategies and individual data goal conferencing. In this slide, we have a strong reclassification rate at 28.1% because of our internal MAP and IAB assessments that we are constantly monitoring. Our English Learner Advisory Committee, or ELAC, meets quarterly to support English learners as well as provide input for our School Site Council, or SSC, committee. Once on campus, you will see our classrooms rich in SEDI strategies, the CHATS framework, and our TK through 12 curriculum has ELD embedded and differentiated for all content areas, and it's both integrated and designated. Students are exposed to acquiring English with realia, academic rich language, and word walls throughout our campus. As a fully inclusive school, we take pride in the performance of our students with disabilities that make up 15% of our population. Classroom teachers partner with our SPED teachers as well as our paraprofessionals. Back to Mrs. Luciani.
Last spring, we collaborated with all stakeholders and came up with a list of 10 goals that we are focusing on for this school year. They all follow our LCAP goals, including multiple academic goals and multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS goals, and we revisit them monthly in staff and admin meetings. And now back to Mrs. Rao.
Continuous improvement is a culture at MSA Santa Ana and is driven through our LCAP, our WASC, SIPSA, and strategic action plans. We use Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles, or PDSAs, to identify and define stakeholder engagement. We create a welcoming and culturally responsive school climate, and we implement a roadmap based on our stakeholder engagement surveys. In our school, parents know who to go to in addressing any concerns. These are the processes that drive the development and implementation of continuous improvement at MSA Santa Ana. Mrs. Luciani.
As a team of educators, we are always looking to improve and constantly reflect. For MTSS, MSA Santa Ana is a grant recipient where we follow a 3-tiered academic, behavioral, and social emotional support model. We consider all 3 to be very important. All means all. We have partnered with Western Youth Services, Help Me Grow, OC Health, OC Family Justice, and Planned Parenthood, and continuously hold professional development sessions from the Orange County Department of Education, El Dorado SELPA, and other educational experts from various fields. Mrs. Rao.
This year, if you could do the slide, thank you. This year, we are blessed with the ACES grant, which has allowed us to offer a plethora of options for our students from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. at night. At MSA Santa Ana, learning does not stop at 3 p.m. The clubs and tutoring are offered by our credentialed and committed teachers. Adopting a partnership philosophy or a sharing power is vital and seen throughout our stakeholder surveys. We encourage our families to be involved in the leadership of our PTF, our SSC, ELAC, and Coffee with Admin. In this slide, our monthly food bank, in partnership with our community partner, Official, No One Left Behind, prepares boxes with food and other necessary living items for our Santa Ana families and the surrounding communities. If you don't know the needs of the community, you don't know how to educate the child. Our on-site parent and community engagement coordinator works to bridge our school with our family and community networks. In this slide is just a few of our scheduled community outreach events that we would just like to highlight.
Time.
These are the pictures of our phenomenal and recently built gym that we hold assemblies and other sporting events and community gatherings.
So I have to thank you. Make your closing comment. To make sure you make your closing comment. Did you say what you needed to say in your closing?
Yes. Just thank you so much on the behalf of Magnolia Science Academy. I'd like to say thank you so much for your time and your attention to our Honorable State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, to our newly appointed Linda Darling-Hamilton, and to the rest of our members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Magnolia, for your presentation. And now I'd like to call the district up, and you will also have 10 minutes. Let's get their slides ready for them. Lisa, can we help them get ready? We have a different computer? Okay. Great. Welcome, Santa Ana. Let's get you on before we start your 10 minutes. Make sure we can hear you and make sure your slide's hooked up.
Testing.
Okay, you're
All right.
testing, but we can't see any slides. Do you have any slides or not?
We do not.
Okay, fine.
All right. Good afternoon, Board President,
Dr. Darling-Hammond, State Board of Education, Santa Ana community that's here, community and audience. We are here today representing Santa Ana Unified School District. I am Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Sonia Llamas, Assistant Superintendent of K-12 School Performance and Culture. The charter school movement imagined that charter schools would be directed and led by teachers who would be granted freedom to try new solutions outside of the district, principal-imposed rules, and without the constraints of union representation. Charters were to focus on creativity and innovation in learning rather than rote learning or performance on standardized tests. Charter schools were to work collaboratively and in harmony with school districts in an effort to catch children who would otherwise fall through the cracks. This has not necessarily been the case, specifically in Santa Ana. Many charter schools today have become something very different, as corporations, not educators, are increasingly involved in setting their direction. Charter schools have become competitors with traditional public schools for funding and for students. Due to the LCFF funding formula and our high unduplicated student count in Santa Ana, we have seen a surge of charters attempting and succeeding in gaining residents in our community. Charter schools have high rates of principal and teacher turnover, which we also continue to witness in Santa Ana. They continue to offer a basic program and not the robust program that SAUSD offers our students and families. We are invested in our community and in building our future leaders, which is why we are here. In the age of declining enrollment, and even across the state, we as a school district find ourselves attempting to sustain numbers with subpar charter programs taking our students. Although we have authorized 5 charter schools under our board's direction, we have an additional 12 which our board has not authorized, and a county board who continues to overturn our board's authority, thus circumventing local control. This was not the intent of charter schools. We work with our locally authorized charters and are challenged with the additional 12 who do not offer the facilities, instructional program, and support services which SAUSD provides to our community. In the past, we have met with charter school representatives who have a difficult time explaining to us how they are going to provide something different, something special, innovating, or meeting the needs of our diverse students. We recently had a petition from a different charter that after meeting with us, they presented their petition and was denied by our board. As most charters do, they appealed to the county board. In this case, this charter made the right decision not to appeal to our county office of education because I speculate that it was probably difficult for them to compete with our results. The Magnolia petition raises several questions. Why would we elect to support a charter if it did not present itself with a sound instructional program? We would not expect that of our schools, and we do not expect it of the charter schools that we authorize and oversee. There are many issues with Magnolia's petition, which I will outline in a few points. No local teacher designed products or student products were included in the charter, which the district cannot determine whether MSA teachers and students are actually doing at the Santa Ana site. No examples of actual student projects, teacher design tests, portfolios, no local examples of inquiry-based instruction, curriculum maps, differentiated instruction, formative and diagnostic assessments, adaptations for English learners, low-achieving students, special education students, all of which are mentioned in the petition. It is surprising that the petition included no local examples of teacher-student portfolios, which obtaining such examples would have been easy because the school is close by. Because there are no examples of local course outlines, curricula, lesson plans, portfolios, classroom measurements, and other real-time instructional documentation, 1, neither the petition nor 2, its submitted supporting documentation, nor 3, its local website can give a clear picture of whether the school has a sound educational program. There are absolutely no examples of high school course outlines in the petition, nor in the supporting documents, nor on the website. It cannot be discerned from either the MSA SA website or the petition which of the courses listed in the petition are actually being offered at the Santa Ana site. Aside from CASP and other local data, much of the rest of the petition is generic in nature. By switching out the small amount of local information, this document could have easily been submitted as a petition in any of the authorized Magnolia charter schools throughout the state. Not until we posted our agenda did Magnolia provide additional data, but that data was not representative of our lottery schools, which are their comparison. Magnolia attempted to present to the state
impartial school level data, but rather hand-selected schools who were our lowest performing schools and whose demographics are not commensurate with Magnolia. In SAUSD, we are 96% Latino, 89% socioeconomically disadvantaged. Furthermore, Magnolia enrolls students using a lottery process. Given the fact that they conduct a lottery system to enroll their students, it is only fair to compare them with the 8 lottery schools in our district that utilize this process. Each of our lottery schools have SBAC data that surpasses the achievement of each of the Magnolia levels, whether it's elementary, intermediate, and secondary. If we were to be compared, we must utilize similar systems. We could look at the achievement data and make like comparisons. Magnolia's latest CLA SBAC scores reveal that they are at 47.14% proficiency, while each of our comparison lottery schools are at above 50% proficient in ELA, and one elementary school at 61%. Once again, these are our like schools, which are our lottery schools. In the area of mathematics, Magnolia is at 32.5%, and each of our lottery schools range from 32% to 54%. Once again, like schools. If we are to make comparisons, we must make comparisons with like schools. This would be our schools that utilize the lottery process who display similar demographics. In CDE's comparison that was provided to us, CDE used one of our continuation high schools. CDE also used 2 other charter schools to compare themselves, Nova and El Sol. These 3 schools in CDE's comparison would not be schools that our students would attend. How could this be a fair comparison to Magnolia?
We also have concerns with Magnolia's ability to sustain their enrollment at the secondary level. Data from DataQuest reveals that the enrollment at the high school level drops. Where are the students going? We know that we had 15 enrollees this year from Magnolia who were not successful, and returned to SAUSD. This represents only the students that have come back to us over the past, sorry, my computer froze. Always a glitch, right? Oh, no, it's okay, thank you. Sorry for this inconvenience. Over the past 2 years, we have been collecting this data by charter school, and this year we are asking, why are they returning? For students who leave their system and do not enroll in SAUSD, we have no way of identifying how we can provide support to them or connect with them. Within our authorized charters, they provide notice, and we do not want them to result in a lost transfer. We do not want to turn children away when they are struggling, but rather work with students to meet all of their academic and social emotional needs utilizing a multi-tiered system of support. Why would you leave a district when we have 51 out of 56 of our schools who have received California state recognition for PBIS implementation for exhibiting positive school culture and climate, a 97% attendance rate, and for our lottery schools, a 98% graduation rate, who send more students now than ever to 4-year colleges and universities, along with Ivy League schools. We have the lowest rate of chronic absenteeism below the state and county averages, and have prided ourselves in having one of the lowest urban school district suspension and expulsion rates. We have just received word that we have been recognized for the 4th time in the last 8 years for Model School Attendance Review Board. Universities are reaching out to us wondering how they can partner with our district to recruit our students, and we are seeing this with our persistency data. We have a nationally acclaimed speech and debate program who within 2 years of its inception received the National Speech and Debate Middle School Championship. This was recognized recently by the National Forensic Speech Organization, such that we are hosting the national tournament next month. We invite you to attend. We have participation and partnership with the Segerstrom Performing Arts, Turnaround Arts Schools, over 35 CTE pathways that lead to various careers, mental health at all of our K-12 schools within SAUSD, restorative practices district-wide, and we are recognized as being a trauma-informed bright spot by CDE. Magnolia students are missing out on a lot of the great programs and opportunities available to our students in their city, our district. If believed that Magnolia had provided a sound instructional program and the accreditations that SAUSD has received, then we wouldn't be standing here before you. We respectfully request that you reconsider or consider the impact of charter schools in our district and understand that we provide a high-quality instructional program for our students.
Time.
Our mission as public servants are to ensure our students are college and career ready, and we take this responsibility seriously.
Please make your summary comments. Thank you.
In summary, we'd like to thank the board for providing us the time to present our reality and challenges with increasing charter school petitions. We respectfully request that the board consider our concerns in your decision today. Thank you.
So I want to thank Santa Ana Unified for being here and for your thorough presentation. So as part of the public hearing now, we will listen to public comments. So let me just remind the audience, your name will be called. When you come up to the podium, you will have 1 minute. Please introduce yourself and tell us what who you represent. And then when our staff member says time, please make your closing statement. So at this time, we will call for public comments. Thank you.
Would the following people please line up? Michael Flores Castaneda, Angela de Ramos, Naomi Rubio, Stacy Lassiter, Veronica Escobar, Andre Robertson, Kevin Littlefield, Sunny Young, Rebecca Lamadrid, Delilah Chavez, Jose Vergara, Ivan Ramirez, Paul Zeev, Julian Heilig Vasquez Heilig, Janelle Ruley, and Eric Premack.
Hi, I'm Angela de Ramos, representing California Teachers Association. Welcome to the Profesora. I wanted to highlight, as usual, that we like good outcomes from all students, but we also need to look at the comparable. When we're looking at the comparable schools, we also have to look at the comparable conditions. So Magnolia has 60% capacity of their students, whereas in a classroom like mine often takes over 110%. I have had one administration, no VP for the last 3 years, and yet there's 6 administrators for Magnolia for less than 700 students. Given these advantages, however, they do not perform better than other schools for segments that are very at risk, ELs, SPED students, low socioeconomic, the disadvantaged students. And furthermore, those comparable schools are not actually comparable when you look at students of color. There are less EL students as well. So we urge you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naomi Rubio. I am the mother of a 7th grade
So,
student.
Ms. Rubio, is your microphone on? Is it on? Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. The school is dear to me because, you know, it helps such teaching support for my son. My son is a special needs student there. He said before I enrolled him at Magnolia, he was struggling by a nearby traditional school. When we talked about his days at the old traditional school, it was clear to me that the teachers were not supporting him, and because his confidence was very low at that time. At Magnolia, my son has regained his confidence and now soaring at that school. As a mother, I worried that he would never be happy and feel confident at that school. But he has surpassed that. Everything changed. He started attending Magnolia. We both felt the intense difference as the teachers created a learning plan path for him to his needs and support network at Magnolia. Embraced him in a way he had never felt before. I don't worry anymore. Now I can truly say I have a peace of mind that his teachers know him for himself, and that my son Michael was taken at the time to learn. Was given the time to learn the different specific styles of students to provide him a good education and learning environment. I thank you for your time and ask you to support us to renew. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julian Vasquez Heilig, representing the California NAACP. Donald Trump and Betsy DeVos have become the nation's most prominent supporters of privately managed charter schools and propose billions to open more. The Goulden organization runs the 2nd largest network of charter schools in the United States. In fact, sorry about that, my computer is messing up. I apologize. Professors can't talk without their notes. Last week, Melania Trump visited Dove School Discovery. It's a Gulen charter school in Tulsa, and the headline read, First Lady visits Gulen school which prefers to hire alien teachers. Why? Because all 200 Gulen schools have used H-1B visa teachers from Turkey, thereby replacing fully qualified American teachers. Pay-to-play accusations have been made regarding these teachers. In 2017, the California NAACP passed a resolution concerning the Gulen charter schools. We call for a federal, state, and local authorities to conduct independent financial investigations of all California Gulen organization schools because audits in prior states have shown a pattern of irregularities. In fact, a former principal of Gulen's Oakland Bay Tech accused Gulen of using the school as a pitch
Thank you.
bank.
Please summarize.
After our resolution by invitation, I was invited to visit Magnolia Science Academy 3.
Thank
I
you,
was
sir.
specifically disappointed by the class
Thank
sizes
you.
and curriculum. Considering our resolution,
So-
the California NAACP
Sir,
recommends
your time is up. Please make your
urges
closing
denial of
sentence.
the Magnolia Science Academy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Lassiter, and I'm the School Site Council President at Magnolia Science Academy in Santa Ana, but more importantly, I'm a proud parent of an 11th grade student at the school. The school is an excellent fit for my family and others in our community, and I would like to share a couple of the many reasons why. First, our school offers a year-long program called College for Parents. There are monthly workshops so that we as parents can understand the challenges of the college experience. Topics include learning how to manage time effectively, navigating the application process, how to find financial aid, and correctly submit a FAFSA. When parents understand this process, their children, many of them first-generation college students, are more likely to navigate it successfully. Additionally, the teachers and staff at MSA truly believe and care for our kids. They go the extra mile to be available to listen, to give advice, and help guide our students on the successful path to their goals. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Andre Robertson, and I represent Official No One Left Behind, the nonprofit that has partnered up with MSA Santa Ana. The one thing that I can say is since our partnership with MSA Santa Ana, which is considered a new school to me, Santa Ana is predominantly a low-income area, and we've been there for over 13 years feeding low-income families and the homeless. When partnering with MSA and actually going in to build a mentorship with the students themselves began to partner with us to be able to run their own food distribution that covers a 15 to 20 mile radius and bringing families together. And I've seen a lot of growth in the students. I've actually went into the school and actually mentored the students and saw when I first got there where the students were hard, but then through working with our program, now, after the last year and a half, I don't have to run the program. The kids run the program. They distribute the food. They get the parents there. They actually get the message out. And again, with Magnolia being a new school and everybody needs time to grow, our partnership has been for the last 2 years, and it has been amazing. And I've dealt with the kids.
Time.
Thank you. Please consider.
Hello, my name is Kevin Littlefield. I teach AP English, 7th grade English, and ELD for English learners at MSA Santa Ana. This is my 19th year of teaching, including 3 years at one of the lowest performing middle schools in Los Angeles. I am passionate about reaching students in underserved areas, but that school was not serving its students the way I felt they needed. At MSA Santa Ana, it couldn't be more different. I was drawn to Magnolia because it focuses on underserved students and makes meaningful progress, not just academically, but in students' lives. You've seen the statistics, over 86% socioeconomically disadvantaged, over a third English learners. More than 1 in 6 students at our school is categorized as homeless. Despite these challenges, well, you see our graduation rate, college entry rate, academic success. How does Magnolia do it? In that part of Santa Ana,
Time.
Magnolia empowers teachers to create a loving and uplifting environment where they
Thank you, sir.
get one-on-one attention they deserve. Please support our school.
Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Estrada. Vengo de la escuela Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana, California.
Hello, my name is Veronica Estrada, and I am a parent of Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana.
Quería compartir que todos los padres que escucharán a partir de hoy han viajado más de 400 millas y 9 horas en autobús. Representan a toda nuestra comunidad de estudiantes y maestros quienes querían permanecer en el salón de clase hoy.
I wanted to share that all of the parents you'll hear from today have traveled more than 400 miles, over 9 hours by bus, and represent the entire student and teacher community who wanted to remain in the classroom today.
Magnolia sirve a una comunidad especial. Es muy unida, pero también tiene sus desafíos. Si caminan por el vecindario de nuestra escuela, es imposible evitar la pobreza y la falta de vivienda. Nuestros niños lo ven todos los días.
Magnolia serves a special community. It is very tight-knit, but it also has its challenges. If you walk through our school neighborhood, it is impossible to avoid the poverty and homelessness. Our kids see it every day.
Muchos de ellos están experimentando o viven en hogar con varias familias. La pobreza es real y difícil para los niños con quienes lidiar. Es fácil para los niños dar el salto de que esto también es su futuro.
Many of them are experiencing it themselves and live in homes with several families. The poverty is real and hard for the kids to grapple with. It's easy for kids to make the leap that it is to their future.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Sunny Jung. I'm an art lead and full-time art teacher at Magnolia. I have master's in teaching. I'm a College Board certified AP art teacher. Our school works hard to bring arts to forefront as core academic subject because we understand that it's essential component of well-rounded education. We believe that Common Core Standard can be taught through artistic lens by having students think, analyze, interpret, evaluate, which is the same skill challenge in ELA and math. Our school built community partners with UC Irvine's Buell Center for Art and Technology. We also won a grant with the Music Center of LA, which is now used to train our 4 districts art lead, including myself, to sustain and grow our arts program. Our organization invites all our educators to symposium multiple times a year to identify strengths and areas of need. Our school truly believes equitable access to STEAM education opportunity for all students. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Lamadrid, and I'm a 5th grade founding teacher at Magnolia Science Academy, at the ELD and LPAC coordinator. For the past 3 years, I've been teaching at Magnolia, and I've found it to be incredible. I get such a joy from watching our students grow, and I know that all the colleagues that I work with feel this way as well. We're all in these roles for a simple reason, for the love of teaching and for the love of all kids. All of our teachers get together and collaborate. We look at our standards, we take them apart, we work with grade levels above us and below us to coordinate the needs for our students. We have discussions about previous year's students with the previous year teachers so we know where our students' needs are academically. We also keep each other in the loop on personal matters with the kids by doing home visits with families. And here at MSA, we are allowed autonomy when we teach. We are free to deliver our instruction to meet the needs for our students in the ways that we can meet them where they need us to be.
Time.
We're all expected to ensure that our students have mastery.
Thanks so much. Did you just summarize?
Year. Flexibility, yet accountability.
Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Jose Antonio Vergara. I'm an 11th grader at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. As a student, I could stand up here and share with you about Magnolia's challenges academically, individualized attention, and focus on math and science. And while those things are true, instead I want to share you about my connections with the staff members. At school, I feel like all the teachers care about me, not just about my grades, but how am I doing as a person. One of my favorite staff members is Mr. Enrique. For example, one time he could tell I was really struggling with something personal. It was affecting my schoolwork. He took the time after school to work with me one-on-one, give me resources and how I could overcome some personal challenges. He was listening when I felt nobody else was, and he helped me boost up my grades and my confidence. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I am Ivan Joseph Ramirez, and I am a proud 9th grader at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. I have been attending Magnolia since 6th grade. For most teenagers, middle and high school is a time of anxiety and dread, but for me, I see school as a place of opportunity to thrive in the small classrooms and feel encouraged by my teachers who create a comfortable environment for me and fellow classmates to feel safe to learn and ask questions. We receive one-on-one attention and lessons specified for each person so that we never get bored in class. When I was in 6th grade, my math teacher and the dean of academics noticed that I was ahead of grade level in math, and so they worked with me to move ahead to where I would be more challenged. One of the other ways that I feel challenged is by participating in the academic decathlon. It's a lot of work to prepare for, but the amazing leaders and coaches help us.
Tom.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Delilah. And I'm a third grader at MSA Santa Ana, where I am so proud to go to. At my old school, I felt like I didn't belong and I had a hard time understanding. At Magnolia, it's a whole different story. We have more learning time, so I get the time I need with my teacher. I am doing so much better in language arts, reading, and math. Magnolia has opened so many doors for me I never thought possible. The possibilities are endless. Thanks to Magnolia. Please support our school so I can continue to grow and learn in a place that makes me so happy. Thank you.
I'll give it a shot. My name is Paul Zive. I'm a teacher at a public school in Santa Ana. Robin Lake, the director of the Charter-Friendly Center for Reinventing Public Education, said, in some cities, districts also face an increasing concentration of the students hardest and most costly to educate, those with severe special needs, those who speak little to no English, those with the most severe behavior and mental health challenges, and the least parental support. She might as well have been writing about Santa Ana. Spurgeon Intermediate School is 4 blocks from MSA. The proportion of socioeconomically disadvantaged students at Spurgeon is 10% higher. Of English learners is 33% higher. Of students with disabilities is 5% higher. In foster youth, there are 3 times as many. 1 out of 30 Spurgeon students receives migrant ed services. I can't find any at MSA. The base grant for every MSA student is the same as the base grant for every Spurgeon student, but Spurgeon has higher concentrations of the most costly students to educate.
Tom.
Renewing MSA or allowing them to expand exacerbates an already bad situation. Where is the equity for public school students in Santa Ana?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Ramel Antoine for the California Charter Schools Association. Just want to take a second to, on behalf of the 600,000 charter school students in California, welcome you, Chair Linda Darling-Hammond, to the board. Speaking in favor of Magnolia Science Academy, they clearly meet all the criteria. I want to thank the CDE, the Charter Division, for specifically going through such a thorough review of Magnolia's data and the data as compared to the district. I think that it's really clear based on how CDE has applied the renewal criteria based on the CAS scores that Magnolia is far and above performing better than the rest of the district. So with that, please support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President Darling-Hammond, Vice President Strauss, and board members. My name is Janelle Ruley. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. We are seeking your support today for renewal of MSA Santa Ana. The charter meets or exceeds all applicable legal requirements, a conclusion which was also reached by CDE staff and by the ACCS in its unanimous recommendation for approval. Santa Ana Unified did not lawfully review the charter as submitted. The district did not consider whether the overall academic performance of MSA students was at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that MSA students would have otherwise attended, as well as the demographically comparable schools in the district. The district's review and analysis of student data was not comprehensive, and the district did not consider increases in student academic achievement as the most important factor, which it's legally required to do. The district representatives provided a lot of information about the great things that it's doing. It offered opinions about the intent of charter schools statewide. It made an unfounded speculation on a particular school. None of those things are for your consideration today. We urge your approval. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. Welcome, Madam President. We've had the opportunity to work with Magnolia on and off for the past umpteen years. Always found them to be a solid organization offering good programs for the kids, and especially pleased with the STEM focus, which is often lacking in too many of our schools in this state. So we're in strong support. Oh, sorry, I'm channeling Theresa May here. And have a cold, so I apologize, and no Hamilton. We're here in support. We've always found them to be innovative, well-managed. They've had off and on some growth challenges, but have always aggressively moved to fix those challenges, and they offer a STEM emphasis that is too often lacking in many of our schools in this state, and urge you to approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina Lozano, and I'm a proud first grade teacher and a parent of a third grader at Magnolia Science Academy. I chose Magnolia Science Academy because I wanted a school with the best opportunities for my son who was about to enter the first grade. I attended a local event in Santa Ana, and I met a parent with a son who had the same academic and social concerns for her son that I did. Our sons are academically advanced with social challenges, which led to behavior issues due to being so bored at school. The mother said that it was a life changer for her son after enrolling at Magnolia and wished it had happened sooner for him, so I knew that I had to get my son in this school. Magnolia Santa Ana is different because the staff is different. I've worked all over the county. This is my 17th year of teaching, and the teachers genuinely love the students and they advocate for them. I feel that parents...
Time.
I believe at Magnolia Santa Ana, I have a voice, and it's my choice. Please keep this school open for my kids. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Does that end our public comments? Okay. So I hereby close the public hearing and now turn to the board. And I'm going to ask board members if Lisa would come back and guide us again on our legal requirements for approving or disapproving this. So I think it's really important that we clarify under the current law what the guidelines are.
The renewal criteria guidelines?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull my slides back up if that's okay. So I'll go to this one here. So we talked about 47607 early on, and then the three initial requirements that are still tied to the API. So since those no longer, since we can no longer use those because we don't have API scores, we still do have to comply with the Ed Code section that talks about the the academic performance of other schools. So requirement 4 is that the entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the pupils of the public schools that the charter schools would otherwise have been required to attend. So this is the piece that talks about the comparison schools. There is also a section in the Ed Code that states that the academic performance is the most important factor in determining renewal criteria. So we have both of those elements when it comes to determining whether the board, in this case, would renew a charter school. Those are the two biggest pieces. I do always bring in fiscal viability, ability to implement the sound educational program to give you a full picture, but when it comes to renewal, it really is about academic performance and then those comparison schools. And as I mentioned also before, for CDE, our alternative measure and what we use is the CASP scores and then the dashboard as our alternative measure since we no longer have API.
Thank you, Lisa. So at this point, we're going to start. And board members, if you have a clarifying question, a comment that you want to make, we'll do once around and then we'll go to our board president and then we'll see where we are. Does that sound all right? Okay, and if you don't have a comment, you can pass. It's fine, but I just want to kind of give everyone a chance. So board member Cardenas? Okay, Sandoval?
I have a question about the comparison schools because today in the hearing, there's different pieces of information, and so it kind of makes things cloudy when we're asked to look at comparisons. And I just wanted to hear from you about how the comparison schools are selected and presented, and why that might differ from what the district states.
Okay. First, I'll tell you what we do. So what we do is we do a 5-mile radius, first off, of around the school. And we look at what schools are in that 5-mile radius to determine possibly where those students would otherwise attend. We know it's not a complete science, but that's what we try to do. That's the first thing we do. Then we look at schools by grade levels also. So considering Magnolia as a TK through 12, we took a range of schools. Like in our comparison schools, we did K5, K8, 9, 12, and then a 5-8 to try and give kind of some type of a comparison of those schools. So those are the two things that we initially did. We did the 5-mile radius, and we tried to look at students or schools of the similar grade levels where we could compare the academic performance to. What we'll also do in renewals is we do also then look at what the school district used in comparison. Because the district didn't do that piece in terms of their renewal, we didn't have that also to gauge or to compare or to do an analysis of. So we just used our comparison schools as our basis. Sure.
Thanks so much. Member Sun, do you have any comments or questions?
I'm sorry. On the comparable schools, so for the district that had looked at that, why are they saying that they had different schools or different than what?
In their staff reports, they didn't.
So they didn't even.
They didn't do an analysis based on comparable schools.
They said it in their presentation too.
In their presentation, I would have to look at that.
Okay.
I can't unfortunately on the spot kind of see what they're
No,
referring to, but because they didn't have anything in their staff report that I could at least look at and do an analysis of,
right.
I don't have that as part of our report.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yeah. So we want to ask the district. Yeah. Okay.
Member Burr?
Yeah, I appreciate the questions about comparison schools and also the clarification that, and when we get the district up here, it sounds like the district, when they did their review and turned them down on a renewal, that they did not include comparison schools in at least the information that was provided to you.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just want to be clear again about what the criteria are. Sort of two things. One, in your overview, Lisa, where you talk about what the school district has to consider and the basis on which you can turn folks down, to what extent is the state board held to those same criteria? Because I know, for example, you always do a nice job when you're doing a presentation and say whether or not the department believes they have a sound educational program and whether they're likely to implement effectively. But are those same criteria that you outlined for the district, those are the same criteria under which the state board operates?
Correct.
Okay, so I see Judy nodding her head. So I just wanted to make that clear because
yes.
There's been a lot of extra information provided, and certainly on behalf of the district, understandably, they want to talk about what, fantastic programs they have on behalf of their students. But that's really not for our consideration with respect to reviewing this charter petition. I just wanted to be clear about that. The other thing I would just suggest when you talk about alternative measures, I feel like we're kind of double counting here a little bit when you say the dashboard, because many of the measures on the dashboard also relate to CASP. So, it would be, and I get that, but I think it would just be helpful. The other thing, and this may be new to you, but Cindy gave us a great presentation this morning about the accountability system, and we now have the ability to compare, when you pick your comparison schools, those measures on the dashboard. So going forward, it might be helpful, you've summarized them here, but it would be great to pick however many comparison schools you are and say, what does their suspension rate look like? You know, the true alternative measures. And my last question is, why do they not have a graduation rate color on the dashboard?
I don't know if I asked Cindy that question.
But Cindy is back behind you. She's phoning a friend.
I came back.
Thank you.
Of course, Cindy Kazanas with the California Department of Education. They don't have enough students, so they need
Okay,
to have
so it's a
30
sample
students in both years to receive a color.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for that. I heard Cindy mention that today, and I thought, oh, okay. But thank you. That was really good.
Lisa, go ahead. Sorry.
I wanted to be respectful. I also, Lisa, do want to come back to the question when we have the district, because they said that one of the schools that we included in our comparison was an alternative school. And because this is not an alternative school, that wouldn't be a fair point of comparison. So we'll put a pin on that. And also, I think the comparison of charter schools, given that they use a similar process for enrollment, which is the lottery. My question will zoom out a little bit of Magnolia and more because they are one of our currently authorized charter schools, and I will be missing the fun of the second presentation today. I want to understand better how we support our own schools. How do we monitor? You reference in one of the slides the annual review of each school, the academic performance, and then we get the fiscal viability. I've only seen that. I've been on the board for a couple of years. I saw it released August of 2018, and it's the only time that I recall seeing that. And so as we, the authorizer, how do we let them know? Because I went back to the dashboard, and the year they tripled their enrollment, there was also a decline on ELA and math. So I think that's a factor of bringing in new students, adjusting to this new capacity. But we know that that's a challenge. So as the authorizer, how do we better manage that? Because at the end of the day, that does have an impact on performance. How do we perhaps discourage that or make sure that there's a plan for that to happen adequately? There was, in 2018, I still see a bit of a decline. So from 2017 to 2018, so meaning that they're still going through that process of increasing so much that it still has an impact on their outcomes. And perhaps they're better than the schools in their community, surrounding community, but they have definitely experienced some decline. So when Magnolia comes back, I also want to know what your plan is academically to address that. And I'm not saying that, you know, the school obviously we have parents here that were on a bus for 9 hours. We had students here. So I have to be honest, there was a little bit of a deficit language that was coming from some of the speakers and saying, well, this is poverty, they're English learners. Yes, there's talent in that too. You could find talent and gifts and potential in these communities as well. So I'm not surprised that our students are doing well in these communities if given the right opportunities, the right tools, and the right guidance. So as authorizers, we need to own that. So please tell me a little bit about our technical assistance. We have a continuous improvement cycle. For charter schools, that tends to be a little bit steeper because they have to come back and make a case for authorization or renewal. So tell me a little bit more about how we support our charter schools.
Okay. I would start with, in terms of the academic memo, so last year was the first year that we had the dashboard. So we took a snapshot in time in looking at where each of our schools were, knowing that's not comprehensive, but we took that kind of snapshot in time at that point. As I mentioned this earlier, but I think that we are having a bigger conversation about what that looks like now for our state board authorized schools and what this next memo would look like to you. So we're having that conversation with Cindy's group and state board staff about what that looks like. So I'll start there in saying that I'm still not quite sure. We're working through what that next memo will look like and what we think is the best value to you. And then we've previously kind of drawn these lines as to who we think looks okay academically, who may need some more monitoring or who doesn't. And I'm not quite sure we can do that. So we're still kind of having those conversations about what it'll look like in the future. I'll just kind of start there. I mean, part of the challenge is that we are in Sacramento. and they are in Santa Ana. So we try to do our best we have monthly calls with them just to kind of check in with them about any issues that may be going on at the school. We then do our annual site visit, but we also take a look at all of their fiscal reports, as I mentioned as well. So in terms of monitoring academics, that is something that we're working on, how better to do that. But we do check in with them monthly as best we can to provide whatever type of technical assistance we can, but we are quite distanced away in terms of providing that kind of local oversight. So I know that didn't fully answer your question, but we're trying to figure out how better we can do that. Now that we have more tools, we are trying to figure out how we can better do that.
No, it answered the question. I just kind of feel like, you know, we need a better way. If it's only fair to them and to us for them to know, look, as you're going, this is progressing based on your current outcomes. This is not meeting the expectation. So we need to do some corrective action. What I don't want to see is somebody going through 5 years of being authorized under us and then be surprised by the recommendation.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rucker?
Okay, so I'm glad that I got to follow Board Member Ortiz-Licon and the questions that she asked, but I have to tell you the answers you gave leave me far more concerned. It would be easy to get bogged down on what schools were used for comparison purposes, so I understand that there seems to be a difference or a discrepancy in the schools that you may have used to compare the site to, and the schools that the district, even though you didn't see the information, the district asserts they did comparisons, and the charter itself also has a list of schools they use for doing a comparison. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. With any chart or any collection of data, they meet the criteria that they perform as well as, they weren't expected to perform better than, they were expected to perform as well as the list of schools they identified, whether it was a list of schools you identified, a list of schools the district identified, or a list of schools they identified. But I do want to go back to the one criteria that has always been important to me and that I have consistently continued to ask about when we are looking at these charters, and that is that phrase, the likelihood of successfully implementing an academic program. And so you stated that you were recommending approval of this renewal because of the likelihood of their success for implementing an academic program. I'm not sure I understand the data you saw about the school that led to that conclusion. So I'm going to use the data that you gave us. Looking at the 2018 dashboard, in English language arts, they are 24.6 points below the standard, and this year they declined 6.5 points. They're 59.5 points below the standard in math, and this year they declined 18.9%. When I do the breakdown on student subgroups from the data you provided, for English learners, they're 50.9 points below the standard. They declined 3.6 points, and they have 247 students that are identified as English learners, and they have a high reclassification rate with this kind of decline in English language arts. In mathematics for English learners, they are 78 points below the standard and declined 16.9 points. For socioeconomic students, they're 32.1 points below the standard in English language arts, 68.7 points below the standard for mathematics, yet you're telling me you looked at this data and said that they are reasonably able to implement a successful academic program. I think we need to have an understanding of what that means, because if they're declining this much, that does not mean success to me. But having said that, I know that we are working in this new mindset about continuous improvement. So I'm mindful of two things. They submitted their appeal to you in November. Right around the same time, they would have seen this dashboard information for the first time, which means they probably would not have had an opportunity to have any conversations with their board, with their stakeholder groups, or with any of the types of planning they should be doing to make those mid-year adjustments or to reprioritize their work in order to address what these clear deficiencies in this data says. But here we are now in March. So I want to understand in the conversations you've had with them, what did they tell you, or what is different now in their LCAPs that makes you believe, based on these substantial declines that are shown for a group that they have largely reclassified, that they have the opportunity to successfully implement an academic program? Because I have to tell you, I don't see it. I will, and Magnolia, don't worry, I'm gonna let you come back up and talk to me about it. But, so don't worry, don't panic. I'm gonna ask you to come back and talk to me, but I need to understand what you saw, because I'm looking at the same data you gave me. I don't see the opportunity for them to successfully implement an academic program.
Okay, so I'll back up just a little bit. In terms of first the renewal criteria, so as the board, I know we've been beating this now a bit, but just for your assessment of this petition, it is strictly based on the renewal criteria 47607. So, and I apologize because I may have confused the issue by then saying that I felt that the school could also successfully implement the academic program. What I meant there was strictly based on what I saw in their petition, not then based.
That's not what you said. But that's not how you said it, but go ahead.
Okay, I apologize if I confused that. So by including the dashboard data, I wanted to make sure we had additional information as well as the CASP scores. And as Board Member Burr mentioned, that I know I may be kind of double counting that, but I wanted to include both sets of information to have before you so you could take a look at their academic performance. When I talk about successfully implementing a program, I apologize because I confused that, but I refer to that being the educational program that's within their petition as they have defined. I haven't gotten to the depths of what's in their dashboard to include in that, and I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. But when I talk about successfully implementing the program, I'm referring to the education code section that talks about the 47605, how we establish a charter school, and in just looking at what the entire petition looks like.
Draw that out.
Yes, so when we go back and take a look at an actual charter school that comes before us, and it's an establishment, and so they're going to first look, I'm going to look at their educational program and their ability to implement as part of those findings that I have to do on your behalf to determine whether my recommendation should be yes or no. So we still look at those factors even as part of a renewal, just to see where that school is with the rest of their petition. So I do also make an assessment of what their educational program looks like in the petition as well, and their fiscal viability, in determining if we feel they have the ability to implement that program. So it is what's in the petition, but not to the detail of what we have on the dashboard.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to restate what I heard you say. Okay. And I believe I'm not going to state it accurately, and I'm not doing it to trap you because I truly don't understand the difference. So what I heard you say is there's statutory language about what you look at for the description that they submit in their petition about their academic program. So for example, if in their petition they identify an activity, a project, a process, and they enumerate the resources they're going to use or the staff that will be involved, that's what you look at about their ability to implement the program. So for example, if they say they're a high school, that they're trying to implement a high school program, and they want to create an A to G, well, in this case, I'll stick with STEM. They want to create a STEM curriculum, but they have not hired or they have not identified how they will staff their science department. That would be a concern about whether or not they could successfully implement the academic program.
Yes.
All right, so the outcomes from the program they implemented let me start all over again because I was about to say the wrong thing. I knew it the minute the question started out of my mouth. So there is a divorce between looking at the description of the academic program and what they did to put it in place, and your evaluation of the data or the outcomes from the pupil's performance in some of these academic areas. Those two considerations are separate and divorced.
In that example, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure I agree with that was as the intent about understanding what it means to successfully implement an academic program, because based on that, it means none of this academic information or performance on the dashboard is important, because how are they supposed to make changes, or what are they supposed to consider in making changes in their program and about whether or not they're being successful with their program if they're not accountable to address that in their program based on this data. So I'm not sure I agree to that you're segregating these two considerations, but I absolutely understand now what you did. Okay, I thank you very much for letting me thank you for letting me walk down that rabbit hole.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Member Cardenas had a question, and then we'll go to Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond.
Yeah, it connects to what you were saying. Like, it's very worrisome because that was the impression that I was under, because it just confuses me. And it's very hard for me to tell someone, like, yeah, I'm going to renew it. And even though your educational program may be failing students, I'm still going to let you continue. And that's what's very hurtful. And I know you have no power over that because that's law, but that's really worrisome when we're talking about this law, is that we're basically approving educational programs that may not be serving students the way we want it to. And the way that I wasn't here when you guys opened this charter, but, you know, it's worrisome because that's the impression I'm under. And, you know, that's just one thing. And also, I was wondering, do we have to approve it right now, or can we wait until May? We have to do it today? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because I was going to say, because I want to, like, hear the information about comparing different schools.
Mr. Sapp, did you want to advise us?
Yes, David Sapp, Deputy Policy Director and Assistant Counsel for the State Board. I just wanted to clarify, because I think having a clear understanding of the legal standard is very important. And I think that it's been slightly confused a little bit. Mm-hmm. The inquiry is specifically looking at the petition, and then it's the same criteria that apply to the initial renewal of the petition as far as evaluating whether those criteria are met. What's different upon renewal, and it's a separate provision basically of the code section. Let's describe it. You go back and point to the same criteria applied to initial approval, do it again, even though they already had the petition, but that has to be completed again by the authorizer. On renewal, there's that separate additional inquiry, which is not connected to the statutory criteria for the petition, which is looking at actual performance data, and this is where academic is the most important factor language comes in. And because formerly it was tied to the academic performance index, and it was basically have to be above the bottom 3 deciles effectively. Now, because the statute has not been updated, we are in this place of the criteria that is most applicable and that the department used here is looking at alternate measures and this question of the schools that the students would otherwise attend. And that's a relative inquiry. So it's looking at what is the school's performance relative to other schools. So, and just by way of context, and this is what Lisa was getting at, looking at whether you do it on the CASP results or you're looking at dashboard performance, looking at the comparison schools, that even if a school, for example, is orange on the dashboard, and I'm going to use that because it's easier for me to describe it, orange on the dashboard on ELA, there are other schools that the students might otherwise attend that might be red, or that might be orange but have a lower status. And so this is the type of inquiry that we're moving into, of understanding what those relative performance is. And I think to Member Burr's point about there are multiple measures in the dashboard, there is still the language about the academic being the most important factor in the current statute, the way that it's worded, as far as among those factors, which ones to consider. So I hope that clarified some of the issue around the standard.
Thanks. Mr. Sapp, we might call you back. But now, Dr. Darling-Hammond, we'll turn it to you for comment.
This is a learning experience for me. I guess there are a couple of things that I take from this. One is I've been sitting here poring over the tables on pages 6 and 7, which are the comparison tables. And it really does appear that in addition to comparing to specific schools, there's a comparison to the Santa Ana Unified School District as a whole in each of those tables. And the school does appear to do better than most of the comparison schools and the district as a whole in both of the sets of comparisons that are offered here, which seems to be the primary criterion on which we're supposed to be making the determination. The question about how do we determine whether the school has the capacity to implement the program, which Member Rucker raised, is a good one for us to be thinking about how we're going to talk about that and present data on that in the future. You would guess that it would have something to do with, do they have a stable and well-prepared teaching force that can deliver that program? Is the curriculum well-designed to deliver that program? I took some encouragement from the fact that the proportion of students completing A through G requirements, which is a curricular base, and going on and graduating and going to college was extremely high. So one hopes that that's a reflection, but getting at those data that would input into it, I think, which is what you're getting at, would be very helpful for us to have when we're, asking that question. But it seems to me that based on the primary criterion we're asked to consider, the data that we have suggests that the school has met that criterion.
So at this point, I just want to ask if I could entertain a motion if there is an interest on the board to make a motion.
I would move the CDE recommendation.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
I thought you said you were going to let David come back if we had some more questions.
Okay, Mr. Sapp, would you come back? We have a few clarifying questions for you that the board would like to ask. No? Okay, so before Mr. Sapp, we'll ask the petitioner to come back from Magnolia. Okay. Okay. Please come forward. We just want a couple clarifying questions. Thank you.
There was discussion around the decline in some of the scores, the math score and the English language arts score. So what is your plan then to support students in that?
Great question. I think first and foremost to reflect back on our transition. We were in Costa Mesa with 160 students, and then we moved 7 miles to a new site. We went up to 660 students, and then when you're paying for a Prop 1D facility fund, obviously there's extra pressures to get to that number and then be able to have a great program. So in retrospect, to be able to implement a K through 12 program, super difficult under those conditions. And I think that is something that we learned firsthand. Secondly, I think to the point of how the department is assisting us, I think, through the monthly calls and the 2-day visit, they get a snapshot of all of our different stakeholders, and they get to see in the classroom that there's high quality instruction going on, standard-based instruction, personalized and differentiated instruction, data-based. So these things, have been very helpful to us as someone that has gone from 160 to 660. But I'll turn it over to the team just to talk about the action plan, obviously, which very concerning because we've had some drops.
Right. So, last May, CD asked us to submit an action plan, which we did.
And what we have been doing, because we are a community school now that has grown so much, we utilize our LCAP. We utilize our surveys from all of our stakeholders. We utilize the WASC renewal criteria that they had given to us, and we've come up with 10 school-wide goals that we follow, and we constantly are reviewing and analyzing and reflecting. We utilize our internal assessment data, the maps, fall, springtime. We do our IABs monthly, focusing on specific content areas where not only the admin team reviews the student scores, but we take it back to our weekly meetings and we analyze it and review it with our teachers, where they're either checking to see if they go back and have to reteach certain topics or if we can move on. Even within our after school program, as far as our continuous improvements, our teachers, in addition to the whole school day, will do intervention groups for all of our TK through 12th grade students. So, in terms of the continuous improvement, we utilize the LCAP, our WASC renewal, our SIPSA, everything, and we are constantly reflecting and analyzing.
And I would like to add, in the secondary level, I've taken all the departments, and all the departments are aligning to help with the SBAC scores. So I have all of the humanities departments, which is English and history and art and foreign language. They're supporting the ELA. And then I have the science and the math and the PE and the computers, and also art is included in that too. We have kind of art, she's kind of straddling both, and they are supporting the math. So every month we are in these deep dive sessions with the departments on how these other departments can support the English department, how they can support the math department. And we've been really deep diving this year with that. So we're doing a lot of work along with those monthly IABs, and we're really getting into the data every month with the English teachers, with the math teachers, with the history teachers, with the science teachers, everybody has a part. Everybody has a part in the SBAC this year.
Thank you.
And
go ahead.
One more thing to add all of this. As part of social emotional learning grant we got, that's the most important component of the addition to this. We're not focusing on our students only. We're having a monthly parent meetings and then coffee with admin. We're trying to train and share our experiences with parents so that they can support their kids at home and regarding their social emotional learning needs.
Thank you, the team from Magnolia. Appreciate it. Mr. Sapp, would you come forward? We have a clarifying question that Member Rucker would like to ask you.
I had questions for them too.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Please come back. I was trying to address what you were asking for.
You didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I heard you say that you have done a deeper dive on this data, and my specific question that I asked the staff, so I'm going to turn, and I'll rephrase the question based on some of the information you just gave. You have a very high reclassification rate. And according to this data from this dashboard, 28% of your students are well developed on their English proficiency and moving toward proficiency, and 42.4 are moderately developed, and 21%, and I'm rounding off, are somewhat developed, and you have 7.8% that are at the beginning stage. But you have a high reclassification rate that's way north of any of these percentages. And at the same time, this dashboard says your English learners as a subgroup are far, far below the standard. So I want you to explain to me, based on this deep dive you've done, exactly what you are refocusing on for the balance of this school year to address the academic proficiency for those English learners you have already reclassified. And let me be real clear, I don't want to hear a lot of mega language. I don't want to hear a lot of mega terms or gobbledygook about academic performance. I actually want to hear what you all decided to do concerning the academic proficiency for the English learners you have already reclassified based on this data I'm looking at.
Okay, so what I would love to do first is invite you into our classrooms, and I want you to see our teachers are using reality with those students where they are communicating and talking, doing examples. We have the word walls, right, we have small, intense groups where our teachers are working with those ELs to make sure that when it comes time, when they're in 3rd grade and 4th grade and 5th grade, at the elementary level, that they're ready to take and be prepared for SBAC type questions, because we did have a high classification rate. And then I did want to point out that, you know, if you go further into the dashboard, as far as our current ELs, in ELA, even though it is a red or orange kind of a coloring, we did have a significant increase of ELA, and in math it was just an increase, just specifically for our ELs.
Could I ask a clarifying question about that? So usually if you have a high reclassification rate, more of those students are moving out of the EL category. And so it usually leaves you with a lower proficiency in the EL category because you're reclassifying more of them out. So is that an accurate portrayal of one of the reasons why you're
right? And so because of that high classification rate, then this year we really want to focus in supporting those students in taking the SBAC or taking really high advanced level type of questioning.
To make sure. Member Rucker, you had some more questions. Did you finish with yours?
I'll stop there.
All right, Member Ortiz-Lacon.
I just want to make one quick point of clarification. We're looking at your LPAC outcomes. We're not looking at reclassification. So based on this, that is one criteria to reclassify, but that is not actually, you haven't reclassified 20.6. That is one criteria. So, but can you tell me what your reclassification rate is? If you don't have it now, that's fine. I just want to clarify that, because when we're looking at this, again, that is one. So it may be that some of these students have actually not reclassified because maybe the teacher or your third indicator has, third criteria point has not verified that.
I think if you go back to the slide, it's like about 28%.
You have your, okay.
Right.
All right. Did you want to add something, Alfredo?
Yeah, I just wanted to specifically address Ms. Rucker's comment in terms of specifics. I think, you know, being an English language learner myself, you know, one of the things we have done organizationally is to promote authentic literacy, really focus on reading comprehension, really focus on analysis when kids are writing, the speaking, having kids more engaged. So if you're walking in the classrooms, you'll see a lot of kids in different cooperative settings, really speaking to each other and having a really diverse set of kids. So those are some of the things we want to focus on, and one of our goals is, you know, having every single student reach their Lexile level, and then using that data through Myon to see how we could supplement that in the
Okay,
classes.
so that was the answer I was looking
Yes,
for.
yes.
Okay.
So before the Santa Ana team goes back to their seats and we call Mr. Sapp up, is there any more clarifying questions from the board for this team?
No.
Anybody? Well, Santa Ana team, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, Santa Ana team. Magnolia Santa Ana, thank you. Sorry, I knew what I meant. Mr. Sapp, would you come forward, please? We have a clarifying question, I believe.
Yes. Oh, I did. It's my turn. Okay, so David, I want to make sure I understand what you explained. So we have this criteria concerning the review or the evaluation of the academic program. And then you said, separate from that, for renewal purposes, there's this element about the academic performance. All right, so I'm going to tell you where I'm confused. Are we supposed to be looking at whether or not they are showing progress, or are we supposed to be looking at what their academic performance is relative to everyone else? Because if it's the second one, what I just heard you say is it doesn't matter that they're declining as long as they're not declining as badly as the other schools we're comparing them to.
So of the two options you presented, it is the latter. It is looking at how they're performing relative to other schools. It is not looking in isolation at the school's performance over time in isolation is how I would describe it. And I'm just going to pull the statutory language, which, just to be clear, there are, as I mentioned, there are 4 statutory criteria for renewal that are sort of additional to the criteria that applied upon an original petition. 3 of those 4 are tied to the Academic Performance Index, which has been repealed.
Right.
So as a result, those do not apply. The 4th criteria, which is not tied to the Academic Performance Index, is that the determining that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school students would otherwise have been required to attend, as well as the academic performance of the schools in the school district in which the charter is located. And then there's this clause taking into account the composition of the pupil population that is served. So that's the relative comparison, so to speak, of these comparison schools on academic performance.
So it's based solely on relative comparison. I'm very uncomfortable with that advice, because that advice means that I'm supposed to look at a school that's clearly not performing, and I'm supposed to say, oh, go ahead, let's renew this school, and they're clearly on a downward spiral. And I have no other information that tells me they have figured out how to address this decline, other than the fact they're doing as badly or not as badly as the schools were tasked to compare them to. I'm very uncomfortable with that. I'm not sure I could support a motion that would approve this.
So I guess to answer your question, that's what the statute provides.
I understand.
And the issue as far as what, to the extent there's a concern about looking forward what happens, there is authority that authorizers have, which is to the extent there are significant challenges with the school during its term, there is the oversight, and ultimately could lead to revocation based on poor performance. So it's not as if there's nothing that can be done going forward, but as far as this decision is tied to the criteria that I.
But the problem with that is the staff didn't give us a recommendation for renewal with conditions. They just simply recommended renewal. If there had been some renewal with some conditions to address the academic performance and to address some things that they should be doing in the plan, that would be different, but that's not what the staff did in making their recommendation.
So Member Sung and then Member Burr.
Is it fair to say, I'm sorry, David, you may or may not be here still. Is it fair to say that the criteria, the ones that were standard, no longer apply because it was the API? And so we're now defaulting to the last piece that's still in law, which we need to consider. But that is under the actual, looking back at the provisions around whether the school presents an unsound educational program or demonstrate unlikely to successfully implement the program. So those criteria is part of what we look at, to look at whether we feel the school has an unsound educational program. I don't see how we can say that the school has an unsound educational program when they have been in existence and they have been successful, and we have data that shows that they have been successful. And I don't see how it's unlikely to successfully implement the program when they have a track record of success with students. So what my concern is we heard from the district that said, oh, they don't have curriculum, they don't have portfolio. They would not have been able to pass their WASC accreditation visit if they didn't have any of these materials here. And what I'm a little bit concerned is that as we're talking through this, and yes, asking hard questions is great. But somehow we got to a point where I heard a comment around, oh no, they're hurting kids. And that is so not true. So I don't know how we got there, but I see that this school has a very strong staff that is concerned, and they have a community behind the school, and they have been demonstrably successful in implementing their program in the past. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you. Member Burr.
Yeah, I appreciate following Member Sun, because that was essentially the sentiment I was going to express, but also kind of, again, the bigger conversation here, Lupita, is that we're dealing with an old and outdated statute that was based primarily on what we needed to do to get federal money, that we had to have the strongest academic performance. And I'm not trying to discount that, but we're now in a new era where we're judging all of our schools on multiple measures. But we're still holding charters to account for this very specific test score analysis. And I'm afraid, actually, listening to the school, that they're being driven into, all we're worried about is the test. We got to keep doing better on the test. So we really need to update the statute around the renewal criteria, but it also has to be taken in context with the totality that Member Sun just described, that we do have evidence that they've successfully demonstrated an academic program through other independent measures, through WASC and otherwise. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
So we're going to do a roll call vote on the motion.
Had her hand up.
Member Cardenas.
I just want to clarify, my comment was not towards the school. I meant like the law itself, like what happens if there is a school that's like really failing. I'm sorry for like that confusion. It was not directed to that. I meant I was sharing my resentment towards like that specific and how it's being expressed, because that's a huge concern for me in future like things. So I was not attacking that school, and I agree, like test scores are not it. Like I said it yesterday, like test scores share a small story and do not reflect the student at all. I have a 17 out of 36 ACT score. I know that's not true. Yeah, so no, it's not that, okay? So I want to make it clear. So yeah, sorry.
Thank you very, very much for clarifying that. Appreciate that. So we're going to do a roll call vote. Executive Director Staff Walters.
Sue.
Aye.
Emma.
Aye.
Linda.
Aye.
Eliza.
Aye.
Patricia. No. Nikki. Aye. Eileen.
Aye.
And Ting.
Aye.
The recommendation passes.
So I want to thank everybody for coming all this way and for coming in front of our board. We're going to clear the room because we have another hearing with quite a few people that would like to enter the boardroom. Thank you. Five-minute intermission, 5 minutes just to take a stretch break, okay? Okay, I'm going to call the board meeting back to order. So we are on item 19. If everyone will please take their seat. We have quite a few speakers and we'd like to proceed. This is item 19, the renewal petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. This is the consideration of the Thrive Public School, which was denied by San Diego Unified. So Lisa, welcome back. Thank you again in advance for your work on item 19. You may proceed. Thank you.
Not try and confuse this again, but it is another renewal petition. So this time for Thrive Public School. And yes, okay, so the timeline for Thrive, they are currently a State Board of Education authorized charter school with a charter term that expires on June 30th of 2019. Pursuant to the Ed Code section, they submitted a renewal petition to the authority that originally denied the charter, in this case, San Diego Unified School District, on August 23rd, 2018. On November 13th, the San Diego Unified School District denied the renewal petition by a vote of 4-0. And on December 3rd, Thrive petitioner submitted a petition on appeal to the State Board of Education. The California Department of Education recommendation is the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew Thrive, a TK through grade 12 school under the oversight of the State Board. The recommendation is based on the petitioner does not meet the renewal criteria and does not present a sound educational program, as they do not perform overall at least equal to its comparable school district schools where the majority of the pupils would otherwise attend. Additionally, the petition does not include the necessary language for measurable pupil outcomes, which is one of the charter elements. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools met on February 5th, 2019. The Advisory Commission moved staff recommendation to deny the petition to the State Board. The motion did not pass by a vote of 4-2. 5 votes are required to move an ACCS recommendation forward to the State Board. Therefore, no recommendation was moved. 2 commissioners again were absent, were not in attendance at that meeting, and there's currently one vacancy on the commission. A little bit of background on the school. They were originally approved by the state board on July 9th, 2014 for a 5-year term. They originally opened serving 2 grades, 26 students in kindergarten and 19 students in 6th grade. By May 2015, the state board approved a material revision of the charter petition to amend the build-out plan to serve TK through grade 8 beginning in 2015-16. And then on March 10th, 2016, the state board approved another material revision of the petition to amend the build-out plan to serve TK through grade 12 beginning in 16-17. Their mission states that the school sets the standard for preparing a diverse pupil population to become community connected, college prepared, and career inspired. Thrive Petition states that the school will ensure that every pupil has a joyful, personalized, and deeply engaging learning experience, and that Thrive prepares pupils to be educated citizens in the 21st century by equipping pupils with the following 3 skills: discernment, agency, and empathy. If renewed, they intend to serve 1,245 pupils in grades TK through grade 12 in 1920. And by 23-24, serving 1,458 pupils in grades TK through 12. They currently serve TK through grade 11 at 4 sites within the San Diego Unified School District boundaries. I'm going to try to be clear about renewal criteria. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry if I confused it. The entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise have been required to attend, as well as the academic performance of the schools in the school district in which the charter school is located, taking into account the composition of the pupil population that is served at the charter school. This is just a reiteration of the renewal criteria under alternative measures. So as we talked about earlier, API has not been calculated since 2013-14. So CDE is using CASP scores dashboard as the alternative measure criteria for purposes of renewal. In this case, CDE selected 6 schools where pupils would otherwise be required to attend and are comparable in that they have similar enrollment for similar significant subgroups. And again, the chart is also included in your attachment, so you can take a look at the schools that we selected as comparison schools. CDE has determined that the CASP data demonstrates that Thrive does not perform at least equal to the schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend for all pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups. The following tables show the percent of pupils that meet exceed standards on the 2014-15 through 17-18 CASP data for ELA and math, for Thrive, and for the CDE chosen comparable schools. And the data does show decreases in ELA and math results in 2016-17 and 17-18, and that the Thrive does not perform overall at least equal to the comparable district schools. So this is our chart here with our comparable schools. The asterisk just denotes that those schools were also both on the lists for that the district used as comparison schools, and also that the petitioner chose. So there's some schools there that were on both lists. This is again just the demographic chart to show how we selected and how this school aligns with the demographics of the comparable schools. There is a notation here that Thrive informed us that they submitted incorrect data to CalPADS for students with disabilities in 17-18. So their correct data is actually 19%. So that's information they shared with us, so I wanted to make sure to pass that along. So taking a look at the 2017 California School Dashboard Indicator Report. So since they didn't have data in 2016, we don't have 2 years worth of data to have colors because they had a CDS code change when they changed grade levels and expanded. So 2 years of the data are required, as you know, to receive a color, but we wanted to at least have the indicator report up here for you so that you can compare it to the 2018 indicator report. To see where they are here and how many points below standard, and whether they had declined as well. So we wanted to provide that information for you. And then also to break it down by subgroups. So for 2018 in ELA, 4 of their subgroups are in red on the chart here: English learners, Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities. And then just digging down a little deeper into the student groups by performance level, so that you can see here just English learners, for example, 102 points below standard. They declined 5.9 points. And then in Hispanic, 82.5% below standard and declined by 15.5 points based on the information in the dashboard. So also for math and all student groups by performance level, 4 of their student groups are also in red here for math. And then digging down a little deeper by performance level, again here in math. So for English learners, for example, they're 132.2 points below standard, and they declined by 4 points. And then for Hispanic, 110.6 points below standard and declined by 5.5 points. So just additional information here for you to review. In Thrive's review of the renewal criteria, they conducted their own analysis of only the 16-17 CASP data using the following. So they did look at pupils school-wide and in subgroups. They did comparisons of 2 sets of schools, San Diego schools and where they thought Thrive pupils would otherwise attend, and San Diego schools that had similar pupil populations. They also submitted additional alternative measures to us. And in the chart below, their data reflects that they performed at least equal to 11 of the 13 in ELA and 5 of the 13 in math. And that's the chart that's right below here. This is the comparison that Thrive did in both ELA and math there. So in terms of alternative measures, Thrive did not meet the renewal criteria under 47607 based on our review. We did review the additional alternative measures as we did for Magnolia, and their alternative measures do also reflect some increases in pupil academic achievements for all groups. However, again, the data presented by Thrive relies on assessments for which we lack independent confirmation of reliability, validity, fairness, and alignment. They did also have some cohort analysis data of CASP scores that we had our data management group take a look at. But we only had 65 students in that, so it was difficult for our team to draw any conclusions from that cohort analysis. San Diego Unified reviewed 2014-15 through 2017-18 CASP data for Thrive and district-chosen comparable schools. Their determination was that Thrive has had significant decreases in annual ELA and mathematic results over a 3-year period. And then additionally, with some exception, the district-chosen comparison schools have consistently had higher CASP results than Thrive. So the following table shows the percent of pupils that met or exceeded on the CASP data for ELA and math for Thrive, and the San Diego Unified chosen comparable schools that pupils would otherwise attend. So that is the chart right below here. San Diego also, other alternative measures were submitted to the district as well, and the district determined that there was no publicly available comparison data for these measures, so their staff was unable to verify the information or provide a comparative analysis with other schools based on these alternative measures that were submitted. Past history under state board authorization, Thrive is in compliance with their petition and the MOU between the charter and the state board. They received letters of concerns from us in 2016, 17, and 18 based on teacher credentialing and noncompliance, and CD determined that the Thrive responses to the concerns were sufficient. In terms of their ability to implement, they are fiscally viable. Their projected budget is viable due to a positive ending fund balances, and they do have the appropriate, actually higher level amounts of reserves for the fiscal years of 2019-20 through 2021-22. We also took a look at their first interim report like we did with Magnolia, and they're projecting a positive ending fund balance and reserves, as I mentioned. We also took a look at their audit report, and they have unqualified status and unqualified audit opinions with no significant audit findings. In reviewing their charter elements, they had a reasonably comprehensive description of most of them. The only one that we would call out is in terms of their measurable pupil outcomes. So if they are renewed, we would need to align those with each of the following subgroups that we've aligned here, but we can have further discussions with them about that. In summary, CDE staff is recommending denial. The petition is not consistent with sound educational practice and does not perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools, where the majority of the pupils would otherwise attend. And then the minor case here has to do with the charter element for measurable pupil outcomes. That concludes my presentation right now. Are there any technical questions for me?
No, thank you, Lisa. We'll probably have you come back for clarifying after the presentations. Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to open the charter hearing. Let me talk about the charter hearing to those in the audience. The charter hearing includes 10 minutes for the petitioners and then 10 minutes for the district, and then public comments by those people who have not already testified, and you have 1 minute. And because we have a lot of assignments, I want to remind you, you come before the board and tell us your name and who you represent, and the staff member will tell you when your time is up, and we'd like you to do your final sentence at that time, just because we want to respect all the people who came today and really want a chance to talk in front of the board. And we want to listen to all of them, so we really want to be respectful to everybody who's here today. And then after that ends the public comments, we will close the public comments, and then we will have board discussion and clarification. We may call back staff, we may call back the petitioners or the school district, depending on our clarifying questions. So that is the process. Likely to take a while, but we really appreciate everyone who came this far to come today before the board. So at this time, I open the public comment, and we'll ask the petitioners to come forward, and you will have 10 minutes. Oh, open the public hearing. You now have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Does it matter which microphone? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sorry, I'll be okay once I get started. Just give me a second. It's an honor to speak to you about the renewal of our school and to address the renewal criteria and the data that Thrive has. Because as I'll share with you, I want to talk to you about the—
Nicole, you should tell us your name.
I'm sorry, Nicola Cece. Thank you, Nicola Cece, CEO and co-founder of Thrive Public Schools. I want to talk to you about our awesome kids. Some of them are here today, and they want to tell you their story of how they came to Thrive and the amazing growth that they have made. I want to talk to you about some of the areas of improvement that we have, because we do have them, and I want to tell you the plan that we have moving forward. It is our mission to be a place where every child can thrive and to serve kids that need something different. The purpose of creating our school was to serve those students that currently have fallen behind or that need extra support. And as you can see by our demographics, that's exactly who we've reached out to and who we're serving. We hope you'll approve us today because our kids need us. They are growing, as I'll show you with our data. And we have done everything the CDE and State Board has ever asked of us without any concerns. So to talk a little bit about our data, you should renew us because Thrive serves a unique and diverse student population. In many ways, that population mirrors the state of California, except in two critical areas. Our African American population, which is double the state average, and our special ed population, also double the state average. I want to point out to you that these two groups are not currently in LCFF, but our special education students specifically need us. I'm the parent of a kid with special needs, so this is especially near to my heart and part of our mission to serve kids who learn differently. We've always been eager to serve kids with disabilities, especially students with moderate to severe disabilities who are fully included at Thrive. 98% of our students are fully included, even those with moderate to severe disabilities. We're serving some of San Diego's most vulnerable learners. 80% of our students come to us below grade level. Within 3 years at Thrive, they outperform their neighborhood peers. Now, this is data that the CDE and you all have access to. This is your data. And even though our kids 80% come behind grade level, they do catch up. To put a finer point on that, middle school students, and I know this was in your report, but our middle school students, 93% of them come behind an average of 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years behind 93% of our kids. And they are making growth. And the district is going to try to tell you that this is because of attrition or something else, but this is our data. We've looked at it. This is data that you have. And we have had it externally validated, and I can talk more about that. When we talk about comparison schools, we have looked at schools that our students would otherwise attend. Some of the comparison schools you have in front of you from staff, who, by the way, is amazing, and we've loved working with them. But I think they got this comparison piece wrong, because you have some charter schools on that list. You have schools in neighborhoods that our kids aren't even from. San Diego Unified's list of schools they chose to compare us to represents 3% of our actual students attending our school. 3%. So when we look at schools that our kids would otherwise attend, our kids are doing well. And when we look at students over 3 years, once they've had a chance to be with us, they do even better. Especially when you look at students with similar demographic data. So when we look at schools that have 20% of students with special needs and schools that are similar to us, we are doing better than schools with similar special education populations, similar African American populations. And we do all this in a fully inclusive setting. Now, in addition to the reasons I've given you, I hope you approve us, because our students have done great, and we can show this by strong, validated growth across multiple measures. SPE has been a champion for multiple measures. You all have done great work, and the CASP data that you have in front of you represents only 13%. I'm sad to see that not all of you can hear the work about our students, but I hope those of you left will listen. The CASP data only represents 13% of our current student population. And we do measure student growth. It is measurable and it is tracked. And that data has been validated by UCSD, by Harvard, by UPenn. This is not data that we have made up. And as your staff just pointed out, alternative measures reflect an increase in achievement for all subgroups. And it has been validated by others. And if we are approved, we will continue and would be happy to continue to work with third-party organizations to validate our program, to visit our schools, to see the work that we're doing. Because the staff that has come to visit us, Lisa, Robin, Chad, the folks that are on your staff, they will tell you that Thrive is a magical place where kids are learning. We have above national average growth in nearly all grade levels. Both LAUSD and the San Diego Unified School District point to MAP NWEA data as, and encourage them to use that kind of data. In that data, we grow more than the national norm. As an example, our kindergartners come to us at the 70th percentile, and in 1 year, move up to the 5th percentile. They go from the 70th percentile to the 5th percentile, making nearly 1.5 years of growth. We are closing the achievement gap. And in doing so, we are getting more students ready for college. We have double-digit growth when it comes to reading scores. And we know that reading is one of the strongest indicators of students' college success. What's most impressive is that our statistically significant subgroups grow in double digits. Especially our African American students outperform our general student population when it comes to reading growth. When you couple that with the fact that our suspension rate for African American students on your dashboard is in the green, our absentee rate for African American students is really strong, we are helping more children get to college by keeping them in school and preparing them for what lies ahead. This is huge. All that being said, we know there's work to do. We have work to do in math. Our math scores aren't where they need to be yet. And if approved, we're ready, willing, and able to do that work. We've done some of that work already. We've leaned into this. We hired a chief academic officer. We hired a director of special education, added 10 additional special education staff members. We have teacher-led professional development. We have partnered with Stanford University, working with Joe Bowler on math instruction, and together with CDE staff created a 5-year plan with additional measurable outcomes and strategies to support our students, like MTSS and additional data. we meet your renewal criteria. We understand that there's work to do, but we meet that data. Our students are performing as well or better as students with similar demographics or the schools that our students would otherwise attend. We've met the CDE's yearly academic requirements. We're not on the ESSA additional support list. Every year when the state board hears about charter schools' academic performance, you have us on a list of meeting and exceeding academic standards. We have exceeded the national norms on NWEA, nationally normed data, and our success with students with disabilities has been nationally recognized, not just for our inclusion, but for our student growth. Not only that, but our parents and students are happy, and you'll hear from them. 93% satisfaction for over 63% of our families who take an anonymous survey. We've had a positive relationship. We've come back to you twice for material revisions and have received nothing but positive feedback. There were no indicators from the state board or the CDE of any concerns until February when we came before the ACCS. That being said, we want to do this work. And if there's more to do, we want to do it with us. Let us know. Let us keep serving our students. There's precedent for renewing a school with conditions. Doing so is both lawful and just. And it helps nearly 1,000 students who would be uprooted if we were not around. Especially our students with special needs would lose continuity of services. We want to keep providing for our students, especially those with special needs. Our community needs us and deserves for us to be around. Some of our community supporters are here today, and I know you also have letters of support from the Senate Pro Tem, Assemblymember Weber, Mayor Faulkner, City Council members of our area. And we urge you to listen to our community members and our parents. Despite what you might hear today, at the hearing in San Diego Unified, the Unified board members even said that it was not their intention to shut down a school, but that they would like to see us go to the state and get renewed. I want to end by showing you this video of our students, which is just a minute long so that you can hear their voices. And it's on. Okay. Well,
So that ends your 10 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you for
I
your
really appreciate you coming and your energy. We'll hear from the district now.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Martin. I'm the superintendent for San Diego Unified School District. I would just like to say a word about who we are as a district and what San Diego Unified stands for. We are committed to excellence and equity in all of our schools. We believe in the work because we have seen it make a difference. San Diego Unified was recently recognized as a statewide leader in African American and Latino student achievement. The Learning Policy Institute report out last month said, and I quote, the report, The California Way, says, I quote, San Diego is one of the districts that Learning Policy Institute has dubbed a positive outlier because its students, 60% of whom are from low-income families and are beating the odds and achieving at a higher than predicted level based on socioeconomic conditions in their communities. San Diego is one of the positive outlier districts that has also shown extraordinary success in educating African American and Latina students, unquote. That is what brings us here today. Thrive has failed to support our most vulnerable students. As a sibling to a developmentally disabled individual, my brother, Charlie, I understand students with disabilities and their needs. You as board members only have one chance to make the right decision today, just like our students only get one chance at a quality education. A renewal today would mean our students will spend the next 5 years of their academic careers in a failed model. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Teacher Walsh.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm Deidre Walsh, the manager in the Office of Charter Schools. I'd like to start by showing you our first slide. As San Diego Unified School District, denying charter schools is uncommon for us. In fact, we've only done it twice since the 2013-14 school year out of all of our charter schools. So it's not something that we do regularly. We are very, I think, respected as being charter friendly, and so this is not something that we commonly do. Oops, it's not paging down. Thank you. So on November 13th, the San Diego Unified School District Board of Education voted to deny the renewal of Thrive and made two findings: that Thrive presents an unsound educational program based on decreases in student academic achievement school-wide and in subgroups, and it was demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program based on continued growth plans. In making its decision, the district considered increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served as the most important factor in determining whether to grant the renewal. In compliance with the statute, the district compared CASP school-wide and subgroup results, comparison school results, DF3 results, and alternative measures data. Based on the data reviewed, the district has significant concerns regarding the academic outcomes at Thrive. School-wide, Thrive's CASP results in both ELA and math have declined over the last 3 years. They are the only school that had decreases in both ELA and math each year when compared to all SDUSD authorized charter schools and all district traditional elementary and middle schools. In 2017-18, Thrive outperformed only one of its comparison schools in ELA and math, and the vast majority of the comparison schools made progress while Thrive's results declined. Thrive performs in the bottom percentages when compared to the district's 143 traditional elementary and middle schools, and only outperforms 16 of those schools in ELA and 9 in math. The same is true when compared to the district-authorized classroom-based charter schools. Of those 42 schools, Thrive only outperformed 6 in ELA and 7 in math. While Thrive's CASP results have steadily decreased over the last 3 years, the majority of the San Diego Unified School District authorized charter schools and district elementary and middle school results have increased over the same time period. By 2017-18, 74 to 90% of the schools had increases in their results. Thrive performed below the district, county, and state on a school-wide basis in both ELA and math for the last 3 years, and had decreases in its percentages in ELA and math, while the district, county, and state all had increases. In the subgroup data, few of Thrive's numerically significant subgroups have made progress. Of the 6 subgroups, only 1 made progress in ELA and 2 made progress in math. Their subgroups perform far below the majority of the 14 comparison schools on the CASP, as reflected in slides 17 through 19. The district is confident that the comparison group of schools took into consideration all subgroups, but includes this table of district and charter schools with the highest percentages of students with disabilities who were tested to satisfy any concerns that this subgroup was not fully considered. Of the 9 schools that serve equal or higher percentages than Thrive, Thrive only outperformed 2 in ELA and 1 in math. Compared to the district, county, and state on a subgroup basis, Thrive has consistently had the lowest performance in math in all of the subgroups for the last 3 years and performed below the district and county in both ELA and math for those 3 years. For the fall 2017 ELA and math DF3, Thrive had the largest point decline of all of its 14 comparison schools, and only 4 schools had lower results than Thrive. The 2018 school-wide DFS results again declined in both ELA and math, and only 1 school had a lower DFS result, and all but 1 of the comparison schools increased or maintained their results. The DFS declines in ELA and math were school-wide and in subgroups, with the African American and students with disabilities subgroup having the largest declines and the lowest results of all subgroups in both ELA and math. The dashboard results for ELA and math school-wide and in subgroups are all declined significantly or declined, and 4 of 6 groups are in the red and very low levels. Thrive has one of the highest chronic absenteeism rates of all of the comparison schools. The district considered the alternative measures data submitted by Thrive, but found the data had errors, resulting in it not being clear and convincing, and it could not be verified or compared. Their cohort data is insufficient to support renewal. They included only one of the 3 numerically significant subgroups it had, beginning with the 3-year cohort in 2015-16. The 3-year cohort for all students includes only 65 students, and the Hispanic 3+ year cohort includes only 28 students. The district is concerned with Thrive's aggressive growth, but after reviewing the cohort data and ACSS documents that were submitted by Thrive, the growth may be compounded by an issue with student turnover. As noted in the graphic that Thrive submitted with their ACCS documents, 267 students took the CASP in 17-18 with them. The following year, only 124 of those students remained enrolled at Thrive. The attrition rate amongst those test takers was 53.5%. A considerable decrease was also noted for 16-17 to 17-18. Time is limited, and I know I went through those data slides very quickly, but please know I'm happy to come back and answer any questions for you. I'd like to close and then turn it over to Superintendent Martin by saying the state, including this board, has spent a considerable amount of time and energy creating and implementing a statewide system of assessments and academic measures. And these assessments and measures are used to determine academic progress of all schools and renewal for charter schools. Making a recommendation based on the results of the state assessment and academic measures ensures that the charter renewal process is fair, accurate, and equitable for all charter schools. Using only alternative measures to justify renewal would require that the state assessments and academic measures be disregarded. Thank you.
Knowing this is a difficult decision for everyone, we've taken some extraordinary steps to ease the transition for all impacted students. I've brought a copy of our plan that's being distributed. We have set up a hotline staffed by bilingual enrollment specialists. We're planning for at least 6 community meetings in neighborhoods where Thrive now operates, each meeting with translation and daycare services available. Thrive students will receive priority placement in all district-managed schools with capacity, and our analysis shows that there is capacity for all Thrive students in both district-managed and charters. Our schools operating near Thrive locations will host information nights for parents with free transportation provided to those who need it. We have phenomenal options to offer them, including charter school options. My son went to a charter school, and we are proud of the fact that we have a strong relationship with our district-authorized charter schools, including the 2 that opened the very same year as Thrive, where scores are climbing instead of declining.
I want to thank the representatives from San Diego Unified. We might be asking you some more questions, but first we're going to have some public comments.
Thank you.
So I thank you for being here today. So at this time, we're going to have public comments. And so when your name is called, we'll ask you to line up and to come forward, introduce who you are, what you represent, and then you have 1 minute. And then please respect when our staff member lets you know your time is up. Okay, Pam, may I proceed? Or Carolyn? Okay.
Would the following people please line up? Victoria Harris, Lorraine Richards, Angela DeRamos, Wilhelmina Bradley, Colleen Swat, Nara Franca, Peter Maribay, Noriberto Morales, Janice Shu, Isis Ramirez, Odalis Flores, Robert Lawson, Anaya Corliss Long, Jimmy Fry, Maharani Hall, and Steve Askar.
Thank you. Madam President and members, I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Shirley Weber. She asked that I read this letter in support of Thrive Public Schools. Honorable board members and of the California State Board of Education, I write in support of Thrive Public Schools renewal application, which will be heard by State Board on March 14, 2019. Oh, sorry. Shall I start over? Thank you. Honorable board members of the California State Board of Education, I write in support of Thrive Public Schools' renewal application, which will be heard by the State Board on March 14, 2019. Thrive's success with innovative approaches excels and supports traditionally underserved students. Through personalized instruction, Thrive provides the support that students who have struggled elsewhere need to close the achievement gap. Thrive is dedicated to continuously improving to ensure they are providing their students with the best education possible. Thrive has worked in partnership with local organizations and education institutions such as the YMCA, the University of San Diego, and the San Diego Center for Children to provide its students with counseling, food security, health care, and extracurricular programs that support them beyond the classroom. Thrive is a cornerstone to students and families that continue to believe in and rely on them for the service to the community and its children. Thrive Public Schools is a valuable resource to students and families in our district and has fulfilled its promise to the communities it serves by providing high-quality education to every student. I support the renewal application for Thrive Public Schools so they can continue to provide high-quality education to students in my district. Sincerely, Shirley Weber, Assembly Member, 79th District.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Wilhelmina, and I have 4 children, all of whom went through San Diego Unified School District with mixed results. My youngest son was at San Diego Unified School since preschool, where he was bullied and deeply unhappy. He was in special education services, but we weren't getting what he needed. 4th grade was terrible. He began fighting back the kids that had bullied him since kindergarten. The amazing opportunity to attend Thrive fell into our lap, and it has been life-changing. My son loves Thrive. He hasn't missed a day of school. He has a lot of doctor's appointments, and he has some health issues, and he wants to go back to school right after them. If you take Thrive away, I don't know what I will do, but I do know he will never go back to San Diego Unified School District. My son is growing, but it can't happen overnight. Please give Thrive more time and the opportunity to improve. Kids like my son are just now getting to Thrive. Please don't take it away from us. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Bob Lawson, and I'm with in the Public Interest Organization. We're here to support the CDE recommendation to deny the renewal petition. We've submitted a brief, a pretty detailed brief, with our concerns about the academic performance of the students, particularly some of the subgroups, the economically disadvantaged, Latino, English learners, and African American. As you heard, that Thrive's CAP scores doesn't meet the academic criteria for renewal, and we took a look even at the additional criteria that Thrive recommended to consider their petition. And even there, where you saw that, and it's in the brief, we saw that Thrive does not serve those subgroups well. So that's why we're recommending that you deny it. The other thing is just really quickly on the conditional renewal. This really isn't anything different than an actual renewal, because as the authorizer, you can impose conditions on them. So it's typically just a renewal. So we asked you to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Colleen Swat, and I have 2 children that attend Thrive. My daughter Avery is in kindergarten, and during her short time at Thrive, she has already developed a strong math mind, learned to write, and reads above grade level. More importantly, Thrive gives her a secure and nurturing learning environment where she wakes up eager to learn every morning. My son Caden is in 5th grade and spent the last 5 years at another local school. In those 5 years, he struggled. My son has ADHD, and our neighborhood school was not the best learning environment for a child like him. He fell behind further each year. We transferred him to Thrive for this year, and in the last 6 months, Caden has shown more academic progress than he has shown in the last 5 years at his old school. He's also learning emotional skills and finding healthy ways to manage his hyperactivity without the use of medication. If Caden can have this much progress in 6 months, imagine where he'll be when he graduates from high school at Thrive. Thrive is the right fit for my son. Please don't take that away from him.
Hi, my name is Nara. I am a parent and a teacher at Thrive.
I'm here to ask you please to not close our school. Why do we think we have the right to decide where Thrive students should go to school? As a parent, I am aware that Thrive CASP scores might not be considered good, even though I choose to keep my son enrolled at Thrive. The public school in my neighborhood, it's not a good school. I don't want my son to go there. It is easy to be against charter schools when the public school of your neighborhood is considered excellent. But that's not my story. And this is not the story of many of the parents and students from Thrive. If the school is closed, they will lose the community and safe space that it's not offered at their local schools. We come from underprivileged neighborhoods. Thrive is an oasis for us. Please don't close our community. Let us continue our work. Better scores will come in time. Education is not about grades. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Maribey, and I'm a parent at Thrive Public Schools who would like you to approve. My family, along with hundreds of other families, have enrolled our children at Thrive because we are convinced that the school is pioneering an education model that will prepare them for a rapidly changing world. The test scores only tell a partial story and unfortunately are being selectively interpreted to suit a certain narrative. What about our children who have to compete with many others around the globe? What about raising the next generation of respectable and responsible citizens? Thrive needs your support because many other schools in the United States are looking up to it for its innovation. On which side of history will we stand on this matter? Will we support a cutting-edge school, or will we stifle it for short-term expediency? For our sakes and for the sake of our children's future, support the charter renewal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Norberto Morales, representing my son Isaac, kindergartner at Thrive. Before attending Thrive, Isaac did not want to go to school. He would complain and cry. Since attending Thrive, he's grown leaps and bounds ever since then. He wants to go to school. He's excited when he's not there. And I, as a parent, cannot be more happy. This was a big concern to us because no parent should have to watch their kids complain and cry about their son going to school. Not renewing their charter is going to have a negative impact on my son. So please, I ask you to consider that.
Hi, my name is Janice Sue. I'm a mom from San Diego, and I'd like to read a statement on behalf of a Thrive parent who's not able to be here today. My name is Stacy. I have 3 children who attend Thrive. All 3 have Engelmann syndrome. Most notably, my children do not speak verbally. Throughout my children's lives, I've been on a mission to find an inclusive school for them. Most schools, including San Diego Unified, place children who are nonverbal in segregated classrooms. Segregated classrooms are not equal, and they put children at a much greater risk of being abused, as 2 of my children were. I have moved 6 times to find schools for my children to ensure their safety, and I finally found Thrive. At Thrive, my children are never segregated from their peers. Instead, they are fully included and are safe and educated to the best of their ability. If Thrive closes, my children will have nowhere to go. Going back to the district schools is not an option. Please consider my children and others like them when making your decision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anaya, and I have been a Thrive student since my freshman year, which has been almost 3 years now. Before coming to Thrive, I felt like I didn't get the help that I needed. When I was in 8th grade, I didn't take my education seriously, and I had a fixed mindset that I wasn't good at anything and wouldn't achieve good grades. But all of that changed when I came to Thrive. When I came to the school, I started noticing my grades change in a good way. Thrive has helped me a lot, and I feel like I'm actually learning things. Since it's personalized learning, we do things at our own pace, which makes things easier. I want to thank our teachers who take time preparing great lessons for us. They always give me the help that I need, and I feel comfortable to ask for help when I need it. The school has also helped me feel more college ready. We take trips to see different colleges to help prepare us for our future, like we did yesterday when we went to UC Davis. Thrive is a great school, and I hope you renew us. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the next group of speakers to please line up. Perry Lynn Turnbull, Amanda Lee, Lena Kern, Bet Jo Acker, Kelly Nick, Cheryl Rode, Perla Morales, Alexis Shape, Sarah Rodriguez, Elia Toves Delphin, Nathaniel Mollenkamp Green, Grayler Cart, Richard Barrera, Janelle Ruley, David Begas, and Andrea Gaspar.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jimmy, and I'm a freshman at Thrive. Thrive is an important school above all else. There are many students, including me, that would be lost without Thrive. Kids that aren't made for the teaching style of traditional schools. Before Thrive, I would get lost in my classes, and I was afraid to talk to my teachers. The teachers at Thrive make sure that the students want to learn, and they keep us motivated. A true way to see a school's worth is to see how its teachings apply in the real world. But Thrive has not been around long enough to see any graduates. It would be unfair to decide if Thrive has won or lost before we finished the race. The Thrive teaching method makes it so that no student gets left behind when it comes to their education. If Thrive were to not exist, then there would be many students like myself that would struggle in a traditional school. The truth is, Thrive has helped me so much, and it will continue to help so many students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isis. I'm currently a junior at Thrive. Before I came to Thrive, I was at another charter school in San Diego, and although the school was also small, it had like a couple of flaws. Many of the teachers were leaving or they just wouldn't show up. And even with the small amount of students, they had very little to no time with one-on-one with teachers. Thrive is different because here there's more time for one-on-one with the teachers, and they always make sure you have the right mind to start your day. Thrive has become a big part of me. The community here has shown me how to trust people and become close with others. The teachers here have always made sure that students are being heard and make sure they want a safe place. And I'd love to be one of their first graduating class. Thank you.
I'm so short, I have to move them down here. So I initially wrote this very big, broad speech saying why you shouldn't shut down our school, but one thing I did learn from this school is that you always speak from the heart. So I rewrote the entire thing, and Thrive Public Schools is a part of who I am today. Before I started going to a charter school, I was always shoved to the back of the class where I wouldn't speak or participate. Second grade is when my parents realized that they wanted me to go to a place where they knew I would have a voice, and that is who I am today, a 17-year-old Mexican girl who wants an opportunity in this world. While this was only middle school, I couldn't stay in middle school for so long. I'm sorry. So it was really hard for me to find a high school where I would have a voice. Until I came across Thrive. Especially as a woman and a Latina, I feel that I have a voice here in this school. And this is why I'm here today as a representative of all of the other Latina Mexican people who stayed behind because they couldn't miss a day of school. And I'm very passionate about this renewal because that means that I would have to go to a public school and have no one to talk to and be shoved again in the back of the class.
Tom.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maharani Hall. I've been in education for over 20 years, and in that time, I've worked at several schools. In all my time, I have never worked with a more dedicated, self-sacrificing, compassionate team. The individual thoughtfulness and concern given to every single one of our youth is at a level of care that I've never seen its equal. Thrive truly attempts to help create emotionally whole human beings with tools to be able to succeed going forward. They strategically place uniquely qualified and out-of-the-box staff in the classrooms to show our students a large range of what is possible in this world. Although relatively new, Thrive is filling a vacancy providing innovative and thought-provoking educational strategies in a community that is far too often overlooked. There's still a lot of work to be done, but the damage of not letting us continue the work that we've barely begun would disrupt a beginning of a beautiful outcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Askar. I'm Dean of Student Culture at Thrive Elementary School. And I'm here to represent the voices of those who couldn't make it at our elementary school. It's 2:51 p.m. right now, and in this moment, miles and miles away, hundreds of kids at our school are going to a closing meeting to talk about how their day was and what they enjoyed and what went well. I've been touching base with my team all day, and I'd like to share with you 3 stories. Today, a kindergarten boy was bouncing up and down with joy as he taught his big buddy classroom about how to develop a mathematical mindset. Today, a 2nd grade girl who despised writing when she first came to Thrive was begging her teacher for the challenging paper with extra lines because she was so excited to be a storyteller. And today, a 3rd grade boy who has struggled emotionally and struggled socially led a collaborative group in screwing in shells for a living wall to save the Kino checker spot butterfly as part of their project-based learning cycle. Today, these things are happening, and it's not unusual to just today. I know these things will continue to happen. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old son, and I hope and I pray that they too can take part of Thrive Public Schools. Please renew us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Perry Lynn Turnbull, and I'm the president of the Thrive Education Foundation and the proud parent of 5 public school students. Katie and Samantha attend traditional public schools in San Diego Unified. Jacob, Trevor, and Mason attend Thrive Public Schools. Your vote today will determine our son's future. We came to Thrive when we realized that the school that had served Jacob's sisters well was not a good fit for him. Nearly 3 years behind on state standards, by grade 5 and behavioral challenges, we knew we needed to make a change and fast. The Thrive community welcomed Jacob with open arms and set to work to accelerate his learning, to provide social emotional supports outlined in his IEP, and work collaboratively with our family to support his development into a confident young man. Today in grade 8, Jacob is not only proficient on state standards, his academic growth, as evidenced by the NWA MAP scores, have been frankly astonishing. And this year he was elected as the school president. Thrive Public Schools saved his life. I urge you to approve the school for Jacob and the 1,000 other Jacobs at Thrive whose futures will be impacted by your vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gallagher-Nick, and I am a lifelong educator and currently the Director of Educational Services at Center for Powerful Public Schools, which is a nonprofit in Los Angeles. As the name implies, our mission is to build the capacity of educators in order to create and sustain powerful public schools. We work with traditional district schools, with charter schools, and we supported teachers in the LAUSD strike. We support educators everywhere who are serving underserved youth, and I am here today to speak in support of Thrive as being an important partner in this work. We feel so strongly that Thrive is an excellent model of public education that we invited one of their administrators to serve on our board as a liaison to the charter world, and an excellent example of progressive learning policies. As a strong advocate for public education, I am here today to voice my support for Thrive Public Schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Lee, and I'm a proud parent of 3 Thrive students. My oldest, Aaliyah, is a 2nd grader and has been attending Thrive since TK. Aaliyah is a bright, joyful child, but early on she struggled with reading. In kindergarten, Thrive's intervention coordinator helped formulate a personalized reading plan for Aaliyah. She incorporated Aaliyah's love for music and harnessed her creativity to build a foundation for reading. Today, Aaliyah is reading at grade level. It's amazing to watch her develop a love for learning and build her confidence. My other 2 children are 1st grade twins. Each of my children have different educational needs, and Thrive has been able to identify and implement educational plans that are successful for each, which are represented in their MAP scores. My 3 children are mindful, compassionate, inventive, creative learners who are not represented in CAST data. I believe that Thrive is shaping our leaders of tomorrow, and I ask you please renew Thrive's charter to prove its success. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena, and I am a parent of a Thrive student. I'm also a single parent, low income, so my child is one of those vulnerable statistics that they're talking about. And as important as it is to know what we're fighting for, it's also just as important to know what we're fighting against and who stands to lose. And I brought a picture of my son because he's the one that stands to lose today. My son doesn't fit into the data analysis or statistical requirements used to identify success, but that's because he doesn't fit into quantitative measures. This right here is a qualitative testimony. Thrive has been life-changing, not just for him, but for us as a family. And he has finally been provided a learning environment that not only understands him, but supports and nurtures him. He is transformed from a beaten down, discouraged kid who hated school into a child who is excited to go to school, make friends, and is now interested in college. He has dreams of attending Irvine. And now his growth stands to be lost. My son doesn't flourish in a traditional environment like he does at Thrive. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Rohde, and I represent the San Diego Center for Children, one of the largest comprehensive children's behavioral health organizations in San Diego County, working with districts and schools all across the region. Student success is so much more than test scores. We believe in the work and commitment that Thrive is making every day to help children with behavioral health challenges to be successful students. Nearly 1 in 5 Thrive students have identified special needs, more than double the California state average. Those students are fully included at Thrive. Families choose Thrive because they need a learning environment that welcomes and appreciates their child's unique needs. Children need to feel that they belong, regardless of their disability. Thrive outperforms other neighborhood schools with similar special education populations because they support the whole child and the community. Uprooting students that have found the support and services they need would be detrimental to their development and academic progress. We support their charter and their continued efforts to support children with behavioral health needs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Perla Morales, and I'm a high school student at Thrive. I can say many things about Thrive, from the essential parts like community building to the less exciting bits like math. I've never been in a place quite like Thrive. My first week there was mind-boggling. I didn't know teachers could create such a safe and comfortable environment for us students. Being able to express myself and show who I really am were things I thought high school wasn't about. My mind created this idea that I had to survive through it and be as invisible as I could. As someone who is constantly doubting and putting things on hold, I feel the extra push and support that comes from a family at Thrive. Acceptance is something that as human beings we all crave, and I can say wholeheartedly that every single student, staff, and teacher is an essential piece of the beautiful, intricate puzzle that is Thrive. Please let Thrive continue. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexis Sharp, and I've attended Thrive for 3 years. When I was in middle school, I would always struggle. I felt that I could not seek help from my teachers because I shouldn't have been confused in the first place. I felt no connections with my teachers, and I was uncomfortable to ask for help. So I did the best I could, which wasn't good enough for me. But all of that changed when I got to Thrive. Thrive is a special school because it allows students to be leaders. I never would have thought I could lead activities such as planning for dances, snack sales, or even a class. I never thought I could talk in public or in front of big groups of people like I'm doing right now. At school, I feel like I'm learning and like I'm wanted. Thrive changed that for me and probably changed that for other students too. If Thrive is gone, then that would be a lost opportunity for kids who need their support. Please don't take that away from them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betty Jo Acker, a public school educator for 30 years. For the past 18 years, I have been with the San Diego Unified School District overseeing K-12 programs. I am also a member of the Teachers Union. I am well aware of the us versus them mentality regarding charter and public education. I am proof you don't have to pick a team. We can and must support each other. The educator and parent in me understands the importance of having access to different approaches to learning. As a mommy, I needed to find the right place for my son, and I found that in Thrive, as did many other parents. I have been involved in several school redesigns. From my experience, a school cannot be effectively launched, assessed, adjusted, and reevaluated in one 5-year period. Innovation takes time. I respectfully and passionately request you approve Thrive's charter for another 5 years so they can continue their journey of becoming an exceptional educational experience. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and and I've been at Thrive for almost 3 years. I'm part of Class 2020. The sentence means a lot to my peers, to me, and especially to my family, because we will be the first graduating class of Thrive Public Schools. The school is filled with opportunity, nourishment, and education. Thrive is new with this, and improvement is needed. But like all other schools, they do too. We all can't deny the unconditional care that teachers give us or the educational value all classes have. Without Thrive, I would have never experienced a new learning environment, English 101 at Mesa Community College. I would have also never grown as a person or as a student without Thrive. January 15, 2019, it was the second day back from winter break and also one of the hardest days of my life. I stepped into the classroom and broke down. That day I was met with unconditional care and comfort. Everyone who was in that room were people that I cared for and trusted. The love and care that day can never be found in other schools. Thank you.
My name is Alana Delphin, and I am a Thrive High student at the Linda Vista campus. Being able to attend this school means a lot to me, especially since Thrive's #1 priority is the students. This is now my 3rd year attending Thrive, and one thing I could say is we have continued making strong, memorable bonds with our community each year, as our school is very diverse and small. With that being said, no one's voice goes unheard, and we are all seen and valued. There is someone always willing to talk, whether it's the staff or the students. Over the years, we continue to set goals for ourselves. Our school is very hands-on, and we are able to connect what we are learning in class to the real world. Thrive has motivated and inspired me to become the person I am today with the deep connections we make at school. I love and look forward to going to school every day, so please allow for our school to continue. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Nathaniel. I go by Nate. Kids like myself and my brother can come from a bad situation and doing bad in school and start to succeed. Because of the small classes, every student can get as much attention as they need to help them succeed. If Thrive gets shut down, many kids, including me, will have to transfer back to generic public school, where we were not getting the same attention to begin with. Thrive helped me find who I am as a person and a classmate. Today, I now have the confidence that I will succeed and have a purpose. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grayler Cart, and I'm currently a junior at Thrive High. Thrive is the most diverse school I've ever attended. I have been to plenty of other public schools, and not one has been so open-minded and community-driven. I believe that Thrive High is very important because every student works and learns in their own way, and Thrive acknowledges that. If Thrive was no longer in commission, many students would lose a completely unique community found nowhere else. Because of Thrive, I believe that I can persevere and accomplish my goals. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'd like to ask the following people to please line up: Keisha Burden, Chris Wilson, Jonathan Mello, Eric Premack, Tony Winnie, Carol Anderson, Tom Pellegrino, Demi Brown, Alexa Greenland, Nate Landis, Juan Pablo Pauda Guerrera, Michael Tong, Dwayne Crenshaw, Michelle Hansen, Janet Wilson, and Romel Antoine.
Hello, my name is Keith Vegas. I am a former Thrive student, and I wish to tell the board about how students perceived map testing, at least when I was there. When I was at Thrive, at least my group of friends, which was a fair bit, didn't take the map testing seriously because it had no impact on who we were or our grades. We all saw it as a joke. I myself even saw how inconsistent the testing score was each time I took it. The testing said I was average and such. But when I came to my current high school, I was below average in most of my classes. I also had a little brother who went to Thrive. He has a similar story as mine. He was told he was average when he took the map testing, but when he came to our current high school, he was also below average and required additional help to achieve where he is today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Andrea Gaspar, and I'm an education equity advocate at the Center on Policy Initiatives in San Diego. I'm here today to urge you to deny the renewal of Thrive schools. For the last couple of months, I have directly heard horror stories from former Thrive parents and students. Stories of dismissive, unaccountable, intimidating Thrive administration, bullying and sexual assault incidents gone unattended, a weak and hurtful restorative justice approach, high teacher turnover and admin turnover, and stories of inaccessible transcripts of students who finally decide to leave their schools. As a Latina, proud English learner and product of San Diego Public Schools, I strongly believe our youth deserve quality, project-based learning that is not just based in poor online instructions. Students deserve a safe, dynamic, and challenging education that ensures their academic and test score success. I urge you today to consider the voices of those 30% of students who have left Thrive schools in the last 3 years and not renew Thrive schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, board members. Janelle Rulli with the Law Offices of Young, Mini, and Core here today in very strong support of Thrive Public School, and we urge your yes vote on renewal. Thrive is a school whose story is just unfolding. It's a tremendously popular school of choice in San Diego for more than 900 families. Thrive has grown to meet demand and has nimbly implemented its educational program to meet changing demands. To close Thrive today would be premature. When it comes to charter renewal, we have two different ways to meet the academic threshold criteria. The first way is using alternative measures to demonstrate increases in pupil academic achievement. The second way is comparing student performance to two different groups of comparison schools. For the first criteria, alternative measures, Thrive has provided a mountain of data, including NWA assessment results, which are nationally normed, all of these to document increases in pupil academic achievement. Inexplicably, CDE staff has just dismissed these and said that they can't possibly look at them because they can't independently validate it. If we can't validate a nationally normed assessment, I'm not sure what we can validate. If we have to provide that data, the CDE has to be able to review it. Tom. We urge your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome, State Board President Linda Darling-Hammond. Hello, Vice President Strauss and members of the board. My name is Gina Plate, and I am Vice President of Special Ed at the California Charter Schools Association. Excuse my voice. But you've heard me come before you many, many times to say how critical it is that we create general ed settings that are designed to meet the needs of every single child. And I happen to live in the area that this school exists, and I can say firsthand that it is an example of what we've been talking about. And you've heard from providers today that are not just on the campus to provide academic supports. There are providers on the campus looking at the whole child. And so I am thrilled to be in Sacramento today to be able to say that I encourage your support of this school because it is an example. I come to this podium regularly to talk about what we should be doing, and Thrive is an exciting example of what we should be doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Ramel Antoine again on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. Just want to talk about accountability really quickly. This board, in many iterations, has taken up the question of growth and what a growth model looks like. We heard about it this morning for a few hours. A few meetings ago, I remember the conversation being about why were we talking about growth models again? And the question came up, and we talked about the fact that it came up around teacher performance and how we could measure how teachers were doing, and that we weren't going to do that anymore, and why was it relevant anymore? Thrive is a reason why it's relevant. If we're not talking about growth of students, one of the main factors of equity, if we're looking at the performance of African American students, if we're looking at performance of students with special needs, other students who are coming in behind, who need the support, who need the time to get to where they need to get to, growth is one of the ways that we can look at that. The only schools, the only people who suffer in that situation of these high stakes accountability is students who go to public charter schools. No other schools have this kind of accountability, and that's not the way that we need to do that. If we look at CDE, we have not seen any letters of concern. This is their final, the only time they've heard of it is on this renewal. That's really unfortunate and a disservice to these students. Thank you.
My name is Keisha Borton. I have taught in the San Diego Unified School District for nearly 25 years.
I also represent the San Diego Education Association, which represents both district and charter schools. I'm here to ask the Board of Education to support the San Diego Unified School District denial and the staff recommendation for non-renewal of Thrive. I'm not speaking in opposition to the students and parents of Thrive or charters in general. In fact, I will work to hold our school district accountable in assisting these families in finding new schools, charter or district run, that will fit their children's needs. I am concerned that the Thrive administration and their powerful supporters have failed these families by prioritizing growth and marketing over the education of their students, growing from 45 to 900 in less than 5 years, and only now evaluating their education plan. Thrive serves significantly lower percentages of low-income students, English learners, and Latino students than their neighboring schools. The fact that they rely heavily on MAP scores and don't want the dashboard or their CAF scores to be considered in the discussion is also telling.
Tom.
Thrive is avoiding subgroup comparisons because they know they do not measure.
Thank you very, very much for being here. Next.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Christopher Rice Wilson. I'm the parent of 2 small children who attend San Diego Global Vision Academy, which is a public charter school in the San Diego Unified School District. And this is hard today. I'm here to recommend that you follow the state's recommendation and the denial of San Diego Unified. And it's hard because I hear the students, and I wholeheartedly believe that their experience is real and their needs are real. But then we have the data. I'm here because, by all accounts, Thrive has failed. They failed our most vulnerable students. They failed to demonstrate they meet the academic requirements to renew the charter. They will blame low scores on the high number of new students attending the school each year. Will someone please ask why they have a 27 to 39% attrition rate? Success does not produce a 39% attrition rate. For low-income students, they had the worst academic outcomes in English, language, arts, and math. When looking at African-American students, they failed. Looking at Latino students, they failed achievement in all directions.
Tom.
Let's be clear, Thrive has been given every opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
And they failed. Please deny them.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Nate Landis, parent of 4 Thrive students. I have a PhD in ethics, but it doesn't require a PhD to see that the district picked their best schools, not their worst, for the comps. It also doesn't take a PhD to see that an economic threat is seen by a rapidly growing charter school. I want to show you that my kids have flourished and thrived at Thrive. One of my sons was hit by a San Diego Unified teacher, no consequences. He came to Thrive and he's been flourishing academically with his handwriting, reading. He started a club emphasizing community service, and he also is getting specialized speech therapy. Thrive's mission is to find kids who are behind and help them catch up. When you add large numbers of students quickly, you're going to have average test scores that are lower. Harvard and UPenn have looked at this and they've concluded that San Diego Unified's data analysis is, quote, woefully inadequate for any actionable conclusions. Please be careful with this data. It's not data, it's 1,000 lives at stake that this team will have to decide on today. Thrive deserves more time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Winnie, and my son Ethan is a 2nd grader at Thrive, and he started there in kindergarten. As a 2nd grader, my son does not yet take the CASP test. Unfortunately, his academic success over the last 3 years is not being considered as a part of Thrive's charter renewal. However, I have watched his remarkable progress, of which I'm very proud, and which has also been reinforced by his quarterly MAP assessments. My son happens to be African American as well, and from time to time he's had disciplinary issues at school. And one of the things I really appreciate about Thrive is their focus on restorative justice, which has made quite a difference in my son's life. Because as you know, African American students are typically disciplined at higher rates than some of their peers in school. So I'm very comfortable having my son attend Thrive, and they have treated him with nothing but respect. It would be devastating for my son and my family to lose Thrive, but we have choices, and some families do not. Please renew Thrive's charter for 5 more years to allow for the data to help prove its success and to help provide a learning environment for so many who have found Thrive to be their best and maybe only choice. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next.
Hi, I'm Carol Anderson, and I'm a teacher of STEAM at Thrive, and I've been working with youth in a variety of settings for over 25 years. You've heard lots of statistics, a lot of talk about disadvantaged students, African American students. Let me tell you a couple stories. We'll call him Beto. Came in 7th grade, Latino male, reading at a 2nd grade level from his neighborhood school. Hated school, pushed back against everything. Now he comes in. Miss Carol, did I do a good job? Did I get a lot of stuff in? Did I do enough? Can I do more? Our other student, Donnie, African American male, 5th grade, presents neurotypical, has Asperger's, had a hard time, got pushed out of local schools because he didn't fit in. Now he's learning those techniques to fit in. And now he comes to me, Miss Carol, I belong here. I feel good here. I'm a good student, aren't I? Those are the stories. Those are the lives. That's what's happening to those students. Please keep Thrive open. Give us 5 more years for those students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Pellegrino, the Executive Director of San Diego Cooperative Charter Schools, just down the street from Thrive, and I'm also the co-chair for the San Diego Advocacy Council of Charter Schools. I stand before you with a message of support for Thrive Public Schools, even though we are within a half-mile proximity of another charter school that you could look at as competing. That's not the case. Please consider that when schools grow and add multiple grade levels during an academic year, an analysis of the SBAC data can be misleading. Annual data measured year over year and linked to student cohorts that have attended the school for multiple years provides a clearer measure of schools' impact on student learning. When charters are in their first 5-year term, there is no comparable district school. There isn't. Growth always precedes the maximal performance. And if you agree for the benefit of all students, I respectfully request that you approve the Renewal of Thrive's charter. By voting for Renewal, you individually support Thrive and all the schools that make this difficult work possible. You encourage growth students make before they meet standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Next.
Good afternoon, board members or commission members. My name is Bishop Chris Baker, and I'm an advocate here in Sacramento. When I heard about this, I said, I just have to come down here and comment. I travel back and forth to Washington, D.C. I'm on a stakeholders committee, and I keep hearing 45 to 900. Well, I worked for the world's largest retailer when they went from 50 to over 5,000 stores. You're going to make some mistakes somewhere, and we learn from those mistakes. Now, when you have babies out here crying that created a relationship with their teachers, we cannot sit here and deny them that education because of a mistake. What we need to do is work with Thrive and help them succeed better and correct the mistakes so these babies can strive again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexa Greenland, and I'm a charter school leader in San Diego. As we all know, charter schools must accept all students who apply. We cannot turn away students who are not proficient or who are struggling at other schools, but it is because of those struggles that families sought out Thrive. Thrive fills a need in our community, and that is evident by its surge in enrollment. You've heard a lot of stories today about how Thrive has impacted individual children, and I want to take a moment to recognize that their success is due to the phenomenal leadership of Nicola Cece. She works her heart out in an effort to build a system where all students can thrive. And I know if you give her a chance, she will put that passion to work and will not disappoint our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Juan Pablo Pardo Guerra. I'm a professor of sociology at UC San Diego. I speak today both as a parent at Thrive and a scholar of inequalities. I'm extremely concerned by how decisions taken in recent months about our school and community are based on misleading statistics. The argument about test scores is deceptive and flawed. To put it into context, it's like saying that the apparently colder winter, this previous colder winter means that climate change isn't real. 2 faulty data points don't make a trend. I'm also worried about how our experiences haven't been taken into account throughout this process. Opposition to charter schools like Thrive is heavily racialized and classed. According to Education Next 2018 poll, the strongest opposition to charter schools comes from white high-income households. By contrast, Black and Hispanic households are the strongest supporters of charter schools and projects like Thrive. It is easy to tell others what to do when you have the privilege of choices to make. The discussion isn't only about scores, but also about rights. Hear the passionate voices of our great community, and don't let faulty numbers take our rights away. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask the following people to please line up: Joe Acker, Mike Haskins, Carmina Asuna, Grayler Cart, Javon Parks, Jarrett Castro, Lizbeth Cabajal, Ruth Swihart, Corey Pahanish, Janelle Godfrey, Chris Poblet, Casey Desmond, Bishop, Janelle Ruley, Ryland Acker, Russell Landis, Samuel Prado, David Yeager, Shelley Kurth, Lee Phillips, Carrie Flanagan, and Sherry Vernon.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hansen. I'm the Vice President of the Girard Foundation Board, and I'm here to speak in favor of Thrive's charter renewal. The Girard Foundation is a San Diego-based foundation that supports the growth of quality K-12 education. Our board members include former California State Senator Dee Dee Alpert and Dr. Mary Walshock, who is the current Dean of UCSD Extension. The Girard Foundation has supported Thrive over the last 5 years because we recognize Thrive as a model of excellence and innovation in K-12 public education. National foundations and education experts agree. Dr. Tom Vandark, who is the author of the Getting Smart blog, named Thrive Public Schools as one of the top 101 public school networks in the United States in 2018. Thrive is advancing a sophisticated project-based learning model and implementing an innovative social-emotional curriculum. They are committed to serving all of their students, as you have heard today, and engaging in cycles of continual improvement. The Girard Foundation respectfully requests that the State Board of Education support the renewal of Thrive's charter. Thank you.
Hello, State Board of Education members. My name is Michael Tong, and I was a 3rd and 4th grade teacher at Thrive Public Schools and now serve as the Director of Data and Analytics. You don't need to be a data expert to understand that in Thrive's unique context with its growth, that the CASP is not a measure that can be used with integrity to evaluate our school around renewal. Given this, to make a logical and reasonable decision, there are 3 options that you can instead use. 1, you can look and compare students who have been at Thrive for 3 or more years to those same comparison schools as they have been consistent. 2, you can evaluate Thrive on internal measures such as MAP and Lexile, which has been provided to you. Or 3, you can evaluate Thrive's CASP scores using inferential statistics and not descriptive statistics, which has been provided to you in the Harvard and the UPenn studies. Across all 3 of these options, Thrive demonstrates sound academic practice. If today you choose to compare Thrive's raw CASP scores results to other schools, please know that you could be shutting down a school based on a comparison that is incredibly inaccurate. Thank you.
Very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Janet Wilson. I was a principal for 21 years and I retired as a small school district superintendent. But I am here today in my most important role as Daniel's Nana and guardian. Grandparents never become custodial grandparents for good reasons. There is always trauma, but I'm so blessed. When Daniel was 5, he said, "I'm Daniel, I'm 5 years old, and I want to be an artist on the moon." Oh dear, I'm gonna have to find the perfect place to nurture his artistic soul. A place that teaches children, not a narrow test. After months of research and prayer, I found Thrive. They have exceeded my hopes and dreams. His teacher is simply the best. When I pick Daniel up from school, he skips joyfully to the car. When I say to him, "What are some of the things you love doing today?" He said, "Nana, everything. Please, don't close my little future artist on the moon who is thriving at Thrive. Please vote yes." Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dwayne Crenshaw. I am CEO and co-founder of Rise San Diego. We're committed to fostering urban leadership and civic engagement to make San Diego reflect the diversity of the community in which it sits. Now, I'm going to do something risky. I just erased my notes off my phone. But as I sat here today, I have to tell you, I'm a fan of San Diego Unified. I'm a fan of Thrive. But what I was struck by was the youth and their testimony, and I know some of the kids. And I was struck by, on both sides, the reference to African-American children. I can tell you nobody cares more about Black kids than Dr. Assemblymember Shirley Weber or myself, who still has 3 grandkids, grandnieces in school. Put the appropriate conditions that your expertise says, But don't end this charter today. Continue to give it a chance and let all of our kids succeed. And if I thought I was going to hurt Black kids, I could never stand before you right now and take this risk.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. Have enormous respect for CDE staff as well as the San Diego staff here, but I do disagree with them on 2 points. One is law, one is methodological. In terms of the law, we've all agreed in here that those first 3 tests on the minimum renewal based on the API we can't do because of the API. What hasn't been mentioned here is that that 4th comparison methodology by law has to be based on the STAR tests, and those are gone too. And that's why we have this interim Band-Aid law that says use some other growth and academic achievement metric in order to determine whether the school should be renewed. In this case, the school has submitted alternative data. It's the MAP data, right? And it's much more solid, much more reliable, much more valid growth data than you can currently get from CASP. As we all discussed this morning, CASP is not yet giving us growth data. As a matter of fact, we aren't really even sure what growth data means in the context of CASP. And yet we're relying on that when we have the gold standard available to us in the MAP tests. I would hope you would consider that data along with their successful track record and Renew. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you. Jonathan Mello with the San Diego Education Association. SDA represents public district and charter educators working in the San Diego Unified School District. Here representing SDA and CTA, we're strongly asking you to support the CDE recommendation for non-renewal. In your packet, you will find letters by legislators and local elected leaders, including Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez, State Senator Ben Hueso, City Council members Chris Ward and City Council President Georgette Gomez, who've all submitted letters strongly encouraging you to support the CDE recommendation for non-renewal. Also, all 5 school board members have submitted letters affirming the 4-0 unanimous vote to deny this charter school for its failure to meet the basic criteria for renewal under the law. I mentioned that because there were some misrepresentations made earlier. Also, please closely review SDUSD's data on Thrive's incredibly high attrition rate. It goes right to the heart of the misrepresentation that there is a stable student body or instructional environment at Thrive. Simply put, Thrive does not meet the minimum standard under the law for renewal. Please uphold the decision of the local school board and support your CDE staff recommendation for non-renewal. Thank you.
Hi, President Darling-Hammond and board. I'm Richard Barrera. I'm a board trustee on the San Diego Unified School District and here to affirm the unanimous belief from all 5 of our board members that you should uphold the CDE staff recommendation and deny this appeal. San Diego Unified, at our core, we believe in social emotional learning. We believe in growth. We believe in project-based learning, but what we don't believe in is using those strategies as an excuse to not be held accountable and to set low expectations for students. You have to set high expectations for all students, and you have to be consistent in those expectations if you're going to see progress over time. Your decision today is not just about one school, it's about every school in our district, and frankly, it's about every school in this entire state. If we can't hold consistent expectations and hold people accountable to the belief that all students are capable of learning, and if we allow excuses to replace that sense of expectation and accountability, we hurt students across the state.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Acker. I'm a trained engineer, a teacher for 23 years, founding teacher at Thrive, and educational consultant. It allows me to travel throughout North America and work with schools. Based on my experience, I can tell you what makes the difference between a mediocre and an outstanding school, and that's its ability to look at data and make changes. And I've never worked with or at a school that is so dedicated to that. I can also tell you designing innovative places like Thrive will make mistakes. I can tell you without a doubt, we look at those mistakes and we make adjustments. The entire Thrive community hears your concerns from the kids to the CEO, and we agree that there's lots of work ahead of us. However, 5 years has never been enough. It never will be enough. I'm asking you to be brave, just like we ask our students every day. Be brave and make the right recommendation, please. Thank you.
My name is Mike Haskins. I'm a pastor with New Vision Church, and the program that I direct brings 2,000 volunteers to the San Diego area to volunteer and serve in our inner city communities. We regularly collaborate with Thrive. The monuments in the park across the street remember the sacrifices of California's first responders. And I want to tell you that my experience has been that Thrive staff is filled with academic first responders. These are teachers and staff and administrators that run to the flames to engage overwhelming cross-cultural dynamics, poverty, and social needs faced every day by children who live in the inner city neighborhoods around their campuses. Thrive grew rapidly with hundreds of students coming from public schools with lower test scores. But Thrive charters to serve the communities in our city where having the lowest test scores is a historic precedent. I don't know of a school, public or private or otherwise, that can take this kind of load and have them at state standards within the time that we've been talking about here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmina Osuna, and I'm the proud principal at Thrive High School. I'm also a Latina educator from Boyle Heights in East LA, the first in my family to graduate from high school and college, similar to most of my students here and back home. Growing up, I didn't experience diversity or opportunity, and my time at UCSD, though valuable, opened up my eyes to the inequities that almost prevented my success. A student's success should not be determined by their socioeconomic level or social capital, but it is. At Thrive, we serve a diverse community, intentionally creating an environment where students learn and debate about real-world and community issues, developing many skills that some adults don't have. Without Thrive, many students will lose the opportunity to be known, seen, and valued in a space where all are welcomed and held to high expectations, a place where we work to fill gaps that would otherwise prevent students' access and success in college and career. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Javon. I attend Thrive. I came from a high school where I would never really ask questions for help, and I could ask them questions and they wouldn't really care or seem like they're interested in helping me. And at Thrive, I can ask questions. I can ask multiple questions and they wouldn't get mad, whether if I knew what to do or what not to do. Thank you.
My name is Jared Castro, and I am a junior at Thrive High School. So Thrive is not just a school, but a community as a whole that we've all made. Throughout my 3 years at Thrive, I've learned so many things that I've been taught through the teachers, staff, and the students. Being in a small school where you can get an actual explanation of the problems you may be encountering, as well as the staff being very nice people, they are also very supportive. The bond you make with friends during these times is incredible as well. If Thrive wasn't available next year, I would be upset because of the wonderful people I have met and because of how much it has helped me grow as a student and most importantly as a human being. May I remind you that numbers don't define us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisbeth Carbajal, and I'm a sophomore at Thrive.
We need to check the microphone. Just a minute. Try again.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Lisbeth Carbajal, and I'm a sophomore at Thrive. And Thrive has made a big impact on me. I can say that I've never been able to speak in front of an audience, and Thrive has slowly but surely helped me develop in being able to express myself in speech, and also to care about others' well-being, including being able to help other students to also succeed in class and as a person. I've never been in a school with so much love and it feels like a family. I've made some great friends. The teachers are very kind and very willing to help a student. I am very glad that I'm able to attend Thrive. That has helped me grow as a person. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ruth. I'm a sophomore and I'm enjoying my first year at Thrive Charter School. The classes are hands-on and we are able to work outside the classrooms to complete projects. Since I do not have regular access to a working computer, one thing I found extremely helpful is the loaned computers Thrive provides for every student. The teachers at Thrive not only care about my education, but are concerned with my personal life and well-being. Through the programs at Thrive, I've been exposed to career options and have been given resources to pursue my dreams. Thrive has challenged me in my growth as a student and has opened new doors for my future. Thank you.
Dr. Corey Pahanish, Bayside Community Center. I'm the executive director of an 87-year-old nonprofit organization with a mission to empower one of San Diego's greatest communities, Linda Vista. In my 12 years in Linda Vista as a graduate student and community leader, I have witnessed the limitations and destructive nature from decisions made out of fear, especially fear of losing precious resources. I have also been blessed to participate in Linda Vista and America at her greatest. Through our partnership with Thrive, we opened a new educational facility that hosts our community center in one of San Diego's poorest neighborhoods, which required us to mobilize our neighborhood, meaning that to accomplish this, law enforcement worked with migrant families, atheists work with Christians and Buddhists, able bodies work with special needs, multi-generations work with active duty military and veterans, regardless of their sexual orientation. This process required us to transcend our perceived differences that divide us, which has been healing for many of us and has resulted in a transformation from despair to hope, all because we operated from our hearts while using our minds, which is what I pray that you will do here today.
Greetings, my name is Janelle Godfrey, and I am a second-year parent of a Thrive student. As a former high school math teacher, principal, board member, and founder of 2 charter schools authorized under San Diego Unified School District, I've experienced the value of offering different educational options to children and families. Thrive is a testament to the fact that many parents want their children to be a part of an extraordinary learning environment based on their enrollment growth over the past 5 years. I'm here today to ask the state board to give parents like me the opportunity to decide what is best for our children. I choose Thrive for my child because they have all the elements of what works in education. Personalized curriculum executed with discipline, project-based learning with high expectations, evidence of social-emotional learning, and committed teachers and administrators. The only interest group that doesn't seem to be opposed to charter schools is parents. I ask that the state board approve the renewal of Thrive and provide the oversight it is tasked with, but to let parents like myself decide if Thrive is right for their child. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Christopher Poblete. I am the proud parent of Layla Poblete, a first-year student in Thrive Public School in Linda Vista. I'd first like to state that I'm an advocate for public schools. Both my parents worked their entire professional career in LIUSD, and I myself went to public school from kinder to 12th grade. In my household, both myself and my wife work full-time jobs, and the most important thing we value for our kids is a strong education. Recently, the local Montessori school and the local Catholic school closed down. Aside from the highly exclusive private school, there is a shortage of alternative school options in our community. There is a demand in my community for the educational approach and environment that Thrive offers. Since being enrolled in Thrive, my daughter's reading and math skills have grown significantly, and her passion to learn and emotional strength has skyrocketed. On behalf of the parents of Linda Vista community, we hope you allow our children to continue their education in the school that works best for them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Casey Desmond, and I want to thank you first for taking the time to listen today. Thrive is not the right fit for every kid, but for some kids, it's the only fit. I know this because in my role as the Director of External Relations at Thrive, I hear story after story from parents, as you have today, about how Thrive has transformed their child's relationship with school and learning like no other school has been able to. If Thrive were to close, there are a lot of kids who would be fine, but there are many, many others who will not be, because they simply don't do well in traditional or other kinds of environments. If Thrive closes, they will be sent back to environments where they will fall further and further behind, where they will have to reconfront situations of being bullied or not being understood, environments that will leave a bitter taste for learning in their mouths that could last a lifetime. This may very well be a turning point in the lives of these children. Please keep these special and unique kids in mind as you make this important decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is Carrie Flanagan. I am a board member of Thrive. Our personal stories and data show clear areas of existing success, and we have areas to improve to better serve our students. We've already begun working on our areas for improvement, and among other things, have hired a new CAO fully focused on instructional progress and professional development, hired a full-time director of special education and 10 additional aides, implemented a new math curriculum, enhanced professional development, asked the leadership team to review progress via formative assessments during every monthly board meeting, and added new expectations to the CEO's evaluation. We'll focus on the students we currently have, increasing their performance across the board rather than continuing growth. And given these efforts, we're confident we'll show undeniable progress in the next 5 years. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Shelley Kurth, and as a founding school leader, I have had the pleasure of working with the CDE staff for the past 5 years on our annual review. As part of these reviews, the staff observes our teachers, they look at student work, they talk to our parents, they look at our data, they talk to our students, and on every single one of these, think about that, every single report, they have been good. We have never had an instance where we thought that they were telling us we were doing something wrong. We do have room for improvement. We know that, schools do. And you have in front of you our 5-year plan that we worked with the CDE on. We are doing the work. And please, yes, look at the data. We look at the data every day. Listen to our children, our families, the community members that we have with us. That tells the whole story. We are different. We are doing something innovative. We are charting a path to the future that none of us can imagine now. It might look different, and it is so inspiring.
Tom.
Come and look at us. Thank you.
I think you can actually, can you lower it? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Samuel, and this is my 3rd year at Thrive. I came to Thrive after moving to the United States with my family from Brazil. I like Thrive because you work hard and improve your work during the year, and then you get to show it in an exhibition. I love reading so much that my parents had to tell me to stop reading. Since I've been at Thrive, I feel like I've been reading more fluently, and I'm reading more like text from newspapers that you don't get in books. I'm not American, but that doesn't matter. We're all mixed up here and together here. Thank you.
My name is Rylan. I go to Thrive. I took these pictures because I wanted to show you the importance of Thrive to me. I really like how there are a lot of different kiddos at Thrive. I mean, look at me. It doesn't matter how you look. Everyone belongs. We do so many cool community projects. I got to work with seniors and kids with cancer and shelter animals. I really love showing my project at exhibition. In 4 years, I've done almost 10 exhibitions. I have an exhibition next week where I will show how math is used in my passion, which is music. Maybe you can come. If you close Thrive, I can't repeat the perfect learning I had at Thrive. Please don't close my school. Please use the rest of my time to look at my pictures.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's pretty hard to follow. My name is Lee Phillips. I'm the COO at Thrive. I joined Thrive almost 2 years ago after a 40-year career that spanned the U.S. Air Force, NASA, IBM, and several high-tech companies I helped to found and grow. I have a strong technical background, and I certainly understand data, and I definitely understand what growth means. Thrive's presented data to the board that shows without doubt that children come to Thrive with incredible challenges. And when they're at Thrive for multiple years, we are helping them overcome those gaps. The core question here then is whether this data is going to be considered or ignored. But I think more importantly, as we've heard all the people behind me, is whether the hundreds of positive family stories that you've heard and read are going to be considered. These are real experiences. These families live this every day. And I'm very passionate about this because one of those children is my grandson, who came to Thrive 3 years behind grade level, and for the last 2 years has been making incredible strides. Thank you.
Good afternoon, SBE Board. My name is Rene Zambrano. I'm here as a parent, and I'm here as a member of the Association of Arts Educators San Diego chapter. I'm here to tell you I support quality charter schools. My son attended a great charter school in San Diego. Yet I'm here to ask you to close Thrive Charter School because I'm deeply concerned about the dangerous precedent that it will set if the SBE looks the other way, ignores the academic data, ignores the dashboard data, and fails to hold the school accountable. I have heard from current and former Thrive parents, and I know the prospects of a school closing can be very scary. But I also know that this school, its leadership, and the CCSA have prioritized rapid growth over the education of the students in our communities. If you're a Thrive parent or student, you know that this was a self-inflicted damage done by the leadership of the school and its supporters. We've seen the results of the study, and they're not good. And so we ask you today to consider the data that's been shown in close Thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Next. Okay, Pam, just check the. Oh, he's good. He's good.
Hi, I drive 45 minutes to Thrive every day, and it's worth it. Let me tell you why.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry. I'm Russell.
Go ahead.
Hi, I drive 45 minutes to school every day each way, and it's worth it. Let me tell you why. Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay. I'm here to communicate what cannot be expressed on paper standardized tests. That is the social and emotional support that every student receives at Thrive. It has meant a ton to my family as a brother of 2 bio siblings and 3 foster siblings. 4 of us go to the school. But I would like to direct the attention to my 6-year-old foster sister, who in a society where teachers are worn out and learning becomes limited, she was practically destined to fail. When we got her, we moved to Thrive. And within just a year and a half, her grades were above average, and she was able to skip a grade. That was not because of low standards. That was legitimate progress. And Thrive has put in so much work into getting my sister where she needs to be, not only academically, but also emotionally. And I cannot wait to see what this amazing school will continue to do to make an extremely positive impact on the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Russell. Now that's a hard one to follow. You can please come forward.
Anywhere else, that's the equivalent of a mic drop. My name is David Yeager, and I'm a founding team member at Thrive. I'd like to address the issue of Thrive's growth, which you've heard referenced today. When Thrive opened in 2014, we served only K and 6th grade students in San Diego City Heights neighborhood, an underserved community which also happens to be my home. Over the next 3 years, based on our family's needs, Thrive grew to serve students in TK through 10 across 3 campuses in City Heights. Thrive's dream was always to open a permanent facility for our students, and in the spring of 2017, a location was found, but it was over 7 miles away in Linda Vista. Not all our families could make the move with us. Rather than abandoning our families, we committed to maintain a K-8 pathway in City Heights. This was done with the recommendation from ACCS, with approval from SBE, under the oversight and guidance from CDE, who each year has provided positive annual financial and academic reports to you. We stand before you today asking you not to abandon our students, not to abandon our families, and not to abandon our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for taking the time. I know it's been a long day. My name is Sherry Vernon, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer at Thrive Public Schools. I don't like leading with my personal story necessarily. I did it at ACCS. I was really glad Nicole was back today, but I do want to tell you that myself, Lee, we're first gen. Lee's my COO. Nicole was an English learner. All 3 of us sat on the family side of IEP tables advocating for children in our care to have rights. Our leadership isn't accidental. Our program is not accidental. We are really, really in this for the kids and the work. We also are completely open. We have invited anyone who wants to show up at our school at any time possible to tell us, what do we need to do better? How do we do this better? How can we collaborate? How can we bridge build? Nicole and I, we worked, and Carmina as well, in LA in Title I schools. I was a Dean of Student Culture in South LA. And we know what it is to have kids who struggle, but we want to bring those kids together with resources and give them opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more public comments? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and we are going to take a very short 5-minute break to stand up and do a few things, and we will be right back for our board deliberation and comments. So stay with us, but we're just going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. So board members, if we can return, we'll try to proceed. Let's see if we have. Is Member Sung in the room? So we are going to now proceed with our board deliberations, and as with our routine with the last hearing, we'll start with the other side this time. Each of us will get a chance to ask the CDE team to come forward if there's any clarifying questions, ask the San Diego team, ask the Thrive team, and we'll try to go around, starting with Member Rucker around, and then we'll see if we are ready for a motion. So at this point, Member Rucker, I'm going to begin with you.
Okay, so Lisa, first of all, thank you for, again, the thorough work that you do in preparing us for these hearings. Having heard the second explanation the second time around about the academic program and the linkage between the other factors and the other criteria, I'm going to say I think I understand. One of the continuing issues that I believe we will that's going to remain a significant bone of contention, as it was with the previous hearing, is about the selection of the schools. The thing that I appreciate about your analysis is that the department is always very consistent about how they select the schools, looking at a geographic radius from the school site, assuming that if something were to happen with that school, these are the geographic decisions and comparisons that students and their families would need to make. What I was struck by in the presentation from the district was that there was a difference in the schools that they selected. So I'm going to ask you this question, but then I'll repeat it with the district, because I'm going to ask the district a question when you bring them up, Board Member Strauss. When you looked at what the district compared, did I mishear that the district did a deeper analysis about the special education population in a way that the department did not do?
That's correct.
Okay.
They actually went into a more in-depth, and Deidre they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure what they did was actually look at their schools that had a higher special ed population and then do a comparison with those schools as well.
Okay.
And we didn't go to that level of.
Okay. Okay, so that's what I was trying to make sure I understood. I'll talk to the district whenever I'll save that question to speak. Okay, so I'd like to ask the district to talk to me a little, to give a little bit more information about that. Okay, so my question for you, as you heard, I asked Lisa to make sure that I was clear that you actually did a broader comparison of schools, because you looked at more schools in your district, and you did a deeper analysis about the special education population. Could you, and I only saw, I think, one slide in your slideshow about that, but could you give a little bit more detail about that?
Certainly. So our initial analysis included 14 comparison schools. The top 7 in the list are there because they were what we would consider the otherwise attend schools. So those are the district schools that in 17-18, because that's the most recent academic data we had from CASP, those were the schools that Thrive pulled the most students from our district. The second set of 7 is what we consider to be the demographically similar schools. So we pulled our district list of schools that served K-8 because that's the data we had. They have no high school testing data yet for Thrive. So we pulled everyone K-8 and we matched across the subgroups. I believe there were 7 different ones. We matched across the most that we could. So some schools, for instance, they might have hit, the same school would have hit in 3 different subgroups. So that was a good comparison school. It didn't hit on just one, it hit 3 or 4. And so even after that, there was an issue raised that it was an unfair comparison because the district failed to consider our above average special ed population and the number of students in special ed that are testing. So that generated this next chart. So what we did is we pulled, it ended up being 23 schools. It's district and district authorized charter schools. It's the 23 schools that have the highest percentages of students with disabilities who are testing in CASP. It's color-coded. I was hoping, I know it's a lot of little numbers on one screen, so it's color-coded. The green schools in each of the sections, one for district, one for charter school, those are charter schools that serve, or I'm sorry, that had testing populations of students with disabilities higher than Thrive's population. So we pulled that and noted that in there for you. But these are 23 schools that served or had the highest testing percentages of the students with disabilities to satisfy the argument that it wasn't a fair comparison, especially in this one subgroup.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Since I can't find that chart in front of me, in a nutshell, what you found when you did that comparison?
For reference, it's slide number 20. And what we found was of the 23 schools, Thrive outperformed 8 of them in ELA, which is about 34.8%, and 3 of them in math, which is about 13. So that's of those 23. When we get even narrower and look at only the schools that had higher percentages of students with disabilities testing, the ratio goes down a bit. Thrive outperformed only 2 of the schools in ELA, so about 22.2%, and only 1 school in math, which represented about 11.1%.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Rucker, okay? Okay, Member Burr?
So we don't have your slides. I don't know if you, or I don't have.
You don't?
If you can pull them up.
Sorry. I thought they were submitted.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have them in front of me.
Pull up the presentation again, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
You're fine.
I just wanted to ask you a question about what I think was sort of close to your last slide, as I recall during your presentation. And it seemed like there was some concern or speculation about a high level of turnover between years.
Yes.
In testing. So could you pull that one up again and go over that?
Let me get the number in here. I apologize. 33. Okay, this is the slide. So initially when Thrive came to us and we were reviewing their petition, we were concerned with the exponential growth that the school had experienced and was continuing forward into their next proposed charter term. We saw when, and in the cohort data, we also noticed that in their, going from, I have to remember the years, from 16-17 to 17-18, in 16-17 there was about 194 students tested in CASP. The following year, for the cohort, it was down to 103 students. So we tracked or tried to estimate based on enrollment data that was provided to us how many of the 8th graders went to 9th grade and subtracted those because they would have been accounted for. But we were still missing a good percentage, 64 students representing 33% of that testing group. We just don't know what happened to them. And then Of more concern was when we saw this graphic from the data that Thrive provided for the ACCS hearing. When we see going from 17-18 to 18-19, Thrive reported that 267 students fell into the CASP testing grade levels in 17-18. But then in the following year, they reported that only 124 of those students are still at Thrive. And when we did the simple math, it was 143 of the students, or 53.5% of the students, are just no longer at the school. And that's when we look across our the matriculation rates or the retention rates, however we want to refer to them, at the district schools and the charter schools that were comparisons, those are significantly higher amounts if these are on track. I know in one of their data, I believe in the March 8th response that they had to CDE staff's recommendation, they have their student attrition rate at between, I think it was 26 to 39%, somewhere in there. It's in theirs, but those are pretty high numbers compared to the comparison schools.
So can I ask the school to,
Go ahead.
so Nicole or whoever wants to answer the question?
You want the chief academic officer, Neil?
I'll let her decide who she wants to have. Do you have similar numbers about the attrition between the 2 years, and can you explain that?
Yeah, I'd love to. I can start a little bit, and then I can pass it over to Sherry, who's our Chief Academic Officer. But a couple of things that you need to keep in mind is, one, that we did have students going from 8th grade to 9th grade. 9th grade is not being tested. We also, specifically for our 8th graders, we also don't assume, if you're just generally talking attrition rates, we actually take our students of tours of other high schools. Just tomorrow, we're visiting other high schools for our students because we truly believe in school choice, and we know that for our 8th graders, some of them want band, some of them want music, they want other schools, and so we truly believe in choice, and so actively support students as a whole group, not cherry picking students and saying, hey, maybe you should go somewhere else, but as an entire 8th grade class visiting different schools. So when you look at attrition, that is one factor. You also have to keep in mind that San Diego is an immigration hub, especially where we are in City Heights. A lot of our families come across the border or find asylum, come to San Diego, and then cannot afford to stay in San Diego. Many of our families this last year moved to Michigan to find jobs, to have cheaper housing. We're also serve a large percentage of military families, and our military families get stationed and get called to other places. And so I think there's a more complex story that is about our students. And I feel like that's what keeps being ignored is the context of our students. Specifically, people keep talking about like, Thrive scores are going down. I want to point out the fact that as for example, the Carver campus, which is what we share, as Thrive moves in, San Diego Unified's special education population at that campus goes down. Their African American population at that campus goes down. Ours goes up, their scores go up, ours go down because of the kids that we serve. And I'm not complaining about our kids. Our kids are amazing and they're making amazing growth. But there's a sleight of hand happening with data that I'm uncomfortable with, that feels unethical, that feels sleight of hand, that like we truly need to look at the kids and the growth that they're making. And we have San Diego Unified counselors who refer kids to us. Parents come to us and say, I'm here because my counselor told me to come to your school. And these are kids who are significantly behind. Again, out of our middle schoolers, 93% of them come an average of 5 years behind. So we cannot lose the context and the specifics of who our kids are and who we reach out to serve, because that is our mission and the work that we're doing. And sorry, I went on a tangent, Trustee Burt, but I feel like these issues are brought up and we're missing the specifics of the kids and the context of the kids.
Your Chief Academic Officer also want to answer. Sue, did you get the answer that you needed?
Not sure. I mean, I appreciate the context and filling in. I mean, clearly everyone here feels incredibly passionate about the school, the parents, the students, everyone who works at the school. But I'll just say for me, and I might be one of the strongest charter supporters on this board, I feel like there's sleight of hand on both sides. And I just have to say for the record that from the very beginning of charter schools in 1992, charter schools were expected to be held to the same standards as non-charter schools. And at the time, all we had was a test going way back when, I don't even remember what it was called, STAR, California Standards Test. It was way back when. But the theory was, in exchange for incredible flexibility and ability to be innovative, you had to be held to the same standard. And I feel like here, unlike the item we had before where Magnolia said, hey, we're with you on CASP and we're going to do what we can on CASP because that's what we're being held to. I feel like here, there's lots of reasons why you don't want to do CASP or you don't want to be held to a growth standard on CASP, and that makes me uncomfortable. And I'm with the department on this. I don't know. My colleague here certainly knows a great deal more about MAP and NWEA and all of those, but we don't hold our non-charter schools to those standards. We don't have any way to compare. So anyway, I'm struggling with this because I do feel like I have incredible empathy for your students and for your parents. But I also have incredible respect for San Diego Unified. They are probably one of our strongest charter supporter districts and have been from the get-go. So when they come up and make the kind of compelling argument that they've made about this, it makes me really sit up and take notice. So I don't know that I got an answer to the question or that you took seriously what they had to say about what's happening between years, but I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. So, Member Sung?
So, Board Member Burr and I are always we're always on the same wavelength. I am incredibly conflicted on this particular item. I so appreciate San Diego Unified and the school providing the data. I mean, the fact that you guys are looking at all kinds of data, you're disaggregating it, you're trying to look at it from different angles to try to get at answering those questions for renewal. I really do appreciate you all doing that. My question is, my concern is around the process, and Thrive has had 5 years at this point. And I am curious as to our oversight and whether we have provided Thrive with notices to cure, what has happened with that, and if there was also looking at some of the MAP scores and some of those kinds of data in our review of the school.
I'll start with the oversight. So from what I could tell, I've been here about a little over a year. So we did do an academic memo last year and did ask them for a plan of how they were going to move forward with their academics. When we're on site, it's not going over data. It's seeing what's going on in the classroom. It's talking to the parents. It's talking to the teachers. It's talking to the board members. It's that type of visit. It's not a let me see what's happening and what your data looks like. So we don't do it at that time. So yes, I mean, I take responsibility for what we haven't done, but also last year we looked at their data, we took a snapshot at that time and asked them for a plan to tell us how they were going to move forward. So unfortunately, at this point until they're up for renewal is when we do look at that cumulative data, and we're learning more as we go. But all I can say is at this point, when they were up for renewal is when we took the opportunity to look back and look at those 4 years like we're required to. So that is, when we really could take a look at it.
And then on the part of the school, knowing that you were coming up for renewal in, let's say, 2 years, where was the school as far as looking at whether you were going to meet the criteria not for renewal?
Microphone on.
Okay.
There.
Oh. So we do take the CASP data seriously. So my apologies if I gave you the impression that we don't. We look at our data, and when we have sent the CDE our data, it has been data of our cohort, it's been map data, and so maybe Sherry can share some of the data that we've shared and what we have noticed, but we do take that really seriously because we think that our primary directive to our students is to make sure they're learning and growing, so.
Thank you. Yeah, when we submitted our charter petition as well as the letter to ACCS as well as the letter to you guys, we did an analysis including CASP data, and we made a commitment that we want our kids to get to proficient. We did start as a school thinking about personalized learning, meeting kids where they are, and we realized that yes, that's part of the formula, but it is not the whole formula. And we have been working hard to figure out, so what do we do then, right? How do you bring together your ZPD and your proficiency target when they're 5 miles away? And we've been trying to really do that, and there's been results in the program that we really doubled down on, which is reading. You can see it in the map data, and you can see it in some of the CASP data as well, especially when you disaggregate it by cohort. I am wondering what data to point you to. I have the letter in front of me, the 32-page letter that we sent with reiterating some of the data that we offered in our charter, but also addressing questions that were raised at ACCS. So yeah, I'm not sure what the specific data question is, but I'd be happy to.
So let me just ask one question. Member Sun, do you need a clarifying question, or is that?
I guess it's like in the last 3 years, was the focus on growth, or it feels like the focus may have been more on growth than on the quality of the students and retaining the students and making that trajectory with students.
Thank you for repeating that. So we were focused on growth. We were under the impression that multiple measures meant measures beyond CASP. You guys are trying to figure this out. We're trying to figure it out. When we opened 5 years ago, the same law was on the books. We've added 52052 in the last year or so. And we were under the impression that, yes, we would look at CASP, we would have that conversation, but we would also be looking at measures beyond that. In addition, we have worked with to keep our kids and to grow them. We did not think that we were going to be recommended to deny. We were very surprised. We're not on the list for ESSA support. The California Charter Schools Association, which approximates API, we're not on that list. It really bothers me to hear the CDE, with all respect, come up here and say we didn't do formative assessment. Like that, as an educator, that really bothers me, to say that we didn't check our progress along the way and give feedback. It's not something I would do with the classroom as a teacher, nor with a teacher that I'm coaching. So we want to do better. And one of the things that we have always said to anyone who has asked is, tell us what you want for us to do better. Nicole mentioned in her presentation, we honestly think the concern from the district is that we're too big. We're okay being smaller. We're not looking to expand forever. If you want us to keep the kids that we have and keep working on them at the advice that you think we need to focus on, we're open to that. If you want to set very targeted benchmarks and watch us make them, we're open to that. We're disappointed that we didn't get formative feedback that aligns with the assessment we're being held to.
And in regards to CASP comparison data, I mean, our petition has the 20, 30 pages of CASP analysis, and based on the comparison schools that we provided, we do show equitable and greater performance than the schools that our students would otherwise attend. And I want to point out that the schools that have been chosen between CDE and San Diego Unified represent less than 20% of the schools where our kids would actually attend. I think part of the challenge is that our kids come from all over San Diego County because they have failed and are looking for a place to grow. And so we want to grow those kids. We look at CASP scores. We look at the kids who are not yet meeting standards. But then we also say, okay, so you're 4 grade levels behind. How do we support you to get there? How do we make sure that you have 1.5 years of growth, 2 years of growth to get there? So it is part of that. But we take the high stakes testing seriously. But right now we're worried that, we appreciate the board president saying we want to go from worst to first. We do. We're right there with you. Let's go from worst to first. But the solution to that can't be closing schools.
I would add that there is a superficial way of looking at data year to year that says take Thrive year 1, look at Thrive year 2, you look at Thrive year 4, et cetera, on and on. I know I skipped 3. But I'm really tired too, just like you. But what that is sort of assuming is that the children in the building are the same children every year, and not that our absolute number has doubled by an average of 58% each year. We're bringing in these new kids. The ACCS asked the district at the meeting, how is Thrive's growth compared to the schools you're comparing them to? Are they having a change in population? And they didn't have an answer. So we went back and we asked that question, and you have that data on page 13 of your letter. And going forward, we did it for SPED and we did it for African American kids as well. And what we're finding is there is an exodus in the entire San Diego district of kiddos. And so we're taking Thrive, who is getting new kids, different kids each year, and saying, well, this year your 6th grade cohort came in with more needs than last year's, but because we're looking year to year, we're treating it like it's the same thing, and you declined, when we're not looking at kids that were with us last year. We're looking at different kids. We're looking at new kids that have just joined us this year. And we're not asking for us to be lauded. For example, with our math scores, we have work to do in math. We have work to do, and we've been trying to get there. Like Dr. Cece said, we've gone up to Stanford, we've done PD, we've got teacher-led professional development moving us forward. But we think it's a complex conversation. We think it's a really complex conversation that's being treated as though it's the exact same thing year to year. And I just want to point out that when Thrive has grown as a school by over 1,000%, and the next highest school offered by the district was a charter school that's grown 158%. Most of the other district schools that grew by less than 10%, and I'm taking these from the schools that were in their ACCS presentation, and the remainder of them lost children. So it's very hard to say our schools are all doing better in San Diego, but Thrive's doing worse, when those schools are staying static or losing children. So they are doing better with the same group of kids, with some of them leaving, and when we disaggregated it, we found out they were African American and SPED students leaving. So it's really complex, and we want to talk about it in a complex way.
So I get it's complex, and I don't doubt you are serving a need. I don't doubt you're serving a need. I guess I'm needing to hear you guys step back a couple of steps, and instead of asking us to tell you what you need to do, is what do you think you need to do structurally? Because I get you're focusing on individual kids that come in. You've got programs in place to get them from A to Z. I get that. As an organization, you grew to a point where it impacted.
Yeah,
it impacted the organization. So
I think what we need to do, I've already talked to our board about this. I think we were torn between opening our doors to kids and serving more and more kids in a way that maybe we weren't ready. I think we need to stop growing. I think 2, we need to keep doing the professional development that we started this year. I think we need to keep working with the amazing teachers that are already at Thrive. I think we need to continue the work that we're doing with the Orange County Office of Education around MTSS. I think we've got work to do, and I think we need to focus on who's currently with us to do that work. And we know that the kids who have been with us over time are making growth. And I know in my heart, and I know based on data, that if we had that chance and we got to focus on the kids that we currently have, that you would see amazing growth, and that kids who are 5 years behind would be proficient in a very accelerated way given the growth that they're making. And so we hope we get the opportunity to do that.
We have an articulated 5-year plan on 6 different criteria that we intend to improve on, and they are building on our literacy success that has been growth and turning it into proficiency. It's an increase in math proficiency across all grades. It's closing the achievement gap for all subgroups. It's aligning our staff on the instructional practices that are most research-based and being effective. It's refining and codifying our MTSS process, and really, the last one is really leaning into multiple measures and data-informed decision-making from the classroom to the school organization. We have set not just academic achievement growth across these 6 criteria, we've set achievement
capacity and implementation targets for all of these that include staffing changes, that include pedagogy improvements, that include really recognizing incremental targets toward the absolute growth. And that plan, you guys have it all, it's in your folder. We worked on it as a leadership team. We got teacher leader feedback. We floated it to CDE and we asked for their feedback, and they gave us some feedback and we incorporated it. We are ready to dig in and do this work, and we want to do it in collaboration with you guys, and we want to serve these kids until they are proficient, until they are going to college, and until they are graduating from college and coming back and leading this school.
And we want to do it with the kids we currently have. Our goal is to serve the amazing young people that you met earlier, and we don't want to add, like, we're so committed to those kids that, like, for the sake of those kids, like, let's not grow. Let's, like, focus on these amazing human beings. Let's focus on Odalis, who feels like as a young Latina she has a voice. Like, let's focus on Rylan, who is a rock star and made a collage for you. Like, we want to be committed and focused to those kids. If we gave the impression that we're about growth, we're not. We're about the kids that we're currently serving, and we don't want to grow. We just want to help those babies in our community, and we want to hold ourselves to rigid standards. And in this 5-year plan, you see CASP goals. You see a 5-year plan of where we want to be next year, the following year, the year after. And you see the plans not just as lofty goals, but as a stepped through way of how do we build capacity and how do we implement that change. And so we want an opportunity to do this work.
Thank you. Member Sandoval? Member Cardenas? So before I turn to President Darling-Hammond, I just have to say, when we approved Thrive 5 years ago, we approved it with a belief in the mission and belief in the service to the population that they were committed to. It was emotional at the time when we approved it, and we really believed in it. Listening to the kids and the parents, like, there's a place that they're serving, and this is about kids, and I appreciated the Chief Academic Officer's comment that we're in this for the kids and the work. I really believe that. But that being said, I am really concerned about the data and the huge amount of turnover. I understand they move sites. I understand the different kids each year, but a big turnover. So we're not measuring kids year to year, and yet we are guided by legal guidelines about what we look at for renewal. This is really emotional. This is really hard. As a parent, as a grandparent, as a long-term principal and district leader, I want good kids, good schools for kids. And it sounds to me like Thrive is meeting the needs of kids that weren't met in other places. And I wish I had that staff on my faculty when I was leading schools, because I believe the commitment is there. And yet I am really concerned about what we are legally required to do under the current law with the multiple measures. I believe CD did a really thorough analysis, and I also believe San Diego Unified did a thorough analysis, and I believe the Thrive tried very hard to use their data to do an analysis. So I think we're faced with a real dilemma and with the guidelines that are currently before us. So I just personally thank everyone who's been here and who's staying with us through this hearing, but I think this is not, it's not simple, it's complex, the context is different, it's unique in the challenges that we face. Member Darling-Hammond.
What a way to be introduced to the work of the State Board. And I just want to resonate with the comments that all of my colleagues have made, and really picking up right where you were. Yeah, I'm very empathetic towards the, and appreciate the students and the parents, and especially the grandparents, since I now have a grandson. And I agree, it's serving as a place where, you know, many students need it. You know, on the one hand, we hear about the kindness and the caring and the support that kids have experienced. At the same time, like others, I'm concerned about the very low test scores. We were struggling with the previous renewal that we heard, and these scores are way below those, and with many more subgroups in the red, so to speak, and with a bigger decline and the high attrition. So that's all very concerning. And I appreciate, too, the very careful analysis by the San Diego School District. Where I am in my thinking is very aware that we need to develop new law and process. I mean, I think if nothing, this really brings that home. We have a very narrow criterion, which we've spent some time today understanding. This academic performance equivalent to the other schools the students would be required to attend is like the one reed left in the old law. I understand and it doesn't take into account the social emotional learning and the other multiple measures that we have in our dashboard and our 8 state priorities and all the things that we care about. So I think that that's something that we need to get on our collective plate to work on, so that we can look at the variety of indicators that matter. We need better ways to be able to look at growth and gains in a way that is where people can look at it together. We have warring data, and we've got to get past that to a place where we have some common data. There are problems with the CASP right now in the way that we can analyze it to see how kids are growing. There are also problems with NWEA. It doesn't measure higher order thinking skills and problem solving and critical thinking skills in the way that Smarter Balance does. So you get something, but you don't get everything with either of those measures. One of the things that I think we need is a way to both look at data in common, so a third-party objective look at data and at the school, going inside the school, seeing what's going on, being able to report. In places like Massachusetts and Connecticut, they have a school quality review that's activated for charter reauthorizations, and it's a very thorough process, which includes both sort of experts and peers who can look at all the data and look at the school and what's going on with the kids and give a report that everyone can trust, so that we don't have, sort of warring ideas about which data are reliable and which ones are not. And then there's our own state board process. We as a state board are authorizing charters, but we don't have the person power to be in there giving formative assessment. We allowed material revisions 2 or 3 years in a row to grow the school to this huge extent. And so, and in the petition, there's yet another material revision essentially asked for more growth. So we need to think about our process too. Like, what are we actually capable of doing to support schools that we authorize in a good way? So I am coming away with all of those lessons and a heart full of concern.
So with that, let me ask if there's a motion that I could entertain. Is there a motion that a board member would like to make? Member Sandoval?
I move approval of the CDE's recommendation to deny this renewal.
Do we have a second? Second by Member Cardenas. All right, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Pema? Aye. Nikki? Aye. Ting? No. Eileen?
Aye.
Linda?
I'm going to abstain.
Sue? No. Patricia? Yes. Okay, so we have 4 to support the CD recommendation, 2 no, and 1 abstention.
So the decision from...
So, Judy, David, do you want to tell us what that means?
Okay, so that motion does not carry.
Entertain another motion.
Okay.
There's another motion. If at some point you reach a point where there is not 6 votes, then the district's decision stands.
Okay.
To deny.
Deny. So let me ask board members, is there another motion that another board member might want to propose?
I guess I'm not sure if we can approve with conditions, but I just don't know what those might be.
So are you making a motion with approval with conditions?
Ting, can I I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Whether people would entertain a motion with conditions. I talked to staff a little bit earlier, and there's a couple things that we've heard here. There's themes. One, way too fast growth, and it got out of control. So it would limit enrollment growth, to Linda's point. The other one would be requiring that there be an independent evaluator come in and essentially do a review, not unlike a FCMAT review of academic achievement, personnel, governance, and they would have to develop an action plan with specific timelines that would be very tightly monitored to hold ourselves accountable to, that they would have to come back at least at the end of every term and report how they're doing. So I'm happy to, I have some language if people want to look at it. I just don't know if, I can read it to you quickly, but limit enrollment of incoming kindergarten students to 75 and transitional kindergarten students to 25 for the term of the charter. Limit total enrollment to 1,000 students. And the petitioner agrees to not seek a material revision to increase enrollment during the term of the charter. That would be the enrollment cap. I mentioned, and there's a lot more language around this, but about the independent evaluation, and that the independent evaluator will provide ongoing support with action plan implementation for a minimum of 2 years and until CDE determines that the school has demonstrated sustained improvement.
So are you going to make
I would support that.
So who's going to make, are you making a motion?
Can I hand it out just so that people can take a look at it, make sure they know, because I don't want to just be doing
So let me ask you, are
I'm
you making a motion?
I moved that we would approve with the following conditions.
Okay, and then
And I will second, and in looking at just the students and the parents who are here.
I have some questions. Since I haven't seen since.
Okay, it's coming to you, but go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I have and I have to tell you, this is the first time I've seen this, so I'm really uncomfortable with this. So can you explain to me how each of these conditions addresses the issues that were raised about the performance of the school and the criteria and evidence that led to the department's recommendation to deny? I want to understand how these things address those issues, because I don't see that right now.
Yeah, so to answer your question, and I respect it, Patricia, I don't know that it addresses academic the test scores per se, or the renewal criteria that the department used. But what it attempts to say is that recognize the school grew too fast, but the school does serve a population that clearly is supportive of it. The parents are supportive. The students seem to really be happy there. And it serves a challenging population. But it also raises some questions about what kind of an academic environment do they have for all these students if the results that we've looked at don't seem to be demonstrating that. So it requires them to go in and look at that. There have been some questions about personnel turnover, so this requires them to do personnel review. There have been questions about about the governing team. Is the governing team attuned enough to academic outcomes, and are they reviewing it regularly? And it also would require them to get outside help that would come in and say, here's what we need to do, not unlike what we're trying to do in our system of support for schools that need differentiated assistance. So that's what it attempts to do. But to answer your question, it doesn't address this issue of what are their test scores, if I'm understanding your question right.
Okay, so yes, you are understanding my question correctly. And in the conversation and exchange we just had with the two leaders who are responsible for this academic program, it didn't do much to alleviate my concerns about, and this is the issue I raised with the previous item, about their ability to successfully implement an academic program. They don't seem to understand what is needed, and they're still going to be in charge. But I was even more disturbed, and I'm hoping I misheard, but I was even more disturbed by a statement that was made in rapid succession. We moved into this school. The African American enrollment at that school went down. Our African American enrollment went up. The special education enrollment at that school went down. Our special education enrollment went up. So does that mean the increase in African American students and special education students are the reason why they're underperforming? See, that disturbs me to hear the leader of the school program making statements like that. So I don't see how this motion corrects that attitude or the problems in leadership of that school that led to the results we're seeing today. So I'm not sure this motion addresses and resolves the problems with that program.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I think it does draw some heightened accountability to some of the issues that we brought up.
So we now have a motion and a second. You have a copy of the motion, which is to deny the CDE recommendation and approve with conditions, the 3 conditions that are listed: 1, limiting enrollment, contract for external evaluation, and independent evaluator with support with an action plan. Those are the 3. You have it in front of you. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Kemma.
No.
Nikki. No. Ting.
Yes.
Eileen. Linda. You're going to abstain. Okay. Sue. Yes. Patricia. No. Okay. So we have 2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
So I'll take legal counsel again, Judy, for a minute. And now, okay, so we've tried 2 motions and we haven't been able to get to 6 votes. And my understanding is we need 6 votes for any motion to pass, yes or no. Is that right?
Under the Education Code, you need 6 votes for any motion to pass. So if the board is unable to take action, then, like I said before, the district's action stands. And that means, which was the denial.
So then if the district action stands and it is denial, then what could the charter authorizer do at this point?
They have exhausted their appeal rights, and they would be able to pursue judicial remedies at the end of the time period because the state board has not acted. They could sue someone.
To open a new
Reboot
charter.
and
You can open a new charter? So that's a new option. It's another option.
Sorry, I'm thinking about the students who are in their junior year, who will not have their senior year, and
I mean, we have no recourse about timing. It's a 5-year charter, and then
So
that's
my
it.
understanding is we can't do 2 years conditional, we can't do 3, we can't do 1. Under the current law, it's only 5, which I would like to see that as an edit too, actually, under the law.
The law requires a 5-year term.
We'd be happy to voluntarily submit our charter, and if concern is with leadership, I would be happy to step down.
Please sit down until you're called upon. Again, this law requires a 5-year term. Despite what, they may volunteer something, the law requires a 5-year term.
All right. I guess we are ready to adjourn this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.